days of action, and we come down to this. It's day 11 of this European Cricket Series. It's the last day of group action. We know who the top 5 are, but where will they finish in that top 5? What will be the sequence going in tomorrow? Well, after 5 more games of action, we will know who will finish where going into finals day. Let's get things right underway. I hope you're ready, because I know I am. Let's get things going. It's the last group day here of this European Cricket Series in Croatia. You're watching it with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Zagreb, of course, on this beautiful Thursday morning. It's a pleasure to have your company with us here on the European Cricket Network. It is, of course, the last day of action in this group before tomorrow. Tomorrow, of course, finals day. We'll have the Eliminator, Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, and the all-important final. But, of course, it will be the top 5 that go into tomorrow. But what way will they go into it? That, of course, will be determined after the 5 games today. Let's have a look at this first morning fixture. Match 52 will be Zagreb Sokol. They will take on Ljubljana. A little bit about these two sides then going into this one. Sokol currently sat in 5th position, Ljubljana in 4th. So at the same token, this is a big game for both of these two sides. It's the 13th match for Sokol, the 12th for Ljubljana. And of course, Ljubljana currently sat 2 points above them in the table. So a win here for Sokol could elevate them into the 4th position. Of course, a win here for Ljubljana really could solidify their spot further up into the top 4 and leaving Sokol down into that 5th spot, which would make life a lot trickier for Sokol going into tomorrow. As for Ljubljana, of course, coming off the back of a defeat yesterday, a really heavy defeat that no one was really expecting against the Assassins. I think everyone, more than everyone, was realistically looking to see that to be a tight game. It was, of course, what should have been the final last year, but it just didn't provide the goods. And, of course, the Assassins were just all over Ljubljana like a rash. So the Slovenian side have got a lot of work to do going into today, as do Sokol, of course. It's going to be an exciting one. Let's go out to the middle where Stefan Guc has got the 2 captains for the all-important coin toss.
Ljubljana the call. Heads is called. It's tails. Good luck.
Thanks.
All the best. Have a good game. Zagreb Sokol have won the toss. They're having a bat.
There you go then. News from the toss is that the skipper Aman Mashwari is going to go ahead and bat first in this one. No real surprise there for Sokol. They love to get runs on the board. You look at their top 4, it's very, very expansive. You've got the likes, of course, of Manzor and Hashmi normally opening the batting. Then, of course, you've also got the likes of Hossein to come in. Hossein can really give it a bit of a whack with his, of course, with his old textbook white helmet. Love to see it. Of course, something you very rarely see on the network. Of course, they'll be looking to get runs on the board very early this morning in these very dewy conditions. Good news is that the rain stayed away overnight once more. And, of course, we're looking, hopefully, for another dry day here today after what was another good day in the sun yesterday. Of course, the outfield, a little bit of information on it. There has been a trim. The mower has been out and has cut the outfield. Whether or not it'll do much difference, I'm not too sure. Just think that realistically underneath it is still quite wet and it's probably still coming up through as the sun, of course, with the old evaporation techniques. A little bit for Ljubljana, though. Of course, bowling first in this one. That's not what they wanted to do. They wanted to bat first. They know that Ramanjot Singh at the top of the order come and goes in terms of his form. He's very hot and cold. At the moment, he's rather cold. He hasn't really got many runs going, of course. Got a good score in the first half of the tournament, but since then hasn't really kicked on. It's going to be an absolutely thrilling day, and it's an honour to go over to the cube. Nishay Bhatt is standing by once again, and Nish, news from the toss here. Match 52, Sokol, they're going to bat first.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Looking forward to the start of our final day of group play. So much to play for today. We'll be jostling for the top spots in the group stage, and we'll see how things pan out. But before we progress with today's play, let's have a recap of yesterday's action. Of course, we started off with quite a few thrilling matches. And Afyon, Croatia and Belgrade in action over our first 4 games. The Zagreb Assassins managed to beat Afyon, Croatia in the first game of the day by 17 runs. Superb performance, you have to say, by a underdog Afyon, Croatia side. They restricted the Assassins to under 100 runs for the first time in a 10-over match over the course of this ECS. And in response, Afyon, Croatia had a chance. They had a little bit of hope, but ultimately fell short. So timely wickets for the Assassins would deny Afyon, Croatia a chance to pull off the upset, but they did manage to get at least 1 point from this match. And then we move on to Belgrade against Ljubljana. And boy, was this a drubbing. Ljubljana came out, they posted 143 runs on the board. Belgrade was sort of all over the place with their line and length. They were unable to maintain discipline, and they got punished for that. A fine innings by Chudasma's third 50 of this ECS. In response, Belgrade, with their best batting performance of this European cricket series, Mohamed Siddiqui became the first and so far only batter for Belgrade to pick up a half-century. Ljubljana took this one by 45 runs, a dominant victory for the Slovenian side. They would then take on the Turkish side, Afyon Karahisar. And, well, this was a very comfortable victory for Ljubljana. They picked up 4 points rather easily in this match. They restricted Afyon Karahisar to only 68 runs. And in response, you've got to say, Afyon Karahisar a little bit tepid, a little bit demoralized, and they fell short in match 49. Ljubljana once again grabbing the bonus point in this game. They took this one by 7 wickets with 3.5 overs to spare. Match number 50, our 4th match of the day, was between Belgrade and the Zagreb Assassins. Belgrade managed to muster 71 runs on the board over 10 overs. Irestaya Ratna top scoring with that 31 of 28 deliveries. Brilliant bowling by Sarun Das once again. I think he's been a real standout bowler for the Assassins over the course of this ECS. The Assassins made quick work of Belgrade, chasing the total down with 4 overs to spare. They took match 50 by 8 wickets. And our final match of the day was meant to be an epic showdown. 2 of the top 3 sides in this ECS taking on each other. And it looked perfectly set up to be a classic. The Assassins posted about 123 runs on the board, which is up there as what one would call a par score when the top sides play each other here in Croatia. But Ljubljana mustered just 67 runs in the second innings. It turned out to be a bit of a disastrous match for them, and I'm sure they'll look back at that and want to take back a few of the errors they made. So here's what we're playing for today. It's the final day of group play in the European Cricket Series, and sides that finish in the top 3 won't have to play in the eliminator match, which will of course feature sides ranked 4th and 5th. Afyon Karahisar and Zagreb Warriors and Belgrade are out of this tournament. They will not play any further part, but the top 5 will be jostling for positions. As things stand, Sir Oliver Split look pretty set to pick up the top spot, so we're trying to determine who's going to finish between 2 and 5, so there is plenty to play for the sides here in our final day of group play. There's a quick look at the win predictor. Ljubljana are 80% favorites, and we'll cut to live action. I was going to look to get this one away, but just a little bit flat-footed there. The fielder was not quite able to get to that ball there, Omraj. Very good morning to everyone joining us in the chat. Great to see a lot of our regulars. Got Abhi, Rob Thompson, Bob Pook. Thank you, as usual, for your very kind words. Ashu, Christopher Ward, Johnny Hisham, SF Shohag. And yeah, thank you to all of you. And Kotana joining us as well. We'll just leave that one alone, and it's going to be given a wide. Yeah, thank you very much for your messages, Rob. Always are very insightful to read. Jules Udebridge joining us as well. Yeah, Bob with an early question asking if Tarun and Krishna Sharma are related to Ishant or Rohit Sharma of any chance. Highly unlikely, Bob. Sharma is probably the most common surname in India. Yeah, be up there with sort of Smith in England. I think that would be a good comparison. It's going to change of angle here. He's going to go round the wicket now, Thunduru. Just bowls a couple of wides in a row here. Just needs to get his bearings right. Gets a little bit of bottom edge there. You can just see a Takor taking the turf in anger. The ball just stayed a bit low. It was tough for him to cut that one away. The width certainly was there, but the ball just didn't rise up. Yeah, so what a story Zagreb Sokol have been. I mean, they of course started off this ECS in all sorts of trouble. I mean, you take yourself back to a few days ago, and they were sitting there with just the one victory over the course of this ECS. They had a record of 1-4-3. And as I say, form is temporary, class is permanent, and a sign of course, had so much success in the past in the European Cricket Series in Croatia, really turned things around over their last couple of match days. They're currently on a very impressive 4-game winning streak. Of course, 3 of those victories coming against the likes of Belgrade and Afyon, Croatia, but the most impressive one was against this Ljubljana side a couple of days ago. Another wide over here, just can't quite get things right, can he, first thing this morning. And, you know, of course, we saw a lot of indiscipline from this Ljubljana side in our final match of the day yesterday against the Zagreb Assassins, and some of those errors and issues are just starting to creep in once again. Outside edge, it should carry, will carry, is a catch, well taken there by Reynolds. And Takor will depart without troubling the scores. It's a 3-ball duck for him. Great ball there by Thunduru. Just hanging that one outside the off stump, and well, he invited the stroke from Takor and he catches the outside edge. So it just took him a while really to get that line and length right, but when he does, he gets an important wicket. Oh, a great start, you have to say, for Zagreb Sokol. He's recovered well from all those wides. So Derek is going to come out first thing this morning to greet Takor, and well, very good morning to Derek as well. And of course, Zagreb Sokol will be hoping that they don't see too much of him over the course of this first innings. It's Saqib Hussain coming in at number 3, and what a player he is. He's enjoyed a very successful European Cricket Series, been an integral part of this fine winning streak for Zagreb Sokol. His power hitting is paramount to this Sokol side. Just gets one to angle in there to the batter, and he'll pick up a run. I think it's going to be leg byes though, so he's not off the mark just yet. Yeah, of course. So I'm Nish Hunt, and joining me for today's coverage is Charlie Hunt.
Yeah, howdy folks. Morning everybody. Morning Nish. Yeah, good start this for Ljubljana. They're going to be well up for this after that disappointing loss yesterday evening. Good start for them so far.
Stays a touch low there, gets past the keeper, Ramanjot Singh as well. Just a slight error by him there, normally someone who's so proficient behind the stumps.
Yeah, that'll be the end of the first over then, and a relatively good one for Sokol, as well, they get 6 runs, or not the best for Sokol, more for Ljubljana. 6 for 1 after 1. Here's an updated look. 51 matches played. We're not far away. Look at that run rate, just below 100 at 9.9 and over. And of course, you can see there the maximum rate set at just 5, which is very, very little. And you can see the total runs, not even 7,000. And usually at this rate, we're up into, you know, the sort of 5 figures.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's certainly been, in terms of run rate, it's probably been the most economical series so far for the bowlers. I mean, especially coming off Austria, where you could just see it's almost 15 and over, one of our highest scoring series of this calendar year. Yeah, Croatia kind of stands out like a bit of a blip there, the only one under 10 this year.
Look at those stats, so the maximum rates. Maybe we can come back to that after this delivery, as this is Chidasma who's going to bowl the second. Let's go back to that. I want to have another look at this one here, because you can see there. I mean, often you see the bottom sides of the bottom sides in the table will often have the least amount. But look at the Chiefs up there at sort of 3rd position, but only a 3.9 maximum rate.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sir Oliver split also a little bit of a surprise. Currently leading the way quite comfortably at the top of the table, and I think Sir Oliver split also comes down to one of their good bowling. Oh, just pushes it. This one, is he going to clear the fielder? Yeah, just lands safely. And they'll stick with a single.
Yeah, got to talk about the likes of the Sokol. There's a big miss for them. I mentioned him at the top because, well, I expect him to be, but he's not. Hashmi. And, of course, that's a big miss because behind the stumps, looks as if it will be the man who's out there now, Sakib Hossein, who will take the gloves. But that's a big, big loss for them. You know, not only in the top order, but also with the gloves.
Looks to work this one away towards the leg side. That's going to be a run.
Yeah, and also got to remember for Ljubljana, they're without A. Sharma, of course, who realistically is... that's a big miss. You know, he's been so key at the top of the innings with the ball. You know, he took a forfeit. He's been very, very impressive.
Yeah, Ajay Sharma has been up there as one of the most impressive bowlers this ECS. Ooh, well, that was just going to rise up quite a bit and go above the keeper, so it's going to be 4 wides, but it just took a nasty bounce here, didn't it? Just took off a lot more than expected. Might also be the one for the over. Yep, there it is. And it's been signaled the one for the over as well. Outside edge, and oh, so unlucky for Chudasma. I mean, he draws the nick, but it's going to go away for 4 runs.
Yeah, so if you're going to swing, swing hard, and that's Manzoor. With no Hashmi, he is key for this Sokol side, and yet it's a genuine outside edge. You can see there's not really much that Ramanjot could have done about that one. That races away. That's 4 runs. Take it, all the luck you can get to start off the morning. Chudasma will be frustrated. Again, he's going to be crucial as a really big all-rounder in this side.
Pushes us towards a fine leg, and they should be able to come back for a couple of runs. They won't need to, as it's going to go away for a 4 just in front of the score. It's a very gentle stroke by Manzoor, but well directed.
Yeah, it probably wasn't exactly where he intended, but he does certainly play to nurdle this leg side and just gets through the fielder. And unfortunately for Reynolds, well, not too much you could do about that one. Well, the wrath of Nish in the chat is off and away. Early morning starts.
Looks to go straight down the ground here, and well, there's nothing any fielder can do about that. It's going to clear the rope quite comfortably. 6 runs for Manzoor.
Glorious way to end the over as well for Manzoor and for Sokol. 2 full, too much in the slot, and it's easy pickings for the likes of Sagar Manzoor. So that's going to be the close of the second over. It's a better one. It's a magical one with a hat trick of boundaries coming off the back end of it. It is 27 for 1 at the end of 2.
Yeah, pretty decent start here for Zagreb Sokol. They lose the wicket, but going along at a very nice rate. Yeah, I think the Sokol side, the batting certainly has been quite good over the course of this ECS. We've talked about some of the talented players they have there. Sagar Mansoor, Sakib Hossein, of course. Hashmi unfortunately missing today, but Haidar Usama in there as well. The concerns really for them come with their bowling. We'll have a look at the standings.
Just see here, Ljubljana, a win here would put them into 3rd place. Of course, it would also extend the gap between themselves and Sokol in 5th. Of course, yeah, first we'll go all the way through to the second qualifier. Of course, realistically, 4th and 5th, I believe, the way I'm looking at it, will go into the eliminator tomorrow. And then, of course, 2nd and 3rd take on each other in the first qualifier. So it's all about trying to get the 2 chances. They're going to turn to Samaril. And he's going to get this one to, well, land pretty safely. It's a good start.
Let's just take a look at the height on this delivery, and ooh, yeah, just about the shoulder. No need to give that the one for the over.
No, it's going to be okay. I tell you what, I don't think I've had to think about the one for the over as much as we have here these last 2 weeks. This artificial wicket is very, very bouncy and very, very tricky to work. You can see that the outfield's been trimmed, and you can see it as this one lofted up and over the top, and it's just going to go all the way. That one is a Maximo. It's not the first of the morning, but it's still very much effective. Hossein goes large.
Beautifully hit here by Hossein. Just manages to get underneath that ball, elevates it over long off, and gets it away for 6 runs.
Yeah, what I was saying is you can see there those little strips on the side of the actual artificial wicket. That's where the longer grass was, so that's the difference in comparison. The outfield has been, as I did mention this morning, has been cut. It was cut last night, and I think they kind of finished the job off this morning.
Yeah, hopefully that should also help us to spot the boundary rope a lot better as well. That's sometimes been an issue.
No. I looked over at that far side and it's not easy still, which is a little bit frustrating.
Looks to go big once again, and of course Saqib Hussain, he only knows one way to play, and that is to go massive. Another Maximo for Hussain.
Yeah, it's better than the first. That was out of the middle, out of the screws. And now Samirul has got a little bit of thinking to do here, because he's gone short and he's got pumped down the ground, and now he's got pumped square of the wicket. 6 runs again, another Maximo. Early signs here of a good positive start from Sokol. His Ljubljana side they started off so strong, didn't they, with the bat and with the ball. It just feels like they're starting to stall a little bit here after yesterday as well.
Ooh, that's a wide. Doesn't quite get the line right there, Samirul. That's just the pressure of getting hit for a couple of sixes.
Yeah, it's an overcorrection. And he's trying to go for the full Yorker. It's almost too full. It's a full toss, but too wide. And now you're going to have to bowl that one again. Can he make the most of the extra delivery, though? It's always the last laugh of a bowler if he can make the use of the extra ball.
Oh, better. Much better ball, and he's gone for the Yorker. Not too far from the off stump there either. And I think Hussain just acknowledges that it's been done by a good delivery.
Yeah, absolutely. Good comeback. And it is a nice way to get yourself back into the game. Yeah, I want to say good morning to everyone in the chat myself. Pleasure to have you with us. I have to say, the chat the last 2 weeks has very much been lively. Of course, in the build-up to the ECC, I know it's going to be an exciting time.
Clears the front leg, goes for a big shot, but just ends up missing the line of the ball there, Hussain. And you could just see a wry smile there underneath that helmet.
Yeah, just watch the head though. Watch it here. It's up, 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 and he just loses it straight away. It keeps on going away, and yeah, not the best of cricketing shots there. Last ball potentially of the power play.
Off the toe end of the bat, gonna go towards mid-off, and that will be a single. So a good power play overall for Zagreb Sokol. That's going to get 41 runs off it and just lose the 1 wicket. And I think they'll be quite pleased with how things are motoring along here.
Yeah, got half those runs in that second over, didn't they? 21 came off that Chudasma over, so that's where they did their damage. Of course, they're going to look to go to the seasoned professional in Omraj. The seasoned senior maybe in Raj himself, who again has had a pretty good tournament, picked up wickets, been pretty economical. Again has the odd over that goes for quite a few, but listen, this is T10. If you're a bowler that doesn't get an over every now and then it's going to go, then well you're too good and you should be doing something else. But yeah, in all fairness, every bowler will always have one. You know, Manav Naik, one of the leading wicket takers, looked to be unhittable. All of a sudden, bowled a couple short ones and went for 25, 24 in and over. So that's the tricky part. Omraj, as I said, in for the 4th.
Oh, is it just doing a bit too much? Yeah, might be the case there. Getting plenty of movement early, though, you would have to say. The new bowler, of course, is Omraj.
Yeah, I think this is too high more than I think this is lifting over. There's a view from that one. We'll come back to live action.
Ooh, that one just staying a little bit low, and that just, again, it just shows why it's so difficult to bat on this surface. See, one ball rise up quite a bit, and the next one just sneaks in really low.
I have to say, that was... you always pass the ball around, obviously, at the start to get it from one end of the wicket to the other. A fielder from short fine has thrown it all the way to cover. A long old throw. It's about 30 metres. And when it's cold in the morning, it's not what you want. Not what you want at all. Of course, expected score of a 117 at the moment. Average has been about 100.
That's wide. Just gets the line wrong over there, Omraj.
Average has been 100, and realistically, without the extras, averages is probably about 70, 80. You know, to be quite honest, off the bat, it's not been great. Yeah, that one just...
Full toss, struck out towards long off. They'll just get a single.
Interesting technique and idea here from Manzoor. He's sitting deep in his crease, and against the pace bowling, I get it because it's easier, but I think realistically, you want to stand your ground and have that sort of level weight balance. He's sitting back against Omraj, don't know. Well, Hossain doing pretty similar things here, going back and deep in his crease.
Oh, just gets plenty of movement there. Moves away from the batter. Wayward throw, direct hit. And he would have been in all sorts of trouble. Had all 3 stumps to aim at as well.
He went for the old sidearm, didn't he? Did the fielder, and I'm pretty sure that's Krishna Kumar out there. But yeah, watch this here. He goes for the genuine sidearm, the old fling, It never was going to work. Look, Ramanjot Singh even led him, said, look, you've got 3 stumps to aim at here. Oh, good take by Ramanjot Singh again. Yeah, good morning to our umpires as well. Jasmine, of course, standing here at the striker's end. Of course, Jasmine Naeem alongside Dhananjay Singh, DJ, and, well, Velko is, of course, the 3rd umpire.
Looks to go big, but hasn't timed this whatsoever. It's come off the top edge. It's just going to land safely, though, in that deep 3rd region. There was some hesitation, a few yes, no's, but they opt not to go for the run.
Yes, no, maybe was the script, that ball. End of the 4th then. They finish it with just a single. That's a tidy over from the seasoned senior in Omraj. And at the end of the 4th, it's 46 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, certainly going to do his figures of world for good. I mean, Omraj has just kept things tight throughout this series, had a wonderful economy rate of 6, and yeah, you can see why here. He's one of those kind of bowlers who finds success in this format, despite maybe not being the flashiest or the quickest, because he just knows how to land it on the spot for 6 balls every single over. 46 for 1 at the end of 4, and we're going to have a new bowler introduced into the attack here. It's Krishna Kumar. Thought he did a pretty good job yesterday, but interestingly enough, he kept in one of the matches as well.
Yeah, I think that was just Ramanjot wanting to take a bit of a break before the big game. It didn't work because, well, everything went pear-shaped in that last game of the evening.
Full toss is struck towards mid-on, and oh, well, direct hit, and would he have been in trouble? Forget about trouble. It's going to be some overthrows.
Yeah, that's another one from Krishna Kumar that his arm has failed him this time again. Once again, these are starting to add up pretty quickly. They're near enough at the 50 now. Should never have been 2, arguably almost a wide, but yeah, you can see here, look, just a wayward throw, and well, Tundalu was backing up. It didn't work. So he's gone for first runs off the over, which was at 2. Manzor, 20 off 13.
Oh, that was so close there, wasn't it? And we're going to see another attempted throw.
There's just so much going on in that one. If you try and watch this from this camera one alone, there's just sort of bodies and limbs flying left, right, and centre. It's like a massacre out there. You see this here. You watch it all the way through. He goes into out, does the batter. It doesn't work. But look at this. There's fielders running everywhere. There's dives. Everyone's going left, right, and centre. It's like a game of crisscross.
Worked away towards square leg. Well fielded. It's just going to be a single. Yeah, you got to say, I mean, they're really pushing hard here, aren't they? Zagreb so-called running hard between the wickets, but haven't seen a boundary now for the last 12 deliveries.
Yeah, it's starting to build up pretty quickly. As we said, the boundary rate's got to be higher. Hasn't been high this entire tournament.
Krishna Kumar, a very good economy rate so far this series, under 5 for this ECS. Oh, that's a poor delivery. That is a poor delivery. It's straying onto the pads. Manzoor will help that along. It's easy pickings for him as he finally breaks the little boundary drought.
Yeah, it's a nice flick off the pads, and the old nice sound of the old as that goes down the leg side and hits away. That's always a nice shot. 6 runs. They desperately needed that boundary, didn't they? So then, with the ball to go in this 5th. Big over, big delivery. This one, 56 now up on the board. Manzor, as he just found his rhythm here.
Looks to go big, but doesn't have the distance on it. Not quite, lands safely. They'll come back here for a couple of runs. The throw is poor, and there might even be a chance to pinch an extra run. They'll opt not to. I think they're just a little bit exhausted with all the running between the wickets.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of the 5th over. Halfway stage, the score is 58 for 1. Just saw a fielder out there, by the way, filming in a beanie. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the box here again on this Thursday morning. It is a little bit chilly to start with, but it will get up to around about 22 degrees throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we had yesterday, where, of course, in the morning it was rather chilly. Had a pretty cool morning, but then as the day progressed, it got quite sunny, and it really was the sort of half-sleeve T-shirt weather.
Yeah, so we're in the nice little blue number today. Tomorrow, Peacock Day finals. You got something in mind?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Dave will be keen and interested. I know people will be watching. This, I'd like to see someone. I reckon you think this is pretty peacocky.
This is peacock.
That's
for me.
not peacock.
That is very peacock.
That's not peacock. Not a chance. Omraj.
Yeah, I thought you'd mixed up your days when I came in first thing this morning. I thought, wait a second, today's a Thursday.
Why they come through for an extra? It's poor fielding. Yeah, no, I worked out that I packed too many shirts, and actually I've got a couple left over, so I thought, well, I'll change it up a little bit. And plus, it's getting warmer now, so like this is a short sleeve, so during the afternoon, it's pretty nice actually.
Worked away towards mid-on, and that's going to be a single.
Risky, really is risky. A couple of keen-eyed viewers, by the way, would see that David Skinner is in the Zagreb Sokol side. Of course, David Skinner's been in the chat the whole last 2 weeks, and he said he's moved there about 4 years ago, did David, and didn't come down when the weather was pretty rubbish.
Goes big, goes massive, straight down the ground. That might be heading towards the camera tower, but it looks like it has just landed beyond it. What an enormous shot there by Hussein.
Good pickup. That's all it is. It's in the slot, and he just backs himself to, as we've said so many times, just back yourself to get over those 50-meter boundaries. That's all it is. Yeah, David Skinner in there. Good to see the likes of Richard Probst is in there as well for the first time. Lucas Stubbs is involved as well today. Well, someone's having some fun out there in the deep.
Oh, just reaches out of the wider one here. It's going to go out towards Tarun Sharma in the deep.
Right off the toe that time. Really was right off the toe. Rob says he can't wait to see your new shirt. Is it a new shirt? No? Oh. I reckon it's just going to be the exact same one that I saw in Bulgaria.
Outside edge, and this one should go away towards deep third. He's just going to try to backheel that in, and they're going to grab some runs. It is finals day. That is worth pointing out. I think you do need a little bit of finals day formality.
Anyway, I've got my peacock shirt ready for tomorrow.
We're glad to see Lance Holland there's cheering me on.
Lance, I can easily take that moderator's cube away, all right? I'm joking, obviously. Morning to you, Lance. Hope you're well. Lance will be cheering on Estonia, by the way, in the sweepstake. This one is going to go for 4. Manzor flicks off the hip. It's not a good delivery from Raj. It's full. It's too full. It's a full toss on the pad. It's going to get whipped away.
Yeah, Omraj just getting that one wrong over there. Normally doesn't tend to give away these sorts of cheap runs, but poor delivery. Goes away for a boundary, and well, 18 runs off this over so far. Uncharacteristically expensive over for Omraj. We still have a ball to come.
Who have you got in the sweepstake? Finland? Yeah, Finland.
Yeah, Finland. Had a chance to see them last year in the European Cricket International Series over in Rome. So yeah, looking forward to seeing the likes of Amjad Sher and some of the very talented players they have over in that Finland team.
End of the 6th, 76 for 1. Yeah, I saw they had a good little qualifier in the World Cup T20 qualifiers. They got a good victory over Guernsey. They were the only side to get a win over Guernsey, I think. So it was pretty impressive. It was a rain-affected game, but still a win's a win. They're going to go to Abdul Hassan, who has bowled quite a lot more in the last sort of 3 or 4 days of action. I didn't really see him too much at the start, but he's going to bowl this all-important 7th. Swing and a miss from Hossein. We've got a bowler who's mostly known for his hard hitting up against Manzor and Hossein, who are known for their hard hitting themselves.
Oh dear, where has that struck him? I think it's
on the grill.
Around, yeah. Looks like that.
He's actually done really well not to go onto his own stumps here. We saw it a little bit once last week where a batter went onto his own stumps. Watch this here. Hopefully he's okay. He looks like he is. But look at this here. Right onto the grill. There you go. On the bottom bit. And look at this. If you keep going, he's not far away from... Ramajot, to be fair, was trying to stop him from actually going onto his own stumps. But you'll get a good view of it here. Right on the bottom of the grill, which means, you know, it's actually not too bad. But, of course, a concussion test just being done at the moment. But then you watch this here. He's not far away from going onto his own stumps. Ramajot does try and stop him, though. Watch this. Look. Look, there you go. He looks after him.
Shouts to catch it in the deep. Is this going to carry? Not quite. It will just be the single. Yeah, we have seen one hit wicket over the course of this ECS back in our first week of coverage, and weren't too far from seeing our second one. Yeah, that is one downside of batting so deep in your crease. I mean, if you're just pushed back a little bit on one of your deliveries, there's a good chance that you just run into your own stumps.
Yeah. Who was wasn't it a Pakistan cricketer in a test match against England?
A bit too far down the wicket here. I think that's where the 3-meter rule just kind of comes into place. Tough to give that one out.
Let's have a look here. It's tricky. Yeah, hits him on the knee roll when he's that far down. It is probably going over. Good call, I think, from Mr. DJ. Very talkative DJ.
Firmly struck. And is this into the gap? Well, maybe, just maybe, the fielder in the deep could have done a little bit better. That was Omkar Natha, the skipper himself, trying to cover that ground. It's going to go beyond him, towards the boundary. Of only 5 runs, though, off that Abdul Hassan over. 6, if you include the leg by. Not too bad.
Yeah, that's going to be the close of the over. And yeah, as you said, it wasn't a bad one, in fairness, even with that boundary. Yeah, you're bang on there. End of the 7th. It's 82 for 1. ECC. It is not far away, folks. It's within touching distance. That first game, Turkey are taking on Estonia, of course, on Monday. And then it's going to be very exciting to see the likes of Bulgaria, the Isle of Man, of course, as well. I think those 2 top sides in Group 1, pretty much the 2 favourites to get to go through to the Challenger Division playoffs. Of course, then you'll get 2 from Group 2 as well. But yeah, I think the likes of Croatia, Bulgaria, Turkey, Slovenia are going to be very much up against it, against the likes of Estonia and the Isle of Man.
Yeah, absolutely. That group looks really exciting, as do so many of the groups, both the Challenger and Premier Division. Not the best ball there by Reynolds, just short down the leg side, and all he has to do is help that along, knock over the production cabinet, and hey, there's Maz, who's going to go field that one. Yeah, Reynolds starts off with a bit of a shocking delivery here, in all honesty. Looks to bang the first one in short, but doesn't really catch the batter by surprise. It's down the leg side as well, and he's able to just help that one away for 4 runs. Just taking a look at Maz's fielding once. Look at the left arm throw there.
Yeah.
Now worked away, just a touch too straight again, and Reynolds going to get punished. Goes away towards fine leg for 4 runs. It's back-to-back boundaries to start this over.
Yeah, another poor delivery, Reynolds. But okay yesterday when he came on, I thought. He had a good couple of moments. But yeah, here now, though, it's not the best of starts, realistically. 2 poor deliveries that have both gone to the rope. $90 up now, by the way, in just what is the start of the 8th over.
Wide. And Reynolds, it's not quite getting his bearings right. Looking to overcompensate after bowling a little too straight, a little too far down the leg side on his first couple of balls, and ends up pushing one wide on the offside.
Singh behind the stump's got to do better here, though. Yeah, she's got to, be taking these better, letting them go through them, and they're getting another single, which you just can't afford to do realistically at the moment.
This game just kind of ebbed and flowed, hasn't it? Anytime there's a quiet over, it's been followed up by a big one. There's no real timing on this shot. It should land safely in front of the fielder in the deep. Of course, that's Abdul Hassan, who's coming in over there. Doesn't quite carry.
Yeah, another one that doesn't come out of the middle of the bat, but luckily probably so. Manzoor, by the way, just been quietly going about his own business. 45 off 24 for the opener. Yet again, proving to be crucial for this Sokol side at the top of the order with his run-scoring capabilities.
Oh, did that carry? Yes, it did. Oh, great catch. Absolutely brilliant take, and you can't keep this man out of the action. What a brilliant grab there by Krishna Kumar.
Well, they're just checking here. Look, there we go. Kumar's realised that Manzoor doesn't think that it's a bump ball. I like the rat tail, by the way. Let's have a look here. Was this a bump ball or not? This is the question. Oh, that's out. Yeah, that's out. Definitely out. That replay tells you all you need to know. He just chips it up. That's cheeky from Manzoor, trying to stay in and trying to play the game. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, hang on just a second. Oh, he was walking off and then he's come back. It's definitely out with the catch. There you go. Yeah, the result is given. And It was just a matter of time. Trying to do that when you've got 5 cameras playing on you, not the best of ideas. Manzor will go then, and he'll go for 45. There's another one, bites the dust. It's just the second wicket down now.
Yeah, it was just, it just looked like it wasn't a bump ball. I think the way that ball behaved, it looked fairly clear that it came straight off the bat and went to the fielder. Nice sharp take there by Krishna Kumar, who, yeah, since being inserted into this Ljubljana squad has made a massive, massive impact for this team.
So then 93 for 2. There's a new batter out there. He's going to have to go big. I believe it's Haider Osama.
Oh, what a ball. What an absolute jaffer. You couldn't bowl a better delivery to a new batter.
Interesting. They've actually gone with Mashwari, not Haider Osama. Osama has actually struggled. That is a peach, by the way. Osama's really found it tough to score runs in the back end of an innings. So they're changing it up. They go with the skipper, Mashwari.
Up in the air. Is this going to be a catch? Fielder's underneath it. Oh, it's been put down by Tarun Sharma. What a massive drop. Maheshwari with a huge let-off. He faces a beautiful delivery on his first ball, hangs the second one up in the air. Should have been a catch, and it's been put down by Tarun Sharma.
Yeah, it's a disappointing catch. Just pops out, never had it really, never had it under control. And it's going to be a drop that goes down, so disappointing way what to finish. What was an interesting over, started off with a couple of boundaries, but then finished really tightly by Reynolds, and that's going to be 94 for 2 at the end of 8. Have a look here, going at just under 12s. Of course, they've only lost the 2 wickets, but most batters have come in and really offered chances to score runs. Hossain's now 28 off 18. Ashwari, though, will be on strike. The all-important 9th over is going to get bowled by the likes of Abdul Hassan.
Lowish full toss. It's going to be struck out towards long on, and Reynolds is there in the deep to field that. Just the 1 run. So yeah, Abdul Hassan's been a little bit expensive for most of this ECS. An economy rate of just over 9. He's been only a little bit better, at least in the first over. That's a poor delivery. Just pushes one down the leg side, and it's easy pickings for Hossain, and will help that away for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. And again, how many boundaries have we seen down there? That's where the poor ball gets bowled. That's going to be a little bit tricky. Desra saying the massive crack on the ground has gone. There was never a massive crack. It was a mud trail. That's what it was when something was dragged off. It was never a crack there. Yeah, so 99 on the board now. And of course, now going at just below 12s. Of course, that ended up being too much for Ljubljana. They really struggled in that chase of a 1-2-3 yesterday against the Assassins. And since then, of course, now, you know, has that knocked the Wales, the wind completely out of their sails? You know, could the batters come out and panic once again like they did yesterday? I think they know that this is a big game. They know if they win this, they go into 3rd position, and that's a big difference when in regards to going into tomorrow's action. That ball's been in and around that tree of truth, by the way, out there at deep fine leg.
Plays this one out towards long on and beautifully struck. That just races away towards the boundary rope. Hossain with a perfect bit of placement.
Yeah, it's timing. Timing and placement into the banner. That will go. Tries to go with the straight arm delivery, but yeah, that one just is going to get through. And yeah, 4 more. Gloriously played. Needs a response here.
Looking to advance over there, but smart bowling by Hassan. Just pushes one quicker, wider.
Yeah, way swinging as well. You can see, look, he's trying to carve it away, but just gets too far away from his own body. 36 off 21, another helping hand this from Hossain, isn't it? It's been really crucial in regards to getting runs on the board for his side.
Nice slower ball there. Good deception by Hossain, and he's come back well after getting hit for a couple of boundaries. He's made the right adjustments.
Good morning to Kev, jumps in the chat.
Outside edge, and streaky boundary here for Hossain to end the over. Hassan got that one nice and full. The length was right. Just catches a thick outside edge and goes away for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's going to run away in another boundary. And this over has been a good one for Soko again. Not the best from Ljubljana. I just think they haven't got their choice of bowlers right in these death overs, realistically. End of the ninth, it's 107 for 2.
Yeah, so let's see who bowls this final over here. Got a few options. Tunduru will probably bowl it himself, going for just 4 runs in the first over he bowled. So yeah, the captain looks like he's going to bowl the first and the last over, very similar to what Abhishek Awasthi will often do as well.
That's what we've always seen from Tunduru, yeah, of course. He has to take on so much more of the load now because they haven't got Jay Sharma in the lineup. That's the key thing for him. Here we go, last overtime. Mashwari looking probably just to get Hossain on strike here.
Oh, lands this one off the pitch, and it's been given a wide, but it's worth taking another look at here.
Did die, didn't it? It really did die. Let's have a look here. Is this going to get overturned? No, just
yeah,
on.
it just
on.
catches the edge of the pitch.
Just stays low though from where we were, where we're looking. It very easy to deceive us considering it's pretty far away. So just the wide.
It just catches a little bit of the paddle, thigh paddle along the way, and that's going to go away for 4 runs.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to be really, really harsh here, and I know if Vinny was here, he'd be doing the same thing. Ramanjot Singh really set the bar high with his keeping, but here he's just on the back of his feet. He's not on his toes. He's on the balls of his feet, and you can see there his weight is back, which means he can't react to it, and he should have been getting something behind it, but instead it goes for 4-leg byes, and they're crucial runs you just can't afford to be giving up here. Sorry, that's a keeper's rant over.
No, I certainly see your point. I mean, as you mentioned, just a little bit flat-footed, leaning back. He's unable to get to that. Is this going to be hauled out to the deep? Oh, what a take! What an incredible take! We just have to make sure that he hasn't stepped on the rope, but I feel like it could be clean. What an incredible grab! He's leapt up, taken that one-handed on this cold morning. I'm sure his palms are going to hurt. Oh, he saved his side 6 runs here by the looks of it. Let's have a look at that. Oh, that is clean. That is perfect. And he deserves that. Absolutely does. He's been such a pocket rocket over the course of this ECS. Huge wicket. Maheshwari will depart.
Oh, that is so good. That is unbelievable. That is a genuine the old Statue of Liberty. And look at that. These are all watching in awe if they've just seen that. That is unbelievable from the boundary rider out on the leg side. It just plucks it out of thin air and takes an absolute screamer. New man out there then. This is Richard Probst.
A little edge there. Yep, by the looks of it there is. So, well, this is a fairly simple grab for Ramanjot Singh. He's made a few mistakes today, but no error over there. Hassan Khalid taking a superb catch earlier, and this one is taken very well by Ramanjot Singh. So a chance for Tunduru to get a hat-trick over here. He's managed to grab 2 and 2. We have to wait quite a while to see Richard Probst in this ECS, and it's going to be a very brief stay for him. He's out on the first ball.
Yeah, it does not trouble the scorers whatsoever. Although that saying I've been told is actually not true. If anything, it actually does trouble the scorers more because it's too quick to have to get everything in. Here we go. These are, of course, the hat-tricks that we've had this year. We've had 31, I believe. And the last one was Plakalam, of course, back on the 15th of September, just 4 days ago. And, of course, it was Soko against Ljubljana again in that fixture. So could we see another one here? Tunduru on a hat-trick ball.
It's a goal! That's the hat-trick! It's the second hat-trick of this European cricket series. Now Tunduru Amarnath will add his name to that list. Another one falls here. He's managed to get a hat-trick in the final over. Welcome to the honours board, Omkarnath.
Yeah, that's a really, really good hat-trick. And, of course, he had a moment of brilliance on the leg side and then 2 caught behinds. And Chaubi, of course, came out. He knew he had to give it a swing. And, yeah, unfortunately, just caught the top edge. Well done to Ramanjot Singh, though. Takes a simple catch. And another one bites it out. It's a hat-trick. And it's again this fixture, the reverse fixture, of course, it was Plakalam who got the hat-trick. Of course, he is in the side for Sokol. This time, it's the skipper.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible moment. I mean, we've had to wait a while to get a hat-trick, but we get 2 in this ECS. Let's just take a look at this. Yeah, gets a top edge, and no mistake there by Ramanjot Singh. A little bit of history made in this fine match between these 2 rivals, Zagreb Sokol and Ljubljana. So he can add his name now to the honours board, Tunduru Omkarnath, and maybe even a chance to get a fifer. Here we go. It's just going to be struck towards the leg side and doesn't quite have the room to free his arms there, Haidar Usama. So 1 ball to go. Can Thunduru Omkarnath grab a fifer as well? It would be the first fifer of this European Cricket Series.
Yeah, it would be. Haven't had a century, we haven't had a fifer, we haven't had a golden ball. We've had 2 hat-tricks though, so not complaining. Can't be greedy, cannot be greedy. Last ball coming up then of what's been a really interesting last over.
Now looks to go big here, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs, and well, a little bit of something for Zagreb Sokol to cheer on in this over, and it was just a little too short there from Thunduru. Gave Hossein the chance to free his arms, and he sent that one away a long way for 6. And Zagreb Sokol set a target of 120 for this Ljubljana side. Very similar to the target they, of course, had to try to chase yesterday against the Assassins. And let's see if they do a better job this time around.
Yeah, could it be the old 120 yips? We'll have to wait and see. Of course, they're going to be relying on Shadazma, on Ramanjot Singh, and on the likes of Abdul Hassan to really get them off to a flyer. Hassan Khalid as well is going to be crucial. Let's have a look at, of course, the start of this game. It was an early wicket. Of course, no Hashmi, so Thakur went to take it on, and well, unfortunately, it didn't work for him. He was gone, caught on the offside. Then, of course, Manzoor, well, he just does what Manzoor does, and that is get runs, and kind of do it quietly as well. He doesn't really make a big deal of things. He just goes out there, hits the poor ball, got a few lucky edges away. Of course, this one would give chase to Krishna Kumar. The boot, right boot, didn't work, and of course, the runs just kept flowing, and a lot of runs flowing in that sort of backward behind square leg, realistically, just because the bowling unfortunately meant that that was the only place they could hit them, really.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at some of the shots struck over the course of this innings, as well as other key moments such as these wickets. What a fantastic grab there by Krishna Kumar to get rid of Sagar Manzoor. Really can't keep Krishna Kumar out of the action. We've, of course, seen him bowl superbly, and it takes some fine catches as well. There were a few drops over the course of this innings. Well, Tarun Sharma putting down Maheshwari when he was on 0, but Haman Maheshwari really didn't make that count. He was scored just 2 runs of 5 balls, and there it was. There was that amazing grab by Hassan Khalid, taking it out in the deep, arguably the catch of this European Cricket Series. We would see a little bit of history made as well. Omkarnath Thunduru grabbing a hat-trick, just the 2nd hat-trick of this ECS, and his name is now on the ECN honors board. He's the 32nd bowler to have picked up a hat-trick this calendar year on the European Cricket Network. Big congratulations to him. It's certainly an honor he is never going to forget. So we'll have a look at the scorecard here for Zagreb Sokol. The top scorers are Sagar Manzoor alongside Saqib Hossein. The 2 of them batted superbly, but unfortunately they didn't really have much support from the rest of the order. As you can see, well, the top score after them is just 2 runs by Aman Maheshwari. So it really was a 2-man show for Zagreb Sokol, although they did have a lot of help from the extras department. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling figures here for Ljubljana, and well, the skipper Omkarnath Thunduru with a performance for the ages. He ends up with figures of 4 for 12, is easily the pick of the bowlers. Abdul Hassan kept things pretty tight in this match after being a touch expensive over the course of this ECS. He gives up 18 runs over the course of the 2 overs he bowled, but yeah, extras is certainly going to be a massive concern for the Slovenian side, giving up 25 runs of extras. Just a few errors they really need to clean up in their act if they want to go on and actually lift this European Cricket Series crown this time around. So we're halfway through match 52, and Ljubljana need to get a target of 120 in the 2nd innings if they are to win this match. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back on your screens for the start of the 2nd innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings of match 52. Zagreb Sokol have set a target of 120 for Ljubljana. We saw Ljubljana really struggle to chase down a very similar target, about 123 yesterday against the Zagreb Assassins, and they'll be hoping to do a lot better in this match. Of course, one thing is the Sokol side have had their issues with the ball over the course of this series, and that can make this a very exciting second innings. We'll take a look at the bonus point equation here, and of course, if they can achieve this target in 7 overs or less, which would require them to go at about 17.1 and over, they'll take all 4 points in this match. And if Sokol can keep them to under 83, then Sokol will, of course, take all 4 points in this match. Of course, heading into the game yesterday between the Assassins and Ljubljana, we really thought that it's unlikely that bonus points would be a factor, but in the end, the Assassins managed to pick up all 4 points against Ljubljana. What was a bit of a shocking result. And let's see if this game turns out to be a lot closer. Playing away towards point, just gets past the fielder, and that will be a run, so they'll get a single. Oh, just gets a little bit of extra bat, and it is very high on the bat there. They'll take another run. Yeah, so Amanchobi had a pretty decent ECS so far for this Zagreb Sokol side. He's kept things very economical. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide, just straying away from the line that he needs to be in. So Amanchobi with an economy rate of 8.5 so far this ECS. He's managed to pick up 5 wickets as well. And that's not bad at all. It really is very impressive, especially when you consider he's bowling his 17th over in this series. Which is staying a touch low. It will get past the keeper, Saqib Hossain. They're going to get some runs of buys. Just to make sure they don't let too many errors creep into their game here. Extras could ultimately be the deciding factor in this match, because we did see Zagreb Sokol give up 25 runs of extras in the first innings, and largely because of the mistakes that Ramanjot Singh made over the course of that innings. Struck hard and into the gap. Is that going to go away for 4 runs? It looks like it will, so it's a boundary. A welcome boundary. Picks out the gap very nicely there. In between the fielders at mid-off, and deep extra cover. Nice bottom-handed stroke. Away it goes for 4. Another wide over there, just gets past the keeper as well. So both these keepers just making a few errors early in the innings. Hossain just letting that one get away from him as well, I think. Keeper mistakes. Could they prove to be the difference between these two teams? 10 off this over so far. They need to go at exactly 12 and over to win this match, Ljubljana. Just coming off the inside edge of the bat, and that's going to go away towards fine leg, and they will pick up a single. Oh, good. Looks to go for the bouncer there, and it's going to be given a wide. Yeah, that was above head height. We'll just take a look at this side on to see where that passes by the batter. Oh, yeah, definite wide, well over head height. Struck away towards the leg side, and that's going to go away for a boundary. Really nice shot there by Hassan. Advances down the wicket, takes a couple of paces outside the crease, and he's able to work that one away towards mid-wicket. A very good shot. Looking to play across there, and he gets a good hold of it. As we, of course, have a quick chance to remind you there's been 87 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. That was back in Austria, and hoping to break this streak here in Croatia. So we'll have a look at our Hall of Fame for hat-tricks, and we have a new member in that Hall of Fame. It's now 2 hat-tricks here in Croatia. Omkar Nathunduru has officially added his name to that list, the 32nd player to grab a hat-trick over the course of this year. So big congratulations to him. It's a special, special moment, a very rare accomplishment as well. Of course, a good chance to welcome back Charlie Hunt as well. To the contrast with Ramanjot Singh, well, have a look at this for a batting stance.
Doesn't matter when you bowl leg sideways, though, to be fair. There's Plakalam, who's also on that hat-tricks graphic, isn't he? He was took one 4 days ago in this exact fixture, the reverse fixture, of course. Yeah, morning, everybody. Morning to the likes of Peter. Positive Pete, of course, in the chat. To Lance, to Ashu, to Jules, to Sam. Sam, of course, keeping a close eye on this. Ljubljana, the only side that can mathematically catch them still if they take 4 points from each fixture.
Looking to get really deep in his crease here. He's got a very open stance as well, saying wants to hit everything towards mid-wicket. I remember when we once saw his wagon wheel for a 50 hit right at the start of this tournament. He made every single run towards mid-wicket over the course of the half-century, all 50 of them.
Yeah, it was nuts. It was very much, let's put all our fielders out there, and he will still take it on.
Just stays a little bit low over there, sneaking underneath the bat.
Yeah, it's a good bit of work from Hassan behind the stumps. Big shoes to fill, big gloves to fill, some would say, from Hashmi, who isn't here this morning for Sokol.
Let's go big over mid-wicket, and that's going to be a 6. Gets a hold of that one really well, doesn't he? And sends it all the way.
That's glorious. That's a really stunning pickup from Hassan, but unfortunately, it's going to be one that realistically wasn't the best of bowling from Plakalam. Just sits up. It's like taking candy from a baby.
Yeah, giving him the length to get underneath that ball, and that's exactly what he has done over there. Sends that away for 6 runs there, Abdul Hassan.
Game plan, the shout. They've clearly got a plan here. It's not being executed, though.
Drilled down the ground. Is that going to have enough to go for a 4? It's going to be a big chase there, and it's going to go for a boundary. Aman Chobi covered a lot of ground to try to get to that ball, but it was struck firmly. It was struck hard. It went beyond the bowler and away for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a nice shot, but yeah, it was a little teaser, to be fair, to take that one away. Gets it away, and that'll be 4. Response, well, takes the fielder out of the equation. That's going to go all the way. 6 glorious runs, and this is a really nice bit of hitting from Hassan.
Yeah, straight back over the bowler once again, and he just loves to go down the ground, doesn't he? This time he flat bats it down the ground. You can see it just goes over the rope, and that's a maximo.
Yeah, 4 and 6. So, sorry, yeah, 4 and 6 it is, and looking pretty slick at the moment. 34 now on the board. Things going very, very well here at the moment for Hassan.
Looks to go big once again, and that's going to go the way towards long on. 4 more runs. Boundaries coming in a flurry.
Yeah, what a really nice way to finish it. It's a horrid over from Plakalam. It's going to go for a good fair few. And at the end of the over, it's tricky times. It's going to be, of course, 38 without loss at the end of the over. And it's a glorious start, 29 off 8 for Abdul Hassan.
So a good start over here for this side, and of course we'll take a look at the standings. So a lot on the line today, of course. So Ljubljana can still mathematically catch up with Sir Oliver's split. It's going to be a tough task for them, but of course this Ljubljana side, they really fancy their chances to get to the top of the table. Oh, what a shot. What an incredible hit. We know where he wants to strike it. Goes over mid-wicket once again. It's 6 more runs. Yeah, look how deep he is in his crease. Goes across as well, and he just wants to strike everything towards that mid-wicket boundary, even if it's pitching well outside off stump. Oh, goes massive, goes absolutely massive. What an enormous shot, 6 more. Oh, Ramanjot Singh is going downtown once again. Maheshwari with a disastrous start to his over.
Yeah, well, there's a difference here. There really is. You look at how the Assassins bowled to the top order of Ljubljana, and you compare it to what Sokol are doing. Sokol are bowling into the slot. They're bowling Gundy delivery after Gundy delivery, and it's getting whacked. You look at what Assassins did. They stuck to their guns. They went outside the off stump, nice and full and short if they wanted to go back of a length. And it was realistically that it was just the complete different arc here. 50 up, by the way.
Oh, wide down the leg side, and that's the pressure of getting hit for a couple of sixes. Just gets his line all wrong. Just a little bit intimidated right now by Ramanjot Singh.
It's not working. He just doesn't really know what to do here. Doesn't know how to play him. He's going, of course, left arm over the wicket, but it's not clicking.
Oh, poor delivery. Absolutely shocking delivery. It's going to go away for 4 runs. Maheshwari is just going from bad to worse for him.
Yeah, this is not working. Ljubljana are up and about it at the moment. They're already well over halfway into this chase, and all of a sudden, considering they couldn't even muster up a chase of a 123 yesterday, now they're looking like they're in for the bonus point here.
This time it was probably the first time he looked to actually play a shot on the offside, and well, he's not been able to get that one away. A dot ball, a rare dot ball.
Yeah, these aren't helping. Ljubljana, they're helping Sokol, but they need more though, and they are. It feels like they've got somewhere to be. Ljubljana, clearly.
Big
Better
swing and a miss there from Singh.
So much better. Eventually got it outside the off stump and got it back of a length. It's not in the hitting zone and in the arc of Singh, and he can't get it away. Good comeback. Can't have really another magical over. 2 back-to-back magicals will absolutely ruin this defence of 119 for Sokol.
Just misses the off stump over there, looking to play across the line over here. Ramanjot Singh, and well, he's quite lucky he's not been dismissed in the end. That could easily have clipped his off stump. Ljubljana off to a flying start though, 55 for no loss at the end of the power play.
Yeah, it's a real horrid start for Sokol. Of course, 119, they would have known that early wickets are crucial, but the power play has gone all the way of Ljubljana, and they have taken these bowlers to the cleaners and back. 55 without loss after 3 is sensational hitting. Look at the comparison. You know, they're not far behind, to be fair, or that far ahead, 14 runs ahead, but just in the context of how they had some quiet overs in the 4th and the 8th there, just feel that realistically the damage might already be done.
Well, he does, and of course Zagreb Sokol got off to a pretty good start as well during their power play, but Ljubljana managed to better that. They're 14 runs ahead at this stage. It of course took Zagreb Sokol until the 5th over to get to 55.
They're going to go back to Aman Chaubi then. Went for 15 off his first over.
Top edge, and that's just going to land safely. It'll be just a single.
It's away with that one, does Hassan, swinging and Well, why wouldn't you? 30 off 9 now. He just has this ability. He is hit or miss, though. He's hot or cold. He's either going to get you a quick fire 40 odd, or he's going to get you nothing. It's one or the other. It's never looking like he's going to nurdle a 12 or something. He very rarely does that. Singh is kind of similar at the moment, though. You'd argue both these two very much hot and on at the moment.
Oh, just gets right through Stubbs over there, and he was looking to work that one away. I think either side of the fielder, it might have gone away for 4 runs. Stubbs deals with it pretty well. They'll come back, though, for a second run.
Yeah, good recovery after letting anyone get through him, Lucas Stubbs. Just got a little bit too quick, and he sort of bumbles across, and he does recover well, though, to be fair. Does the old Duracell bunny of Croatia. 100% effort, 100% of the time. Here's Luka. You can never knock it.
Looks to go massive. This is launched over the rope, over mid-wicket. 6 more runs.
Can't bowl there. Just bowling in the slot. That's exactly what he's doing, and look at him. He's so deep in his crease, and it just means that anything that's forwards in the slot, you've got to go back of a length. We said this a few days ago. Short off the offside, he can't deal with it. He cannot negotiate it. That's what he's got to do. They're just bowling into the arc here. It's just like serving it up on a silver platter.
Here we go. Just pulls his length back a little bit, and even though the line wasn't quite perfect, you still see that Ramanjot Singh struggles to play it. He's just looking for those over-pitch deliveries.
Yeah, even still, though, it's just not ideal. It's down the leg side. I think Ramanjot saying he might have got some bat on this one, but Jasmine says, no, not today. Leg bite. Look at that, 99% to 1 at the moment. 55 off 38, of course.
Played out towards square leg, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs. So Hassan joining in on the party as well.
Yeah, this is another one that goes the distance, and this is just realistically an onslaught. This is an absolute onslaught. It's daylight robbery here. They're just taking them every single time. It's another 6 here.
Struck away towards cover, and they will pick up a single over here. And yeah, the required rate to win this game now, it's at 8, and Ljubljana's chances looking very slim over here. Wait, 48 runs, needed of 3 overs to get the bonus point. That would mean they'd have to go at about 16 and over. All of a sudden, Ljubljana have a chance to maybe get back that point they lost against the Assassins yesterday.
I don't think it's out of the equation. You look at where they're going. They're going at 18s consistently, and have done. Another over that goes at 17, bang on off the last 2, which is pretty immaculate. As it's end of the 4th, it's a crazy, crazy 72 without loss. So they're going to go with spin here. They're going to turn to Jai Thakur, try and change things up. That's what they're going to look to do here.
Looks to try to get this one away on the leg side, and Thakur will start off by bowling a dot ball. And yeah, if he just sneaks in a quiet over here, then that takes away Ljubljana's chances to get all 4 points in this match. Couple of dot balls, and haven't seen back-to-back dot balls in quite a while. It's all the way in the 3rd over.
Yeah, this is, in reality, it's not ideal for Ljubljana. They need this 4 points if they're going to get up to the top.
This is a massive shot, and that's how you respond to a couple of dot balls.
Nice shot, 6 runs. Good pickup. Yeah, Jules saying stand-upper was Anton. Yeah, how can you forget Anton from France? Yeah, some of those signals were unbelievable. They were the best you'll see. It was extravagant to say the least. Pete, no, be positive. It's not going to rain.
Oh, it was a wider delivery, and could have left that one alone, but decides to play a shot at it. And he's going to end up getting just a run.
Yep. Again, arguably could have left it, but Still with 2 balls left. Get Singh on strike. Could look to take on this slower bowling of Thakur.
That's a wide down the leg side. Doesn't quite get that one right there, does he, Thakur?
God, these last 2 deliveries of this over are massive. Massive balls in the context of this game.
Yeah, both of them go for a boundary, then all of a sudden, Ljubljana, their hopes of getting all 4 points in this game are alive. It's going to be hauled out towards the leg side, and it will be taken. So a good grab out in the deep by Aman Maheshwari. And Ramanjot Singh, after playing a fine knock, will have to depart. So that just gives Sokol a chance to maybe take at least a point out of this game.
Yeah, it does. It certainly looks it at the moment. But still, even that, you still think that this is probably going to be a really quick finish. I think they're going to send in the likes of, Taran Sharma, which will surprise a few. But with a ball left in the 5th, Ramanjot Singh will go. He's had his fun, and a good opening stand worth 80. It's 80 for 1 with the ball to go.
It's a good over here, only 8 runs coming off at a quiet over. That this, of course, Zagreb Sokol side, so it desperately needed as we're halfway through the innings. Ljubljana are 80 for 1. And, of course, as things stand, of course, it does look like the Slovenian side are going to win this fairly comfortably, but they might be even able to sneak in all 4 points here.
It's whether they can do that or not. Of course, they'd like to, but I think that over has just almost pretty much killed those chances off. I think there is a chance that realistically, they'll probably get the win here. Of course, I mean, what is it now? It's 40 needed off of 30. That's just for the sole win. Of course, take those the next 2 overs, 40 off 12. Not undoable, not unthinkable for those out there in the middle at the moment.
Yeah, certainly it could be the case. I think 1 big over here, 1 magical over, and all of a sudden bonus points are in play for Ljubljana. Let's head back to the middle where Aman Maheshwari is about to bowl. Starts off with a wide, so we did say that extras might prove to be the difference between these 2 teams in this match. And, well, at the moment, Zagreb Sokol giving up 10 runs of extras. Not quite as bad as Ljubljana, but not the best either. This is struck away towards square leg, and feeling well, just going to be a single.
Yeah, of course, he's got to fight his demons here, isn't he? In all reality, it's tough for Maheshwari to come back after getting taken to the cleaners first up.
Full toss, and Sharma he's only going to get a run out of that. In all honesty, it looked like it was there to be hit for a boundary.
Yeah, it probably should have been. It was a full toss that just didn't get capitalised, and these now have taken almost the bonus point out of the equation in all reality.
Swing and a miss there from Hassan. So things just getting a little quiet these last 9 deliveries for Ljubljana after what was a flying start there. 72 for no loss at the end of 4. Oof, drilled, absolutely drilled, and well, the non-striker had to go out of the way. Panakalam just unable to handle it. That ball was struck far too firmly. Goes away for 4 runs.
More worried about non-striker and Sharma. I thought he was going to absolutely get his head taken off here. I mean, this is absolutely rocketed off that. It's like a bullet as it goes down the ground. And yeah, to be honest, I'm not surprised it breaks through the hands of Plakalami. That was absolutely thumped down the ground. 4 runs. Hassan just on 49 now.
I'll strike that away, and he'll bring up his 50. So it's been a fine knock here by Abdul Hassan. Really has put his side in a commanding position in this match where they'll now feel like, well, not only the win, but they might even have a slim chance to grab all 4 points.
This needs to go to 6 if they're going to do that.
He's going to reach out at this delivery here, and it's going to be a slight misfield, and They'll pick up just a run, so yeah, you feel with that, any chance they might have had to get a bonus point has probably departed. They'll have to hit 5, 6, and also get a single in the last over to pick up a bonus point.
Yeah, that'll be the end of the 6th. It's 89 for 1. And of course, yeah, it would have to be a supersonic over if they were going to chase this down and get the bonus point. 31 needed off of 6, of course, but at the end of the day, even probably with a relatively decent over of maybe 15, it's going to be pretty easy sailing in from there. Let's have a look at the story so far. Ramanjot Singh, 27 off 14. Hassan, 50 off just 19 deliveries. A really good innings from him. And of course, Sharma in there at the moment. He's on strike. He's just on 2 off 3. Surprised that they go with him and not maybe Chidasma or potentially Hassan Khalid. Anyway, Tukur once again.
Struck towards the leg side, and it's fielded well in the deep. It will just be a run. That's, of course, Sagar Manzoor position out in the deep.
Yeah, that's what he wants to do there, realistically. Just play it nicely into the leg side, get a single, get Hassan back on strike.
Can Hassan now hit 5 consecutive 6s and give his side a chance to get bonus points? No, they won't. So you feel that Sokol will at least get 1 point from this match now.
They did well to pick up a point. You know, in all reality, you look at the sort of over scores, you know, 16 for none, 38 without loss after 2, 55 without loss after 3. And the worst, you know, 72 after 4. This one is going to get hit away. And work to do again. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that's just the story. And that's how the cookie has crumbled for this Sokol side. They've not been at the races in the field and with the ball in hand. Another one gets through the field of 4 more.
Yeah, it's a mistake, really is over here. There's no other way to put it. It wasn't the best ball either, but yeah, should do a whole lot better on the deep.
Yeah, got to be doing better. Get your body behind it. 25 needed.
Shout to catch it, but that's going to soar over the fielder's head and go away for 6 more runs. So back-to-back boundaries here for Sharma.
4 and 6 looking slick. It's just tried to push it wide. Krishna Kumar's a character, isn't he? He's a character. He knows his side are on their way to a well-earned victory here. Krishna Kumar, fair enough. I'll give it to you. That was good. I enjoyed that. Good shot, by the way. Good pickup. He's loving life, is Krishna Kumar. Hold that for the old highlights package.
This is another huge shot. That's going to go all the way as well. It's another Maximo, and Sharma really enjoying himself. And there he is, Krishna Kumar again, getting a bit of catching practice.
It's one of the best hairstyles you'll see on it. There he is. He knows where the camera is. Very good indeed. You got to love it. It's all about people. That's what the story is. It's all about the characters you meet on the network, and Krishna Kumar is certainly one of them. 6 runs, and well, he's going to go again. Krishna Kumar, how's your bottle? Oh, it doesn't get near it, but that's going to be 6 more, and another hat-trick of well, it's a hat-trick of 6s, but it's now the 4th boundary in a row.
Yeah, massive over, 24 runs coming off. It goes magical. Jay Thakur, who is normally such a tight bowler, keeps things very economical, is going to be taken to the cleaners in that 2nd over. So we'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Yeah, tough spot here for Belgrade. As you can see, missing a couple of players for this game. They'll be fielding 9 players against an Afyon Croatia side. Will be hoping to pick up all 4 points in this game. I think they could really get a huge victory here against Belgrade.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. Afyon Croatia will bowl first, so of course the likes of Basharat and Diadathna are going to be crucial. Of course, Sadiqi's still in there, so that top 3 and top 4 are crucial. We'll go back to live action. 7 needed for victory then. They get a point to Sokol.
Looks to dig that one out, and it's going to land safely. We'll come back here and get a 2nd run. Yeah, it's good running between the wickets, really is. And now one big shot will be enough to win this for Ljubljana.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a boundary away now. 6 will win it. You'd back Hassan to hit a 6 realistically, wouldn't you? The way he's been striking it. That last over was mental from Sharma. Oh, he's not going to hit that one away. That one stayed low, and there's nothing you can do about it.
This pitch does produce the odd one that stays very low. Bounce really is rather unpredictable on this wicket for what is an artificial surface. I've seen that over these last 12 days. For a big shot over there, Hassan. It's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, he's trying to do it in style, isn't Hassan? And course, you never know. It could come down to run rate as to where you finish. You do want to get it done as quick as possible, but you don't also want to be letting dot balls build up here.
They're swinging a miss, and well, Hassan again, he's just trying to end this game in style. He wants that perfect finish where he can strike a boundary, raise his bat in celebration, but he's chewing up a lot of dot balls to do that.
So then still just 5 needed.
Looks to go big, and that might have enough or might not. It's going to carry, and it's going to go towards Aman Maheshwari. So it's just a touch immature, you'd have to say, by Abdul Hassan. He obviously wanted that perfect finish, but he's going to end up throwing away his wicket because of that.
Yeah, but the damage already done, and a good innings does come to an end. 53 off just 25 deliveries, striking at above 200. It's consistent stuff from Hassan. A good innings, and he's got his side almost over the line, as it's 115 for 2 with just 5 runs required for victory. Very good innings, comes to an end.
Yeah, nice knock there by Abdul Hassan, getting his side to the point where they're so close to this victory. Struck firmly out towards long on, and I see Maheshwari field that on the bounce, so it's going to be a single. Just another 4 runs needed now to win this for Ljubljana. Quite over there for Barakalum, only 3 runs coming off it, and he manages to get a wicket.
Yeah, good over in the context of the game, so you can't really complain about it too much. Looks as if they might go to Sudesh here, I think, just for this 9th over. But credit to them, they took it deeper than I think many were expecting to after that electric 3-4 over starts. So with just 4 runs needed, they should probably do it in this over, unless, well, if this is a maiden, then it goes to the last and anything could happen. So I've seen crazy things happen, but you'd realistically would back Ljubljana to get 4 off this over. Here we go then, and it is going to be Sudesh Shanmugam. And it's going to be a no ball, probably. Well, they're going to nurdle a single. Let's have another look at this from side on, because I reckon this has got to be a no ball here. Let's have a look.
Let's just take a look at the height on this ball, and yeah, it looks like it is well above waist height, so that's definitely going to be a no ball.
Definitely a no ball. Has to be. Has to be a no ball. Just waiting here. Have a look. Look at this. It's off the splice, off the shoulder of the bat. Yeah, there we go. No ball called. Rightfully so. There we go. Free hit to come. So they can do it with a little edge here, maybe, because of course it will now just become 2 with the 1 and the no ball. So free hit, 2 required. Well, it's going to be bowled, but it's going to be a dot ball. Shanmugam thought he had his man.
Yeah, Sharma swinging hard, swing from the hip there, trying to wrap this up with 1 shot, but you got to say, I mean, that run rate could be a factor in this ECS as well to determine where a side will finish. And of course, Ljubljana have often been missed out on trophies because of their net run rate. They're just chewing up so many dot balls. You're trying to get that perfect finish. And it's going to get away for a single, so just the 1 run there. Yeah, I was just disappointed with the way Hassan was batting during that 8th over. I'm looking to swing hard at everything just because he wanted to end the game with a 6. And because of that, here they are. We're halfway through the 9th over, and they still haven't wrapped this game up.
Just 1 to win, though. Scores are tied.
Well, wasn't a bad idea there by Chudasman. Just trying to push at that ball, but he just ends up completely missing the line of it.
Too tentative. That's what that is. Trying to play soft hands and just drop and run. So still just 1 run required. I mean, yeah, credit to Sokol. They've managed to drag it as deep as they can.
Wishful toss, and that will go away for a single. So the winning runs have been struck by Ljubljana. At last, they'll take this victory. It took them a little longer than we would have expected, especially after the situation they found themselves in earlier in this innings, but they will get over the finishing line. It's a convincing victory against this Zagreb so-called side. And of course, we're just going to see handshakes all around. Well played, Ljubljana, and Sokol will be very disappointed with this result, I think. just made far too many mistakes with their bowling and fielding over these last 9 overs.
Yeah, that's exactly that. There were too many issues, and unfortunately, they didn't build up to anything. Next game, of course, Afyon Belgrade. That's coming up in half an hour's time. Match 53, of course. Afyon will bowl first, and well, they've only got to get the 9 wickets, so it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. Of course, 8 wickets, sorry. That's going to be very fun to see how that plays out. Belgrade, of course, at 1-10 their record. The only side still to not have lost a game to weather, which is pretty remarkable. Let's have a look at the highlights then of what was a pretty mouth-watering chase, to be fair. They started off absolutely perfectly, pretty much. They, of course, really, really enjoyed what was coming their way. Singh and Hassan were just sat deep in the crease and just taking everything downtown and over the top. It was very, very sensational hitting. 7 sixes between the two of them in that opening partnership was very, very impressive. Of course, the ball just kept sailing over the head, and realistically, the fielders felt more like ball boys.
Yeah, they certainly did. They were going and fetching balls that were sent beyond the rope at the start of this inning. They just raced away those first 4 overs. They found themselves 72 for no loss. We really wondered if they'd be able to go on and pick up all 4 points in this game, of course. Well, there's a man you can't keep out of the action. We, of course, just had a look at Krishna Kumar, who, well, he's been an absolute pocket rocket, a real entertainer over the course of this ECS. Yeah, they were going at 18 and over the first 4 overs and needed 17 as a required rate to get a bonus point. It really felt like they'd be able to go on and get all 4 points. But credit to Jay Thakur and Aman Maheshwari for overs 5 and 6, where they gave up just a combined 17 runs that just took away any chance that this Ljubljana side might have had to get all 4 points. And there he is once again, Krishna Kumar.
Krishna Kumar, what a character. You got to give it to him. The rat tail almost suits him, realistically. He's a happy chappy. And fair enough, Ljubljana, of course, doing the victory and getting the win. But of course, yeah, Hassan trying to go for it with the magical finish and got caught for his efforts. And again, Shudasma came out. But that was it. Game, set, a match. A 8-wicket victory for Ljubljana. They do it in the 9th over. They should have done it well before the end of the 7th, but they don't, which means that Sokol do pick up a win. But Ljubljana now jump up into 3rd position in the table as the Chiefs will drop down to 4th. And it's certainly going to be a very interesting lookout as we go into the afternoon fixtures, of course. The next game, not really going to affect anything in the top 5, but of course this one certainly does, and there's going to be some movement in the table.
We'll take a look at the scorecard here. Abdul Hassan top scoring with 53 runs of 25 deliveries, a good half century for him. A nice knock by Ramanjot Singh as well, 27 of 14. Tarun Sharma, of course, chipped in with some handy runs as well at the number 3 position, 26 of 10. And then Shudasma at the end struck a few runs away to get his side over the finishing line. We'll now have a look at the bowling card for Zagreb Sokol, and well, it was a pretty tough outing for them, in all honesty. Their bowlers conceded plenty of runs, just bowled far too many over pitch deliveries, a few too many full tosses as well over the course of that match. Jay Thakur bowled a superb first over, but he just spoiled everything with his second, where he was far too expensive. And of course, Suresh Shanmugam, as you can see, giving up just 4 runs in the 4 deliveries he bowled. So all in all, you'd have to say Zagreb Sokol will just be a little bit disappointed with the way they bowled in that innings. They will fall to Ljubljana here, as Ljubljana take this one by 8 wickets.
Yeah, it's going to be a disappointing end for this fixture for Sokol. Pick up a point though, so they'll be happy. Next game coming up in half an hour's time, just under that, about 25 minutes time, so we'll get underway in match 53. Pleasure to have your company with us once again. Looking forward to seeing you later on in about half an hour's time as we'll get match 53 underway. You're watching the European Cricket Series here with myself, Charlie, alongside Nish back here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Zagreb, Croatia here for match 53 of this European Cricket Series. This fixture will be a repeat of a 3-over bash that we had not too long ago at the back end of last week. It is, of course, a bit of a bottom of the table clash. It is going to be Afyon taking on Belgrade in this one. It's going to be a very interesting fixture. Last time these two sides met, it was, as I mentioned, a 3-over bash. Of course, Belgrade could only muster up 14 runs off 3 overs. Afyon did it within an over and 4 balls to go. So no real surprise that they were, of course, happy to take that one. So there is a bit of bragging rights for Afyon going into this one. Belgrade still sat rock bottom of the table. These two sides only playing for pride. It is the last time as well that we'll see Afyon this year. Of course, we've seen them in Bulgaria and we're seeing them here, of course. It's the last time that we'll see them because they won't make it into finals day tomorrow. Let's go out to the middle then as Stefan Gooch is out there with the two captains for the coin toss.
Belgrade to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's heads. Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Afyons have won the toss. They're having a bowl.
There you go then, news from the coin toss there. Turk for the last time for Afyon winning the toss, and they're going to have a bowl first in this one. Again, we do know that their batting has really been where they've struggled. You know, Turk was the leading run scorer at one point with just 35, but that was a couple of days ago. And of course, since then, he hasn't really found form. He's really struggled to get any runs on the board. They've had to look at other avenues. Kudkin, for example, has been pretty handy. The old seasoned senior pro out there for them. And of course, they've been very, very reliant on Habibullah. Of course, he's been the only other batter that's looked like he's been able to come in and hit runs and sort of take boundaries away from the opposition. As for Belgrade, a really, really tricky tournament for them. Of course, they haven't actually lost a game to weather. They're the only side in this tournament who didn't lose a single game to any weather. Of course, fingers crossed that it stays that way. But as for them, they have had a couple of ins and outs throughout the tournament, but it just hasn't clicked. As a unit, they just haven't clicked in all three regards of the format. So it's going to be really tricky for them. But of course, this is an opportunity for them to get some points on the board up against Afyon. It's going to be an interesting one. We'll go over to Nish Chebat, who's standing by in the comms box as news from the toss here in match 53. It is going to be the Turkey side, Afyon. They're going to bowl.
Thank you very much for the updates. Looking forward to this game. Afyon playing for the last time this European Cricket Series. And both these sides have had a pretty difficult tournament. They're sitting in the bottom 3, but it's a chance for both of them to get a few points, scrap hard in this match, and make a few good memories, as well as we get a beautiful look at this gorgeous cricket ground here in Zagreb. We really are in a beautiful part of the world, not too far from, of course, the sports campus of the University of Zagreb with the Faculty of Kinesiology not too far from us. Here's a look at the Belgrade lineup. They are missing a couple of players for this match, so they'll field a 9-man side. They're going up against an Afyon side with plenty of young talent in there. Of course, you know, we've seen Ahmet Koskun, as well as Salih Aliz, Hassan Yanner, and Sian Alton really impress over the course of the series. You can see Mesut Özil up there as their leading points getter. Afyon coming into this match as favorite, 58% according to that win predictor, and they'll certainly fancy their chance to pick up a victory for the second time in this ECS against the Belgrade side of only 1 win so far this series, and in most of their matches they've been rather non-competitive. So let's see how this match will go. And of course, speaking of young talent, there's one right there in Mehmet Sinar, who is about to bowl the first over. 4 wickets for him so far this ECS, and he's bowled with an economy rate of 11. This is played nice and late, run down towards third, and they will pick up a single. Yeah, so far this ECS, Afyon are giving up on average 106 runs over 10 overs, which isn't too bad for a bowling side. I think they've done a pretty good job bowling against some quality teams as well. We saw them restrict the Assassins are under 100. It's the only time the Assassins have been kept to under 100 in this ECS. Well, looks to work this one away here. Basharat. Oh no, was that a chance that's been put down? Oh my goodness, it's Shakil Faruqi. Yeah, Basharat with a rather poor shot over there, and it goes out towards Faruqi, and he's just put that one down. So Basharat could have been gone on the first ball. Oh, just meeting the outside edge of the bat there. Good bowling by Sinner, nice and full, just making Siddiqui push forward, and was looking to draw the outside edge of the bat. This is pushed away towards mid-on, and that's going to be a single. So yeah, massive match for both these teams, of course. So not too much on the line for them, but they both have plenty of pride and will want to get as many wins as they can out of this ECS. Belgrade, it's very hard to find positives for them, in all honesty. They've struggled in most departments over the course of this series. Huge swing and a miss there by Basharat. Yeah, so averaging 74 runs over 10 overs with a bat so far this ECS. Does he get his bat down in time there? Yep, looks like he has. Seemed fine, and Basharat is going to be back in safely. Struggled with their bowling too, giving up almost 120 runs as well over 10 overs. It's just not too much has clicked for them this series. And some of the key men, such as Basharat, who you would have expected big things from in this ECS, haven't been able to find their form either, and that's just made things so much harder for this Belgrade side. Siddiqui's the only one who's enjoyed any success whatsoever with the bat in hand. He's had the only 50 this series for this Belgrade side. It's been a challenge, really has been. This ECS been a real baptism by fire for the Serbian side. Bowls is another one wide here, overcompensating Sinner, and pushes one down the leg side. Now bowls a wide on the offside. Of course, it's worth keeping in mind that Belgrade have historically been very successful in the European Cricket Series here in Croatia. Their last appearance was in 2022, and they won this trophy back then. And during their first appearance as well in 21, they finished top in the group stages, and then ultimately ended up in third place after a rather shocking finals day for them. It's just not the same Belgrade team that has toured this country in the past. Not a single member of those squads is a part of the team that has toured Croatia this time around. It's a 5-run over to start off. Basharat, there's a lot you could say about his shot selection, and I just wasn't quite getting close to the line of the ball. Here's a look at the fixtures for the ECCW. So as you can see, the Challenger Division is going to take place from the 9th to 14th of December, and it features the likes of Spain, Austria, Germany, Jersey, and Czechia. And then the Premier Division will take place between the 15th to the 20th. And you got sides from England, Ireland, and Scotland joining the Netherlands and Italy. So should be a great couple of weeks of cricket over in Cardamom. A perfect way to round out another great season of European cricket. It's Ahmed Koskun coming in to bowl the second over. Starts off with a really good delivery here. Siddiqui with no real foot movement, just kind of pushing at the ball. And he's kind of lucky that doesn't draw his outside edge. And here we go to the keeper. Of course, Nishay Watt here in the commentary box. And joining me is Charlie Hunt.
Morning, everybody. Decent start for Afyon Karahisar. Belgrade just a little bit looked like they're just a little bit slow to the start of the race this morning. Don't exactly look as if they're up and about it so far.
Still leaps up and blocks that one out, and that's going to be a dot ball. pushes this one away towards cover on the offside, and it's going to be a single. They'll pick up a run over here. Yes, Siddiqui, we do know he's capable of playing big innings, made a 52 of just 28 deliveries yesterday, batted superbly against a quality bowling attack as well, but a bit tentative to start off. They've been very cagey these first few overs. Belgrade, you'd expect them to look to continue to attack. Hit away towards cover. This is a good looking shot. Could go all the way for a 4, and Öztürk's just going to try to backheel that one into the rope, and well, that's what we expect to see from Arslan Bashar. A beautiful looking shot. This is maybe one of the most aesthetically pleasing strokes we have seen, and well, just watching him play, you can tell he's a quality cricketer, but well, he hasn't been able to find the form. Everything about that cover drive is just picturesque. The high elbow, beautiful timing, meets the ball with the full face of the bat. Down the leg side, just gets beyond the keeper. Oh, could be a mix-up here. Could be a chance for a run-out, but the throw wasn't the best in the end. It was a rather weak throw, and it made sure that Siddiqui was able to get back safely and was not threatened too much in the end. Let's have a look at this once again. Yeah, pushes it wide down the leg side, gets past the keeper as well, over to the fielder at short, fine leg, and yeah, just needed a stronger and more accurate throw. Goes straight down the ground, one bounce over the rope. Beautiful stroke here by Basharat, straight back over the bowler. It is timed so beautifully. It's an over-pitch delivery, meets it on the half volley, holds the pose as well. That is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
Straight out of the textbook, realistically, that one, isn't it? That's a glorious shot. Just too full from Kozgun. That's just the issue. It's in the slot. Gets the treatment that it deserves. So 15 up on the board. This over's gone for, of course, a few. Last ball potentially. That's one ball. Well dug out, though, from Basharat. We'll just nurdle a single. That'll be the close of the second. It's 16 without loss.
Yeah, entertaining over to watch. I think it was a good battle there between bat and ball. We saw some boundaries hit. Some nice balls in between by Ahmed Kozgun as well. Very absorbing over to watch as Belgrade find themselves 16 for no loss. Yeah, I love the fact that they've opened the bowling here with their two young guns in Mehmet Sinar and Ahmed Kozgun. I'm sure we'll see Öztürk as well at some point in this innings, but they're putting a lot of faith in the two young men, and they certainly have bowled very nicely these first couple of overs. We'll have a look at the standings here. So both these sides are, of course, out of contention. They won't be making it to finals day. Today is the last day. We'll see both of them. Afyon Croatia, of course, for the final time in this series. This is their last match. Again, you know, things haven't quite gone their way. Of course, I spoke quite a bit about Belgrade during that first over and how it isn't quite the squad they've had in the past. Not a single member of their previous squads is here.
Oh, this one is going to get lofted over the top, and that is glorious. Superb, and everything from a left-hander just looks more aesthetically pleasing than if it was a right-hander. 6 over extra cover. Glorious shot.
Yeah, it's one of those shots that he wish he could give it 8 runs because of how gorgeous it looks. And yeah, he just loves to hold the pose there, doesn't he? We'll get a bit of extra for style points. But yeah, I mean, Afyon Croatia, of course, had some issues over in Bulgaria as well. I mean, they mostly kind of beat up on the likes of Plevin and the Blacksmiths, getting that one victory against Pac Falcon in that ECS. And they've kind of come here as well. They've struggled. It's been a difficult time in terms of results, but I think for this Afyon Croatia side, it's all about developing young talent. They've certainly achieved that.
Well, now tries to overcorrect onto the leg side. This is a wide delivery. Good footwork this time around from Yanar behind the stumps. He's been really good as well, hasn't he? He's certainly been a positive that's come out of this this tournament for the likes of Afyon Croatia.
Yeah, he's another one of those young talents who's just impressed so much, I think. You can put him, Ahmed Kozgun, as probably the two real standouts for them. I think Salih Aliz have loved the way he has grown as well. And I'm very keen to watch the development of Mehmet Sinar too over the coming years.
Oh, stays low, and this is not far away. It's a rash shot from Basharat. And he's trying to go very large into the onside, but it's a bit of a slog.
How close is this to the leg stump? I mean, it's one that stays really low, and he's unlucky, just doesn't shave that leg stump along the way. I think when we watched that match yesterday between Afyon Croatia and the Assassins, I know, of course, you did have the morning off. I love the way Afyon Croatia bowled in that match. I think they're the only side that have kept the Assassins to under 100, and there's a reason they did that. We'll talk a bit more after this ball.
Little tickle, and he's going to get through the field. There's work to do on the chase, on the recovery. Going to do well eventually. They'll think of two. It will only just be one. Good fielding in the end, good recovery.
Yeah, just looking to angle this one in here, Sinar, and it's just important that he doesn't push it too far down the leg side. But yeah, what I loved about Afyon Croatia, in that match was they just kept everything on the stumps. It was stump to stump. They got lucky with a lot of wickets. I think I've never seen that many batters depart the balls, which stay as low as they did. But the reason they were able to get those wickets is because they kept it on the stumps. And we often say it here in Croatia, we do know the ball tends to stay low on the odd occasions, and keep it on the stumps, you'll eventually get a wicket.
Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean. It's exactly what you expect. Pace off is where the pitch will sort of bounce higher, but pace on is where you'll get the lowies. Of course, Siddiqui 3 off 6. I mean, this guy can hit it. He just hasn't really had anything go his way yet. So this is an ideal start for his innings. And in red and blue.
I loved his innings against Ljubljana yesterday. It really was a fine knock.
Oh, driven, but not anywhere near the ball. That's a dot. Good delivery from Sidar again. He's bowling well.
Hasn't quite got his eye in yet, has he? Siddiqui, he's struggling a lot right now. Not what you'd expect from someone who's, of course, coming off the only half century we've seen from a Belgrade batter, this ECS.
It's not what you want at all. It really isn't. Things are just starting to sort of slow down momentarily. And again, just driven and nurdled for one. No real aggressive shot there, realistically.
Had a single and about 9 runs so far in this over. And well, let's see how Sinar can end it. It's, of course, Basharat on strike. Belgrade are 25 for no loss. We got 1 ball to come in this third over.
Lofted up over the top, and fielder chasing back, and was never going to get there. He didn't turn around quick enough. He didn't. Best off turning back, running sort of backwards, and then turning around again. But he just tries to backpedal. It's such a tricky thing to do, and it's a pretty rash shot. It doesn't get anywhere in the middle of the bat, does Basharat.
Yeah, we're just going to take a look at this opportunity here, and yeah, it was always going to be tough for him, wasn't it? And in the end, we see this power play go for, I believe, about 27 for no loss. I think we'll, of course, get the score updated very shortly. But yeah, I love this comment by Der Surge in the chat. Of course, Lance Hall mentioned that there's a few dead spots in this pitch, and Der Surge responded, well, there's dead spots, and there's also plenty of trampolines on this pitch as well.
Apologies, folks, for the lack of the on-screen at the moment. Just having a few issues over on our end, of course. Yeah, Belgrade, got to remember, just the 9, so things not looking bright for them. So they know that, realistically, you need to get the 7 wickets, so that's going to be tough. Sorry, 8 wickets, I should say. So there's certainly ample opportunity here for Afyon Croatia to really restrict this side. A couple of wickets in there. You're into the thick of batters that have not clicked all tournament and haven't really looked like they're going to change their ways either. We're just waiting on a couple of bits here, but of course it's still looking a little bit rosy for Belgrade. They're 26 without loss after the power play, and in all reality they should be looking to kick on now for the remaining 7 overs of this innings. Cosgan goes forward straight, this one up in the air and will get taken, picks out the sole, one of the few fielders actually out in the deep realistically, and that's a really good catch by Habibullah. He's been always consistently down there at long on, long off, and he makes no mistake. That'll be the end for Basharat, and well, he thinks he's got it, but then realizes, oh, no, I don't. He's going to have to go.
Shamuradi really has been one of the key veteran figures in this Afyon Croatia side, who was led by example, and he holds on to a great catch there. Yeah, Basharat's just had a difficult time throughout this ECS. Despite all the class he boasts, just hasn't quite been able to get things right. And there he is, Habibullah Shamuradi holds on to that catch.
So new batter will come out. Mohamed Ahmed, the skipper, by the way, for this fixture. Of course, you've still got the likes of Diadafna. You've also got, after that, Sakaran can come out. And then you're looking at Sabayan, of course. Samiula with the ball could be crucial. Here is Ahmed, and it's a very, very interesting shot start. Well, this could be close. Oh dear, no cigar. Close, but no cigar for Yana behind the stumps. It's a very, very risky buy run there.
It's a difficult series so far. Mohamed Ahmed scoring just 21 runs in the 4 innings he's batted in. His highest score is 10. I think there's a number of batters in this Belgrade side who have similar figures, so Mohamed Ahmed has plenty of company in this team. Well, it just climbs up there on the batter, and I think that's just caught him on the thigh. Yeah, he's not wearing a thigh pad, so that's certainly going to hurt. Let's just take another look at this. Oh, yeah, that's going to hurt. That will certainly hurt. And of course, you know, the few men's, isn't he, Mohamed Siddiqui, the few men in this team who's actually managed to score some pretty decent knocks. Of course, has the only 50 for Belgrade in this ECS. It's a little bit of a away movement there, Ahmed Koskun, and it beats the outside edge of the bat. Love this, of course. They're going with Mehmet Sinar and Ahmed Koskun to lock down these first 4 overs, and the 2 young men have certainly done a great job so far. Koskun conceding just the 1 run so far this over. Of course, it did come off a bye, so it's not going to be credited against him. Oh dear, that will be just pushes one down the leg side.
Yeah, now just losing a bit of rhythm here, and frustration starting to kick in for Koskun, which is not what you want. You just got to keep at it, keep consistent, keep your head up. The rest will follow. Do the basics right.
This does happen to Koskun though a few times. I think he normally struggled his last couple of deliveries of a spell, and these are things he'll just get better and better at as he continues to develop as a cricketer. Yeah,
exactly that. You know, it's just all about, you know, taking the right steps forward, putting your right foot first. That's a good delivery. Siddiqui just doesn't look to be playing many shot-scoring or run-scoring shots here, really.
I mean, the run rate's at 7.3. You've surely got to at least try to slash at that ball. Maybe even if you catch an edge, it can go away for a boundary. You've got to go hard in this format, and well, he's just watching the ball go past him. You're just trying to almost admire the shape on that delivery.
Yeah, this is lackluster, to say the least, from Siddiqui at the top of the order. Got to be trying to go here. Well, he's not going to. He's going to get done by a ripper from Koskun, and he just stands there and he can't believe his luck. It's a peach of a delivery from Koskun. When he gets it right, he's very, very tough to negotiate. And unfortunately, Siddiqui was just not up to the task. And it's going to be the 2nd wicket to fall for Belgrade. They're 28 for 2 now.
A well-deserved wicket there for Koskun, his 8th of this series. And these are also his 2nd best bowling figures of the series. He'll end up with a 2 for 12. Beautiful ball. I mean, he absolutely dominated Mohamed Siddiqui during that over, and he thoroughly deserves to get his wicket.
Yeah, he's a very eccentric player, is Siddiqui, both with bat and with the gloves, but unfortunately couldn't get anything going there. And yeah, plays all round it. Disappointing shot, pretty rubbish. Well, there's no other way of putting it. Pretty poor shot. And unfortunately, he'll go. The score is, as I said, 28 for 2. Of course, that is the end of the over as well, so 4 overs down. That's why the likes of Mohamed Ahmed is at the striker's end, and the new batter, Diarafna. Again, it's the same sort of, keep saying the same thing for his introductions. He had a really positive start, looked really good, but since then he's just not been able to kick on. He's got the likes of Mesut Öztürk coming up against him now in this over. Good delivery to start into the pad, not out, of course, down the leg side.
His leading run getter for Belgrade this series, it is Rafna, the only one with 2 scores above 30 so far in this ECS. And I think when he started off, he really was playing some quick fire innings, looking to attack. His strike rate was up, but it's a dip down to 121 since the start of this ECS.
Leg side and hit away. This is going to have to do some work as the fielder. Not going to get there. It's going to be 4. So Ahmed gets his first runs off the bat. It's a leg side hoik, but still gets runs.
Boundary, welcome boundary. Haven't seen one since the first ball of the 3rd over. That's going to trickle away and go over the rope. for 4 runs. So, yeah, Mesut Öztürk brought on after a nice opening spell by the 2 young guns, Sinar and Ahmet Koskun.
Oh, try to step inside if it gets followed. It won't be a run there. That's well fielded. Good pressure by Özdemir. He's quick to sort of run on in and really apply the squeeze.
Yeah, you tend to see Öztürk bowling the first over, so it's an interesting situation for him having to come in here as for the first change bowler. And I think he's going to relish the opportunity. I mean, both Koskun and Sinar kept things pretty tight, and he's got an opportunity to bag some wickets as well.
Up-ish into the onside. There is a fielder out there, though. It's well watched by Koskun. Will just be 1.
And of course, Belgrade will have to get a move on here, and this is where maybe opportunities will just present themselves for Öztürk. And we do know he's got the intelligence and the guile to just pick up a few wickets.
Oh, this one lifts out of nowhere. They don't take a run because it has no pace on it. But again, this is what I was telling you. Having been out there and you know, sort of had a bit of fun, anything that's slow, it just bounces out of nowhere and it's almost gone above his head. In fact, yeah, it's been given as 1 for the over and is going to be a wide. Correction, no, it's not, sorry. I stand correct. I was going to say, probably shouldn't have been. And this is Fuller. And driven away, but will just be pushed away for a single. So Dayarathna will get off the mark. That'll be the close of the 5th. It's 34 for 2.
And of course, Belgrade currently find themselves going along at just under 7 and over, becoming a bit of a familiar tale with Belgrade as we, of course, welcome you into our commentary position. So, yeah, nice start here for Afyon Croatia. I love the way they're bowling. We've got a good chance to see Ahmet Koskun and Mehmet Sinar bowling those first 4 overs, and I just love the leaps and bounds these young bowlers are developing.
Yeah, they're enjoying themselves out there, aren't they? And that's the main aspect. You know, you play your cricket with a smile. The sort of the good cricket will come, and it's just a matter of time. Of course, yeah, we spoke a little bit about it yesterday and their development and what they've got available to them. Of course, still very much a cricketing developing country in Turkey, so you know they've got a lot of work to do. They've got a lot of time. It's going to take time and effort. That's what you need. And you know, the likes of Öztürk, who he coaches a lot. He does a lot of work out there, but of course he's just keen to play cricket. You know, we saw him at different parts of Europe this year, but you know they've just got to take their time. The patience and will work. You know, patience will pay off.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it could be Shakil Faruqi coming on to bowl the 6th over. And of course, he is one of the more experienced players in this side.
This one up onto the leg side. And it's going to split the 2. That's going to be 4 carreras from Dayarathna.
Yeah, so Faruqi just starts off by dropping one a little bit too short of Faruqi at times. He's been a bit hit and miss this series. You know, he's been able to bag wickets in a few matches, but in other ones, he's just given up a few too many runs. And I wonder which Faruqi we will see in this match. A rather unpredictable bowler. You don't know what you're going to get from him.
Yeah, he's very unpredictable. Drag leg side, but almost follows the batter, gets away with it. Will just be 1. 39 on the board at the halfway stage, looking at a score of 70-ish. Is that going to be enough? I think it's going to be close. You know, you saw at the start the win predictor was 50-odd to 40-odd, and now 60-40. Still for Afyon Karahisar, though, so I think you've got to remember that 39 for 2 is essentially 39 for 4. It's one thing to remember.
Yeah, statistically, Afyon Karahisar have been the worst batting side in this ECS.
It's 1 hit away, just be a single.
Averaging just 66 runs over 10 overs so far this series. That's even lower than Belgrade, who we know. We certainly talked a lot about some of the problems they have. But I think just going back to the construction of this Afyon Karahisar, so what I love about them is they have a good blend of experience and young talent.
Fuller in the slot. This one lofted up in the air, and this one is going to be just trickling over the boundary. You can just see how that one really plugged as it went down the ground. But a nice shot gets 4.
Yeah, gets that one away. A nice stroke here by Dayarathna. Knew no one was back at long on. Mid on is up, and he just got it over his head. Yeah, it's a pretty safe shot in the end. Goes away for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a nice shot lofted over the top. The fielder was up in the ring, so you can understand as to why.
Just send mid on back now after that shot.
Playing with the field a little bit, and now that means that there's a gap that forms, and he can just push this into the offside for 1. You still feel that realistically here at the moment, yeah, as you said, it's been really, really tricky for Afyon Karahisar. You know, you look at their average runs, it's not been too high. Last ball potentially of the over will be, but this is up in the air and off the splice. Gets none of this. Does Ahmed, will be a single. He'll keep the strike. It's 46 for 2 after 6.
12 runs coming off that over, the biggest over we have seen so far this innings, which just kind of epitomizes how well Afyon Croatia have bowled. So we'll just have a look at the scorecard here, and as we can see, Arslan Basharat, the top scorer, making 18 of 11. He eventually hauled one out to Habibullah Shah Muradi at long off and was dismissed. Off the bowling of Ahmed Kozgun, both the wickets we've seen so far this innings fell in that 4th over, where Kozgun picked up a couple of wickets as well.
Yeah, so still here with signs of positivity to go. They're going to turn back to Messi, who's going to return after a pretty decent first over. Just went for 6 runs, but went wicketless, which was frustrating for him, of course. Up against Ahmed, 7 off 7. All these Belgrade batters just haven't been able to get going, have they? It's been very frustrating to see how they go about their business here. Okay, then here is Messi, 7th over time, goes full, block hole, can't get it away. Good start, nice and full, getting it in the right areas, asking the right questions. Still though, not an ideal situation to find themselves in here, Belgrade. Slower ball and Hoyk's leg side. He's got the gap, I think. Yes, he has. It's going to get 4 runs, as it's frustrating for the bowler Ozturk, because he doesn't feel that this should have gone for 4, but it was hit firmly.
Gets that one away for a boundary. Nice shot there by Ahmed. Looks to advance, takes a couple of paces outside his crease, and then he plays that beautifully. Picks out the gap, goes away for 4 runs. Helped a little bit by a slight misfield as well.
Up in the air. This one's gone high. Good luck. No. Oh dear, well, he's almost taken each other out, and he's holding on to his head here. He goes into the leg of Faruqi, and I don't know if he's holding his head in pain or if it's more in shame. I think it might be a bit of both, but yeah, he's really taken one on full face into the leg of Faruqi. I think he's going to be okay, but that one was so high in the sky.
Yeah, both Faruqi and Habibullah went at that ball, and then Shah Muradi ends up dropping it and then almost takes out Shakil Faruqi. So all's well that ends well. Neither one of them gets too badly hurt, so should be able to move on.
Chance goes down there, and there's a moments, the half chances that you've got to take, really. Short again and swatted, and the wrists come out on this one to keep this down on the floor, and it's going to be stopped nicely. Not pushing for the 1s and 2s here, though. I was saying he thinks the Spanish team should enter Croatia next year. Interesting. Very interesting. Ozturk yet again. Dirathner, 11 off 6. Good delivery. Gets stuck in 2 decisions. He doesn't know whether to go forward or back realistically.
Just going past the outside edge of the bat there, and Ozturk, well, it's very rare that he goes into a match and doesn't pick up a wicket. He's bowled economically so far. Got a ball left. Let's see if he can grab another one.
Like a wicket here, wouldn't he? He'd love to see one next to his name. Up over the top on the offside, and that's a glorious shot. Finally, things coming good for Dirathner. We've been saying it for what feels like weeks now, but he has got a good the ability behind it. That's a nice shot. 4 runs to finish. At the end of the 7th, it's 57 for 2.
Beautiful shot. Just opens the face of the bat, helps it away behind point, goes away for 4 runs beyond that stronger together banner as well. A couple of decent overs here for Belgrade. They managed to get 23 runs off the last couple of overs. We'll take a look at this year's European Cricket Series calendar and all the destinations. We've had the great privilege of going to, of course, any ECS in particular you enjoyed the most. Feel free to, of course, add that in the chat. Yeah, so many great countries have had the chance to visit. Mostly been in Eastern and Central Europe over the last few months.
Yeah, of course, always tends to be the case with the hot summers, doesn't it? As they're going to turn to Sally Ellis, and this one is going to get lofted up and is going to get taken. That's a great catch. Faruqi isn't sure. I think he's okay here. We're going to have to check his footing, but I think he's done enough.
Yeah, he certainly has. I think it's fine. I think if you look, there's plenty of grass between his foot and the rope. Well, looks like He's done the trick here on the very first ball, and yeah, that should confirm it. It's a perfectly clean catch. Shakil Faruqi will hold on to that, and there is the evidence to confirm it. So the batter's going to make his way back towards the dugout, and Salih Elise, of course, a man who was talking a bit about during the first over, is going to get a wicket off the very first ball, his 5th wicket of this European Cricket Series.
Yeah, it's going to be the 3rd to fall, as it is confirmed, and that is going to be a very frustrating way to go for him. He was trying to get going, but he can't, and it is going to be 57 for 3 in this 8th over. New batter is going to be Podkavan Esvard to come out then here at number 5. Of course, you can see he actually got it down the middle, but just didn't get the elevation. Ended up picking out the fielder. Good catch by Faruqi. So then, Esvard, as I said, in. Ellis does take a wicket with his first delivery. Oh, and it's not a bad second one either. Goes back of a length this time. And that's going to be another dot, a welcome dot. Could start this for Ellis after a couple of boundaries in the last over. Just tidying things up again. Playing clean up. Oh, that's not the best. That's a wide ball, and that's really, really well done by the keeper behind the stumps. And Yana, who's again been very impressive with his glove work and his feet as well. He's been pretty, he's done pretty well to have to deal with some of the bowling that's come his way, in all honesty. Fuller, put down into the leg side, just pushed for one. It doesn't really feel like a very electric one this time, realistically.
Now, the expected score is currently 80, and with Afyon Karahisar's batting woes, I mean, even that could be a slight challenge for them. So I think realistically they'll want to keep this somewhere under 75.
Yeah, you can see they're expecting it up to 80, but of course a couple of wickets would change things. They need Dirath, and they need to get him quickly, because if he motors along, it could be tough. Leg side, pulled away. Just be a single. Again, there's not been many twos, is there? It's all been realistically dealing in singles in this game so far, that is.
Yeah, if you take a look at Afyon Karahisar's highest score so far this series, their top score is 79, and that came against Zagreb Sokols. They have 3 scores in the 70s, but nothing beyond that.
They've got the ability to get up there, though. Swing and a miss, and of course there'll be some few extra gaps in the field when they're batting as well, so they have to look to try and make the most of those.
Yeah, they certainly do. Let's see how they can bowl. Got another 13 deliveries left. Salih Elise has done a great job so far. He's kept things pretty tight in this over. You'd imagine he'll come back to bowl the final over.
Swing and a miss, but it's too wide. Ellis just falling off, and just two extras have come in now. They're starting to spoil what would have been a super over. Super tidy over, that is. Trying to get out of this over, Ellis. Morning to Paul. Good to have you with us. Does finish well. Could finish with a wicket if he can get there. Oh, and he doesn't. Just looks again like he takes his too casually. Takes his eye off the ball, does Ellis, and that's going to result in a drop. Eswar gets a life. Ellis should have had 2 in the over. Only gets 1, but still, it's a tidy one at that. 1 off for 5 off the over. It's 62 for 3 with 2 overs to go in the innings.
We'll take a look at the run rate over here, and as we can see, it's just currently under 8. Belgrade, of course, their aim will be to try to get to at least 80 runs, and then they'll feel like they have a chance to beat this Afyon Karahisar side. Of course, got a couple overs left. You'd imagine Shakil Faruqi will bowl this penultimate over, and it's going to be him, and then Salih Elise coming back for the final over. So Faruqi's first over went for 12 runs. He bowled the 6th.
This is full and up in the air. Don't think it's going to carry. And oh dear, he's misjudged this. For the first time, it's an error from Shamadadi down there in the leg side. And that's a really, really poor way to start the over, because the pressure back onto the fielding side here as a full gets hit first up.
It certainly is. It's not the best ball either by Faruqi, in all honesty. It is a low full toss, but yeah, could have been fielded a lot better by Habibullah Shah Muradi. Normally so good in that position out at long on, but makes a crucial mishap on this occasion.
Now it's an inside edge. It sounds like a bat breaker. That does well fielded. Again, just inning with a single. So good cricket, gets the boundary, then rotates the strike for 1. Of course, Belgrade have got 2 tough fixtures, or 3 tough fixtures really. It's 2 tough fixtures to follow this one, sorry. Take on Sokol in the next game, and then the last game of the day they take on Ljubljana. That really is going to be tricky for them, of course. It's their last 3 remaining fixtures today. Ljubljana, of course, still got 2 to go. They take on the Chiefs in that match 55. That could be an exciting one. Faruqi took a catch earlier. Would love a wicket, but this is launched up and away. That's a glorious bit of timing. Goodbye, Grizzly. That's gone all the way, 6 runs.
That goes the distance. A full toss served up again by Faruqi, and you don't bowl there to Dayaratna. Any left-hander is going to pump you over square leg if you bowl it there. What a massive, massive stroke by Dayaratna. You really feel he holds the key here for Belgrade. What can he realistically get them up to?
Poor delivery, and now it's a short ball. This one up in the air. Not going to get anywhere near the middle, and again, even in the field, just look a little bit tired here, Afyon Karahisar. It's been a long couple of days. Direct hit. They're going to try and get a cheeky single here, and they will. Good running, good alertness. A little bit unlucky for Afyon Karahisar, though, to be fair.
Yeah, Shakil Faruqi could just be a bit hit and miss at times. You don't quite know what you're going to get from him in an over, and well, it looks like this is going to be an expensive one. 13 runs off it already, and it's the most expensive over of the innings, and we still have a ball to come.
Still 2 balls to come, in fact, and this is
balls
hit down the off side, down the ground. Work to do. Again, should have been pushing 2 there instantly, but they're not. Look at the timer, by the way. Just check that timer. Oh dear, could be penalty runs incoming. This one up in the air. It's away from the fielder. Again, just a single though, and there's got to be 2 there. Has to be.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, you'd like to have Dayaratna on strike as well heading into the next over. So Belgrade are 77 for 3 heading into the final over, and well, the top score we've seen from Afyon Karahisar so far, this ECS, is 79. So it looks like, well, they're going to have to pull off a record chase, at least for them, in the second innings. We'll have a look at the bowling card here, and Salih Ali's is going to bowl this final over. Bowled superbly in the first one, gave up 5 runs and took a wicket. We saw Mehmet Sinar and Ahmad Koskun bowl those first 4 overs. The 2 young guns really did a good job of locking those first 4 overs down. And just made sure that Afyon Karahisar kept things under control, but it's just begun to get away from them a little bit these last 4 overs. Shakil Faruqi has been a little bit expensive. We saw one of Mesut Öztürk's over go for 11 runs as well.
Well, they're going to turn to Ellis again for the last overtime. 77 on the board already. Off the splice, but again up in the air. This time is going to be taken. That's a confident catch by the man at point. Does superbly well, and Eswar's stay at the crease comes to an end. It's not a great one. 8 off 8, not very good at all. It's the 4th wicket to fall. The score 77 for 4.
Oh, just take a look at this ball. Back of a length delivery. It's just that hard length and very difficult to play that. Borkovan Eswar hangs one up in the air, and it's taken well. And the good thing here, of course, is that Dayaratna will stay off strike. Gee, I wonder why he was at the strikers. That really confused me when I looked up.
Trying to get on strike. Just trying to play as much as possible. Yeah, this is going to be Akilan Sabayan who's coming next then. Of course, just 5 balls left, in this innings. Can they get up to 85 here? That's the question. No penalty, by the way. Well, that's gone nowhere. But get a single, that's the more important thing. Of course, yeah, I think that was just a glitch in the old clock system there, by the way. Dayaratna then is going to get back on, who's 25 off 12, striking nicely just above 200s.
Yeah, it's very rare that I've seen batters at the wrong end after a catch. So I found that quite funny. He was just trying to confuse the batters and make them think he's Akilan Subayan. Don't look very similar, do they?
No, there's a lot of differences. This is why I wanted to be on strike, though. Up and over the top. That's going to go all the way. Maximal time. And Dayaratna's hit another one. This is a glorious shot this time. Goes straight out of the textbook.
Yeah, really nicely hit. We'll take a look at this again. Yeah, plays that gorgeously through the line. Goes over long off. Not the best bowling by Ellis either. He needs to get back to that hard length, that heavy length, which worked for him so well right at the start of this over.
That's the thing, up against good batters. He's got to work them out. does go short. This one up in the air, but I think he might have got enough on this one. Is it going to plug? Oh, no. I think that's gone all the way, you know. I'll have to double check where this finishes, but I think this could be back-to-back.
Yeah, this looks to me like it's a 6 as well. We'll, of course, receive some confirmation right here. I just angling this one towards the leg side. Just needs to get that line right, doesn't he? And, well, let's take a look at where it lands. Yeah, well beyond that rope. It's going to be 6 runs here, so, oh, dear. Back-to-back Maximos, and could this be another big over here? Belgrade are into the 90s.
Are they just batting Afyon Karahisar out of the game here? Short, too short, wide ball. Another ball needs to be delivered here. This is not the best.
Looks to bang it in short, and oh, that's a wide. That is a wide. It's just the pressure after getting pumped for a couple of 6s. It's getting to Salih Ali's here.
Yeah, it is a bit of the pressure, isn't it? You can see it, the way he's just holding himself. Oh, tries to cut it away. Sneaks it in, dot ball.
Better ball, just balls an off-pace delivery there. Takes some pace off and keeps it nice and wide as well. And Dayaratna just looking for balls in his arc that he can work away towards the leg side.
Oh, dear. This one again takes lift off. I'll be interested because if that was one for the over, it doesn't matter. It's going to be given and go down as a bye. And, well, that I think should be the innings, if my maths is correct. And,
yeah, that should be the end of the innings. Of course, we had a dot ball
no
prior
ball,
to this.
No ball was called, rightfully so. Yeah,
Yes.
it was the second for the over. No, I thought so, and then he turned it off, and then I went, oh, okay, I'll ignore it then. So, no ball to come, and it's a free hit for the last delivery of the innings. Well, should be, in theory. Will be. They'll get another, at least a single. Surely going to try and push for 2 here. They're not going to. They'll just get 1. That'll be the end of the innings then. It'll be 94 for 4 off the 10. And it's a really good little comeback for Belgrade. They were struggling at points, found themselves at 28 for 2, but they get up to a very respectable 94 for 4 off their 10. 95 will be the target out for Afyon Karahisar, and in all reality, that would be their best total yet. It's their last game. They'd love to pull off some magic here.
You can tell Subayan wanted to go for the second run, and he might as well. It's the last ball of the innings. It's a risk worth taking. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings, and of course we saw a nice opening pair for this Belgrade side. Mohamed Siddiqui and Arslan Basharat opening the batting. Both of them are very classy players, but they did struggle a little bit at the start. Mohamed Siddiqui in particular, the only man to have scored a 50 for this Belgrade side in this ECS. He made just 4 runs of 12 deliveries. He endured a pretty difficult time out in the middle. Basharat struck 3 boundaries over the course of his innings, but was then caught out in the deep by Habibullah Shamuradi. Ahmed Koskin picking up a couple of wickets in this over. It was the 4th over of the innings, and of course you've got to say both Mehmet Sinar and Ahmed Koskin bowled those first 4 overs superbly, really set the tone for this innings. Belgrade found themselves 28 for 2, but the acceleration really began in the second half of the innings when Shakil Faruqi came on, gave up 12 runs in an over, and he really started to strike a few boundaries for the first time in this inning. Iresh Dayaratna in particular making 37 runs, 16 deliveries. This is, of course, a good catch that was taken in the deep by Faruqi to dismiss the Belgrade skipper Mohamed Ahmed off the bowling of Salih Ali. But yeah, the story really was Dayaratna. In the second half of the innings, he struck a number of boundaries, 6 boundaries, 3 4s and 3 6s, and he managed to get his side to 94. They've never scored more than 79 runs over 10 overs, at least so far this series, Afyon Karahisar. So it's going to be a big task for them in the second innings. They'll have to post their highest score of this ECS if they are to get a victory. Take a look at the scorecard here for Belgrade, and the top scorer is Iresh Dayaratna with 37 runs of 16 deliveries, a strike rate of 231. Basharat chipping in with 18 off 11. And Mohamed Ahmed, the captain, making 14 runs of 12 deliveries. The last couple of overs were a bit expensive from Afyon Karahisar's perspective. 32 runs came off them. We saw some number of good performances with the ball in hand. Mehmet Sinar, Oskun, And also Öztürk bowled pretty well. Shakil Faruqi was just a little bit expensive today, and unfortunately Salih Ali's undid some of the good work he did in his first over by giving up a 17-run second. So we're halfway through the second match of the day, I should say, match 53, and Afyon Croatia need 95 runs to win. We'll have a short break, and we'll be right back on your screens for the chase.
Six runs to win for England. And they'll do it! This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Afyon Karahisar taking on Belgrade here in match 53 of this European Cricket Series, and of course it's going to be tricky for Afyon Karahisar because they've yet to score more runs than 70 odd in 10 overs. Well, if they're going to do it here, they would of course like to do so because they require 95 runs for victory. Going into this 10 over innings, of course, they just didn't field very well. That's the honest truth about it. They bowled in the slot to the left-handed Dayarathna, and he took them to all parts of the ground. 7 overs or less will be, of course, a bonus point for the batting side. 65 or less will be where they pick up points for Belgrade, of course. Last time we saw these two sides take on each other, it was Afyon Karahisar who did take the victory. And we have also seen a lot of sort of mini-series between each side, the sort of 2-game battles and one all in this tournament. And of course, if Belgrade was to take this one, they would, of course, level that, as I said, that mini-series. But yeah, they've got to be looking at this as an opportunity to really, really apply the squeeze early on. They have to, you know, they've got some issues numbers-wise. They really do, and you feel as if they're going to have to try and apply the squeeze. You know, take a couple of early wickets, get the likes of Ozturk out when he comes in, and really make the most of whatever you can do. They're going to be looking forward to seeing this one play out. Looks as if opening the batting will be the very, very well experienced openers in Karkin and Faruqi. Let's get things underway. It will be very interesting to see how they go about this. They need to go at 9s. Let's see how we go. It's the second innings of match 53. Charlie Hunt alongside Nishjay Butt here on commentary. Here we go then. Samiullah to open the bowling. Wide. And you can't bowl there. That's a terrible delivery to start with. It's a wide ball.
Poor start. I mean, Belgrade, of course, really fancy their chances to pick up just their second victory of this ECS. I mean, as we mentioned in the first innings, the top score for Afyon Karahisar so far this series is 79. They're yet to get into the 90s, and yeah, Belgrade, they could just keep things pretty tight here. Keep extras to a minimum. You feel like they could get a victory here.
Short again, and well, this has come off the helmet, I think, so it's probably going to be a no ball because it's, of course, the second for the over, and they're going to check Karkin if he's okay. He says, yeah, I'm absolutely fine, I'm all good, but it's a no ball. And this is poor starts from Ulla. And this is, oh, look at that, right on the noggin. And yeah, Jasmine does what she has to do and just, you know, does the checks. But that's a poor start from Ulla.
It's hard to understand the thinking here. I mean, you bowl your 1 for the over right at the start of the innings and you go back to the bouncer again. Very, very confused.
Yeah, leg by, of course, but so it's, of course, going to be a free hit to come. Faruqi has got the ability to just swing and hope with his first delivery that he faces. He does that, but he gets nowhere near it. That's going to be a dot ball. Never like to see players with helmets getting hit, but of course, making them, you know, got to say, good to see that we, of course, good to see that we, of course, do understand that that players now have to wear the helmets. Of course, again, over the course of the last few months, there's been so many occasions where batters have been clocked on the helmet.
Certainly have been, in particular here in Croatia, where we just see the ball rise up quite sharply on occasions. It's caught out a number of batters.
Oh dear, the extras continue to flow here. This is an ugly, ugly start for this Ulla. For Belgrade, this is not a fun start for him. This is, yeah, down the leg side, not a good start. Afyon Karahisar. They won't say no to these freebies, though. They haven't really, they don't have to do any. Anyway, that's going to be another one, I think. I think this could be another no ball, you know. I genuinely think this could be another no ball.
I just don't get what's going on here with Ulla. And I mean, he's someone who has been very expensive over the course of this series, but I mean, this is just very, very poor. It's bizarre what he's thinking here. What is he trying to do?
I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. So free hit again. Faruqi, can he cash in yet? Up in the air. And this is going to be a catch, probably. They'll take it, but they'll get a single. Good to see that everyone was aware that it was a free hit.
Yeah, there was one occasion yesterday where a bowler celebrated a wicket on the free hit. He thought he clean bowled the batter, and then it was probably one of the most eventful balls I've ever seen. The bowler is celebrating the fact that he's clean bowled the batter. The batter's confused, then he gets run out while that's happening.
Oh, that's another no ball. What is Ulla doing here? Come on, power of the chat. Let's get him through this over, folks. It's another no ball and another free hit off the pitch.
Yeah, this is just shocking. It really is pretty poor bowling, and you feel like using much stronger words than that.
Yeah, you really do. Oh, dear. Oh, it's got through Siddiqui. And, well, when it rains, it pours. Not going to go all the way, though. Interesting what this is given. Is there any little snick on this? No, it's going to be a wide. So it's another free hit. And, oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, didn't we have the longest over? Oh, it's not a wide, by the way. We had the longest over that ever. 18 balls, wasn't it?
Yeah, but earlier this series we had the longest ever over, and the way Faruqi's going, I think he wants to add his name to that Hall of Shame.
Well, he's saying he's hurt his shoulder, but it's been final tournament. Free hit still to come here. It is legal. Little celebration for everyone around the ground. Let's run you through this over. Wide, no ball and a leg by. Dot, dot, wide, no ball, one, no ball, wide, nothing. Off the splice. Dot ball. Is that AI? What's just been put in the chat? That is not what you. That's not you. Yeah, that's AI. You look good in that sort of shirt, though, mate.
That's a mix of AI and Photoshop.
Come on. Get it done. There's a shopping ball nearby. Off you pop this evening. There you go. There's your homework. Oh dear, stays low, but I have to say Faruqi's nowhere even near this. Another wide, creeping in.
Yeah, I mean, how this over certainly been up there, hasn't it? Just quick count.
11.
it's one of those overs that's.
Oh, here we go, up in the air, and this could be a chance maybe, and it is going to be taken. So out of all of the extras that have been in there, the legal delivery does pick up a wicket. Faruqi will go for 1 off 7, and somehow Ulla, undeservingly to be honest, gets a wicket. It's going to be 10 for 1 at the end of the first.
Well taken out in the deep there by Basharat. You'll hold on to that. So Afyon Croatia will lose a wicket here, and they end up getting 10 runs off that over. Only one of those came off their bat. So deux grosses dames, 2 fat ladies, 88 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European cricket. Of course, that was back up when we were over in Austria, Graz Cricket Academy winning our last golden ball. So that over finally comes to an end. Took a while. I think it's going to chew some serious amount of time off the clock as well. And we'll see a new batter make his way out to the middle. They're going to go with Habibullah Shamuradi in here. I thought they might, trying to bring on someone like Ahmed Koskun, maybe give a few young players a chance, but instead they're relying on experience at the top of the order.
This is Ahmed, the skipper today for Belgrade. Starts us off here with a delivery that's not a bad one. Up in the air, and again, could be a chance maybe. Oh, it is. That's a splendid catch. That is a superb grab by Maharaja Sekaran, who was running well away from himself, and that is a great grab. And that'll be the end of Kardkin, who goes for a 4-ball duck.
We'll just take a look at this one more time. It's up in the air and held on to extremely well. Muhammad Ahmed does the trick over here. Great catch by Mohan Rajan. And it's going to be a very brief stay at the crease. Derek comes out to greet another batter, and Afyon Croatia lose a couple of quick wickets.
Yeah, not a great start to what would have to be a chase. It would be a monster chase for them. But yeah, great catch. That's a really tricky one over your shoulder. Makes no mistake. Good catch indeed as the new batter. This looks as if this is Udgar Dogan. Here we go then. The warrior going into battle comes out. He's going to hit this away. Here we go. Off he goes. Andre. He could get 2 here. Oh, Ulla. Wow, I have to say, goes with the foot. Still has enough time to take the hat off. Just get down and get your hand down, son. That's all you got to do. 1 run.
Yeah, he tries to kick the ball a couple of times and misses the first time around, and goes with some foot feeling again. And you think Belgrade would be a little scrappier and be fighting a lot harder in such an important game for them.
Oh, this is a genuine wide, and Siddiqui not able to cut it off either. Is it really an important game?
It is in terms of pride, though. I mean, they're not going to get too many other chances to win matches here. They've got to look to beat Afyon Croatia here.
Leg side pulled, and off he goes. He's off and away. Oh, you got to love it. You do have to love it. Gets a single.
Yeah, I just love the way Igor Dogan runs. Always just holds that bat in the air. I think the best way to describe it is what you said earlier. It's like a soldier just about to charge into battle with his sword. Yeah, it takes you back to images of ancient warriors.
Oh, this one again gets through everything, and Siddiqui's just walking away from it. He's turning his head here.
So I'd love a competition where we should get Plevin to play some of these teams as well. That would make quite a tournament, wouldn't it?
One to come in the over. Oh, this is a quick one, and probably not going to be one. Still one to come.
Yeah, I think that could be a no ball as well. Height was an issue on that. Yeah, I think the no ball signal has been made. Dogan was desperate to come back for the second, but Shamuradi says we'll stick with the single.
Let's have a look here. Steps out of his crease, which is a dangerous game. Yeah, it's definitely a no ball. Free hit to come then. Can Shamuradi get something going here? Tries to, off the pad. Yes, no, maybe. No is the end result. That'll be the end of the over. It's a tricky one. 7 runs come off it. The score is 17 for 2 at the end of the second over. Belgrade's out at the bottom. Of course, out on 9 points. Can't really lift off over, if they get a victory here, and of course they play Sokol and then Ljubljana. Could shock the world, you never know. It shocked me. Anyway, we're going to bring on Basharat.
Yeah, they're currently going at below their required rate here, Afyon Croatia, I think. Just need to pick things up a little bit. They're currently just living off some of the generosity from this Belgrade side. Extras really have been the primary source of runs for them now. In comes Basharat, who's got a tendency of bowling a lot of extras himself.
Starts off nicely though. Good start. Dot ball hits the gloves of Siddiqui. That one hurts. Dogan would have loved to have seen Kozgan really, or Sinar come in. I think above the likes of Dogan, to be honest. The last time we're going to see them on the network this year. Good delivery. Dot ball.
Yeah, it's interesting that they've gone with Dogan this far up the order, and not someone like Ahmet Kozgan or even Hasan Yanar and Salih Aliz, who we know are capable of playing a few big shots. I mean, Dogan plays with plenty of enthusiasm, but he doesn't tend to get bat on the ball that much.
Yeah, that's the issue. And again, another dot. This is better bowling. Good areas.
Oh dear, where did that come from?
Well, that was loud.
Yeah, it's just a bit concerning. I think that was a sound on the camera tower as well, so I hope everything is okay over there. Let's just play it away towards point, and Dogan is going to grab a run over here. He gets some bat and ball. Yeah, Oleg is currently up in the camera tower, and it was a rather concerning sound, and you could just see the tower shake a little bit as well.
Right.
I hope he's okay.
He's okay out there. Doesn't look too unreal. I think it was just something getting pushed over in the wind. Yeah, pushed away and runs here. Going to be 4. Good shot from Shamuradi, bit of timing through the covers, or through square even, and that's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, Shamuradi really holds the key for this. Afyon Croatia side is one player shown he's capable of hitting a few boundaries for this team. Plays a very classy looking stroke there, just uses the pace of the bowler really well and runs it away behind point for a 4.
Good shot, good timing. Shamuradi, he's kind of been the sort of played second fiddle to Messett really, isn't he, with the bat in this tournament. He's got scores at times, but it's the consistency really. That's well played, well dug out, good delivery, not a bad over from Basharat. It'll just be 1. Dogan almost gets sent to the cleaners. It's a poor throw. Now they will take the easy single, or will it be? It's another one here. Buzzes more. Oh, the buzzers are beeping. It's going to be another one. It's going to be a classic ECN 3. Could be more. No. It'll be 3 runs to finish the over, Well, it's a calamity. The arms are flailing up in the air, but that is an absolute stinker.
It really is. I think it kind of epitomizes some of the issues Belgrade have had in the field over the course of this ECS. Let's just have a look at this. I mean, boy, the number of overthrows that we see in this little sequence is just a little bit alarming, and I gotta expect Belgrade to do much better. We'll take a look at the comparison between these two teams. So, well, as you can see, Afyon Croatia are just one run behind Belgrade at this stage, but they have lost a couple of wickets, and it is worth keeping in mind that Belgrade do have the odd hitter or two in their side. We did see the likes of Mohamed Siddiqui, he of course struggled, but Irej Ratna make some runs right at the end. So, yeah, 8 runs coming off that last over. Rare over for Bashra to not bowl a few extras.
Well, this one is a check drive, but not timed. I think it's going to fall safely. It is. Ahmed just doesn't see it. And they're going to come back for 2.
Good running between the wickets. I think that is one thing about this Afyon Croatia team. I think they run between the wickets as well as any team we have seen so far in Croatia. Just an issue of can they score enough boundaries.
Outside edge, genuine edge. This will race away. This will be through. This will be through the field, and this will go for 4. That's again lucky but effective. If you're going to swing, swing hard.
Yeah, Shah Muradi catches the outside edge of Shah Muradi's bat here, and that goes away for 4 runs. It's a rather streaky boundary, but yeah, as you mentioned, just flashes hard at that one. Gets a little bit lucky, but he attempts a big stroke, and will do the same over here as well, though that comes off the bottom edge of his bat out towards fine leg. Just a single.
Yeah, just dragged, and will just be 1. I'm getting all sorts of wildlife in the cube today. There's slugs, there's flying things. I don't know what that was that just flew in. Mosquitoes are away at the moment. They'll be back later this afternoon, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, they certainly make their presence felt, don't they, during those last couple of matches.
Slapped on the offside, but Dogan gets a single. People saying that was a classic ECN moment. Yeah, it was. That 3 at the end of that last over certainly was. Well bowled. He's bowled in good areas, to be fair, as well. He's not pushing it for pace. He's not worried about that. He's just trying to get it on the right areas. And oh dear, another missed field. And yes, no, maybes again, but they'll just stick to 1.
But credit to Afyon Croatia. I mean, they're even getting these good balls away for at least 1 run. They're keeping that scoreboard ticking. They're getting singled. They're making sure that dot ball percentage is quite low. And 1 boundary and over for Afyon Croatia, and good running between the wickets should be enough for them to get the win.
That's going to be a dot to finish then. A good tidy over yet again from Eswad. Still just goes for 9, but that's not too bad. End of the 4th, 34 for 2.
Yeah, I think Afyon Croatia will take a 9-run over, particularly against someone like Porkovan Eswar, who's been among the more economical bowlers for Belgrade in this ECS. There's a couple of guys they'll really be looking to target, in particular if Samiullah comes back for a 2nd over. We'll just take a look at the run rate here. So Afyon Croatia still short of that red line. They have to go at about 10 and over for the rest of the innings.
Going to turn to some spin from Dayadatna here to try and slow down this the flow of runs. It's a decent start. Pushes it just wider on the offside.
If they lose a wicket, though, I'd be very surprised if they don't bring on someone like Mesut Öztürk next. He's one of the few players that we do know is capable of scoring a few boundaries.
Short and pulled leg side, hit nicely. Work to do, though, out in the deep. And it will just stick to 1.
Brings Dogan on strike, and well, he certainly had the enthusiasm running between the wickets, especially with that unique style he has where he kind of holds the bat perpendicular to the pitch. He's going to have to start to get a move on, though. His strike rate's almost 50.
Oh, I think that might be a mis-stumping, you know. This looked like a chance. He does like to step out of his crease at times, as Dogan. Oh, it's a definite mis-stumping. He's just out of reach. Come back to live action. Nice shot over cover. That's going to go for 4. That's a glorious shot. That is one of the best shots we've seen from him this tournament.
It certainly is. It's a half volley. He meets it very nicely. Just puts it into the gap. and away it goes for a boundary. Need a lot more of that from him. I think I was just about to say before that during that missed dumping attempt that it's probably not too bad that Dogan is still out there in the middle, because at the moment he's doing Belgrade more favors than his own team.
Yeah, 2 balls left in this 5th over. Comes down and again struck firmly, but straight to Samuel at cover, and there'll just be 1.
Picks up a run over there, so fairly tight over by Rejta Ratna. Feel they need a boundary off this last ball, and Shamuradi certainly someone who's capable of hitting them. He's just having a good look at the field there, trying to find gaps that he can work this ball into.
Just trying to get the field set correctly. Last delivery of the 5th. And again, nowhere near the middle of the bat. And they're just going to nurdle for a single. That'll be the end of the 5th. It is 41 for 2.
Yeah, so Afyon Croatia still going just a shade below the required rate, but they still have some good batters to come. Ahmet Koskun is still there, Mesut Öztürk as well. They've got Salih Aliz, who they can rely on too, so there is still some hitting left in the bank for the Turkish side. But as things stand, Belgrade, you'll feel, will be slightly more pleased with the two sides.
Yeah, they should be. They're doing a pretty good job at restricting them at the moment. They're keeping their wides down, which I think has been crucial, well, apart from that first over. But yeah, they're keeping their extras down to a minimum since then, and they're just bowling in the right areas, full outside the off stump. Not too much more you can do.
Yeah, and just a few things they need to clean up with their fielding. I think a few too many overthrows have certainly helped Afyon Croatia as we return to live action, and a big appeal here. Doesn't seem like there was much of a case for that to be out. Have another look at that. Yeah, really, there's absolutely nothing going for that. I mean, look where the impact is. Would have probably needed a 2nd or 3rd set of stumps for that to be an LBW.
Hit firmly, and this one is going to be 1 bounce and 4 runs. That's a nice shot, and that, oh, there it's, yeah, that's going to be 4 runs, and nice shot though, out of the middle.
Yeah, very nicely struck, and really it's all down to Shamuradi now. Certainly in this partnership, you feel he's going to have to be the main aggressor, and Dogan's job has to be to at least try to go out and run the ball.
Now she's saying there's Ozturk still to come. Yes, Ozturk still hasn't made an appearance yet. Good shot from Shamuradi. 21 off 13 now for him. Oh, outside edge. It's going to get through Basharat. And gets a single again. A little partnership between these two forming here.
It just goes right through the fielder there. A slight misfield by Basharat, who tends not to make those kinds of mistakes.
Another outside edge, and this time it's away from the fielder, so 4 runs. Dogan, if you're going to push hard, and he does. Gets 4, a welcome boundary again, and it's now 45 needed off 26 here.
I love how pleased he was after that. I mean, even though it's a streaky boundary, certainly cheering on, just raises a fist in the air and says, oh, come on over, give me the fist bump. You'll love to see that. I mean, Dogan is someone who just really enjoys his time out in the middle, doesn't he? Relishes every moment of being on the network and getting to play T10 cricket.
Oh, now just respects the full delivery that's on the stumps and pushes away. Could be 2 here if they push quickly. They take on the arm. Oh, well, he goes the long way around, but he gets back.
I was going to say, slide the bat in, Dogan. Slide the bat in. Can't have it up in the air, but he's going to be able to make it safely regardless. We'll take a look at this throw. It's just a wayward throw there, isn't it, by Muhammad Ahmed. Needed to be a lot closer to the stumps.
Gets that one in. That's going to be a dot to finish. An interesting over. It's 52 for 2. 6 overs gone.
Very good over for Afyon Croatia. They get 11 runs off of that, slightly above their required, and that's what they just need to keep doing here. A boundary or 2 every over. Good running between the wickets, and they'll be able to pull off something quite remarkable for them. Of course, their top score so far this ECS is 79, and they're trying to chase a target of 95. Now, most teams in this series would back themselves to chase quite comfortably, but Afyon Croatia, they are a side who are a little bit light on batting, but there's a few names to look out for there. Of course, Mesut Öztürk yet to come. Got Ahmet Koskun, Ali Özdemir, and Salih Aliz to look out for too. This is a huge shot, absolute launch, but I wonder if it has a distance on it. There's a fielder underneath, and completely misjudges that. He just comes too far forward over there, Muhammad Ahmed, and he lets it land behind him. and he's lucky he doesn't go away for a boundary.
That's poor fielding. Unfortunately, he gets away with this one as the batter in Samuel, and now he's going to hit this one down the ground. This is Dogan. It's a single. It's all happening here.
Sally Lee's I beg your pardon, Samiola once again going with his feet. Yeah, too much foot fielding from him.
Oh, stays low. Tricky one for a batter in Shamadadi there. 45% to 55% now, by the way. It's getting close. If these two can stay out there, they're in with a chance. Oh, and again, up in the air, chipped. Ahmed again pulls. Oh, it just doesn't go for it. There's no effort. I'm going to call him out here. That's poor from the skipper. You've got to lead from the front here. You really do, and that's twice now he's let himself go in the field. You know, there was one earlier where he could have made it a bit of a more of an opportunity, but he doesn't. And unfortunately, it's leading to errors that aren't, you know, you can't justify them, I'm afraid.
It's also the wicket of Habibullah Shamuradi. I mean, if he attacks that one, takes that catch, it could have been a real turning point.
Now, again, a throw that's wayward. There's one fly in this tent that's just going around. It's doing my head in. No, it's not Nish.
That's mean.
Ball to go in this over. He's going to be gone here. He's going to be gone, and Dogan's furious with himself, but just comes down, and unfortunately that's going to be this downfall. He goes for a runnable 17. Could be a blessing in disguise, though, depends on who comes out next, but it's going to be 57 for 3 at the end of the 7th.
He tried hard. He really fought hard, Dogan. I think for him to get 17 of 16 deliveries in the end isn't too bad an outcome. We'll take a look at this. Yeah, anything that's just a little bit wider to him, you know he's going to struggle to get bat on
watch
ball.
His gloves.
Yeah, concerns about encroachment. Let's just take a look at this one more time. Looks okay. I'd suggest that it's probably a clean take.
Not far off, though. Got to be careful. You really have got to be careful. But it is going to be Mesut Öztürk who comes out now. This is going to be the best chance for them. It's 57 for 3 at the end of 7.
Yeah, so Mesut Öztürk, we're calling for him to come out. I was a bit surprised he's batting as low down the order as he is, especially considering the fact that Afyon Croatia, of course, want to end their ECS with a victory. And they got to cut the two right batters out in the middle, you'd say. Habibullah Shamuradi looking good on 26 of 18. Öztürk, let's see how long it'll take him to settle into his innings, but we know he's someone who's capable of hitting a few boundaries as well.
Basharat bowled a good tidy over, only went for 8. Well, now he comes on in a bit of a clutch moment here. 38 off 18. If this is a loose over, he gets Afyon Karahisar right back in the driving seat. Here we go, start of the 8th over. It's not loose, it's full, straight to Ahmed, and well, there you go. The skipper's moved himself out of the hot seat, and the ball follows him. Top ball to start the over, though. Up in the air, and this time just short of Ahmed. Don't worry, I won't go too harsh on him here. Well, this one off the edge of the pitch. Oh dear, oh dear. Could have led to a cheeky single, but they don't take it.
I should have just telling him, please, please, calm down. We can't afford to give up any more runs. Yeah, now you just feel like Belgrade are starting to inch ahead in this game. The win predictor is up to 76. That required is now, it's almost 14.3.
Next side. And hit away. It's going to go for 4. Good shot from Shamadadi. And again, the field placements here being concerned. Of course, you've got to remember there are some extra gaps, but there's only so many places you can fill. But this is a good shot. And nicely played. 4 runs for Shamadadi again.
Yeah, good wristy stroke over there. Looks to cover quite a bit of ground there in Estayaratna, but he's just not able to get to that. They needed that much needed boundary for Afyon Croatia. They're going to have to hit a few more of this over to stay in this game.
Short ball, well bowled. Good time to bowl it realistically.
He's just limping back, walking like a little bit gingerly over here, Basharat. Not a great sight to see.
Full toss and jagged again, leg side. It's been called a no ball to start with. Darathna does well. And just want to check this to make sure and confirm this is definitely a no-eat. They've called a no ball to start. Let's see. Yeah, it probably is, to be fair. Probably is going to be. So that's going to be a free hit to come. And this is a big moment here. This is a really, this could be the turning point that Afyon Karahisar need. They need to get this one away. Oh, he doesn't, misses out on it. And the percentage of free hits that actually get taken to the boundary is pretty minimal, to be fair.
Yeah, I think, I think it's just a psychological thing, isn't it? I think some of these batters just look to go a bit too hard, attack far too much sometimes.
Outside edge, going to run away. Chase for Eswar is on. Is he going to get there? No. A welcome boundary. So they finish with a 4. And it's going to come down to the last 2 here. They're going to need 27 off 12. Not unthinkable.
Yeah, they could do this. They really could. I think Samiula's got 1 over left, and he's always a bit of a wild card, isn't he? He can occasionally go for a few runs, so they'll really have to look to target his over and try to get plenty of runs out of it. 27. Needed up 12.
Yeah. Now, it's starting to look a little bit stressful here. The Belgrade side, and they're going to go to the skipper, who's had a horrid time in the field. He bowled okay. Here we go then. Big over the 9th. We say it all happens in the 9th over. Spin, and Ozturk, who faces his first delivery, is only going to get a dot. Keeper makes the decision to stand up here. It's a right call. Put pressure on Messett. See what he can make. He's got to go. Look at these two. Pretty much neck and neck. 66 for 3 plays, 68 for 3, by the way. Short, top edge. This is going to be gone. Should be. I can't. I'm lost for words here.
So
I'm lost for words. I mean,
very, very sloppy there. It's hard to describe some of the stuff we're seeing.
Let's see if we can watch this back here. Let's see if we can have another look. This was the drop that's just gone down from Messett Ozturk. I mean, watch this here. Oh, it's another top edge, and this one is again going to go away, and it's going to be a single. And we weren't able to see it again, but I mean, that was just unbelievable. I'm lost for words. I'm sorry. And now it's going to be another one that gets through him, and he's getting out of the way of it. What is Siddiqui doing? What is he doing? And now, well, this is just embarrassing from Belgrade. Sorry. People are flailing their arms up and around, and it's just, it's poor. I mean, he's getting out of the way. Use your hands. That's what they're there for. Full. Oh, and this time does get something on it. But this is a good delivery from Ahmed, and it's a good over. Only concedes singles, and they needed that desperately. So they're going to maybe just fall short here. They're going to need a magical. It's 23 required off the last.
It's very ordinary cricket by Belgrade. This past over, and I think it's a shame Afyon Karahisar don't quite have the power to punish them for that, because in all honesty, they deserved to really receive the treatment for the way they played in that past over. Poor keeping, make a number of comments about some of the fielders as well. You just don't feel like a side that's playing this way deserves to win a game.
No, you don't. You really don't, but it looks like they might here. 23 is what's required. 22 for a golden ball. And these two, well, he's on his hinges. He's been there from the start. Shemanadi's 37 off there of 27. It's a good innings, but no one else has been able to provide any support. Messett, of course, got dropped on nothing. Things just starting to slip away and slide away from Afyon Karahisar. It's their last game, by the way. Of course, that's what you got to remember. This is their last opportunity to pick up another win. They beat Belgrade in a 3-over bash, and look, no one's even making the decision as to who's bowling first. I mean, this is just silly. Come on, you've got to have a plan here. Someone's got to bowl. And look at this. Look, they're arguing. This is ridiculous. Someone's got to make a decision here. They're going to have to find an over from somewhere. And Samiula is going to have to come on and bowl here.
Now, this is just ridiculous. This is absolutely crazy. I mean, no one's just putting their hand up saying, hey, I'm going to bowl this over. You'd think Samiula would bowl this over anyway, since he bowled the first, but, well, really, it is poor. This is very poor from Belgrade, and struggling to find the right words to criticize this without being too harsh on television.
Well, all the alarms are going off. Here we go then, 23 needed for victory. Oh, and it's a dot ball to start.
Yeah, I can hear some ambulances rushing by, as well as motorbikes as well. Yeah, quite a few sirens going off in the main road behind us.
Whatever happening, I hope everyone's okay. This one hit away, thinks about getting a foot out and doesn't in the end. Yeah, gets a single. Okay then, so I need to go here, need sixes. Messick, can he do it? Well, goes for it, there's one of them. There's one of them, tick that one off the checklist. It's hit nicely, that goes all the way. 6 runs, 16 off 3.
And again, you just wonder if Mesut Öztürk had been out there a little bit earlier. Would this Afyon Karahisar side have had a chance? Of course, they are a team who focus on development. They just like to give everyone a chance to bat out there. But would Öztürk have got them the victory?
Oh, goes again, but misses out on it. And the keeper sits on it realistically. And this one is pretty much confirms it. They need a 7-up. They need something to go their way. Well, there's a wide. That's going to help. That'll certainly help proceedings. It's tough for Shamadadi, isn't it? 38 off 29, been there since the start, but it's now going to get left to Öztürk. It's out of his hands. I think Karahisar, of course, have achieved the point. Here we go then. Needs to be sick. This is going to get hit down the ground, and it's going to be a couple of bounces and 4 runs, but, well, that's not going to realistically be enough.
Yeah, they're going to get that one away for a boundary. Nice looking shot here by Mesut Öztürk. Good use of the feet. Meets the ball on the half volley and gets it away for 4 runs.
Belgrade then. Of course, it's now going to be 11 off the last. Of course, this needs to be legal here. Well, what's going on here? What a field this is. Oh, I don't know what's happening there. Everyone's pointing. No one really knows what's going on. Needs to be legal and is. And will probably just be... Oh, it's going to be a dot ball here. Well, there you go. There's a throw. And it's going to be a dot ball to finish. Well, Belgrade will get a victory. And it's going to be a really disappointing one for Afyon Karahisar. They should have got the victory. You'd also, to be honest, you don't feel that Belgrade, in all honesty, deserve to take a victory there. But they do take 3 points. And, of course, that's going to be the end of the game. But well done to Afyon Karahisar. It's never easy coming to a new location and playing fixtures in and out consistently. And, of course, they travelled with a young, inexperienced squad, and they did provide us with some very, very entertaining moments.
Yeah, I think they can certainly hold their head high. They gave plenty of opportunities to a number of players, and really they focus on development. We'll have a look here at the lineup for Belgrade. So, of course, Zagreb Sokol going to be heading into this match. They're going to be batting first. We're looking to pile on a lot of runs on the board, and you feel like that match could get pretty ugly for the Serbian side as well. There we go.
Brilliant class.
I was having a look at some of the moments this morning. So,
well, okay, fair enough. I'll give you that one. To be fair, the cricket wasn't great, so you can put the highlights in. I don't mind. Anyway, this one was, of course, an interesting start. Good grab, though, to be fair, by Sekaran to get that one away. But in all fairness, there was, of course, some moments where Illa was very, very suspect in the field. Went to kick it away, missed it first time. Second time, almost threw the hat at it. But, of course, credit to the likes of Shamadadi, who actually played a really nice innings at the top of the order. Of course, hit some nice runs. And as I say, as the Afyon Karahisar lads walk off the pitch for the last time here in Zagreb, I hope they hold their heads high. You know, they've come out here. They're essentially representing their nation. You know, they're the only Turkey side here. And in all fairness, they've done so. They always put maximum effort in out there. You know, even when they were taking on the Assassins, they got Ljubljana, I think it was. They got Ramanjot on the first ball. They only needed like 60 to win. But they were still up. They were pumped. And they always provided entertainment. And it was really good to see. Of course, Dogan, he was a great fixture to watch, wasn't he? Always running with his bat up high in the air. And you can see he's a character.
Certainly do. I mean, they fight hard, Afyon Karahisar. That is all you can ask from a team, is that they give their best. They give their all out there. They're also a side who always share responsibility. Everyone gets a chance to go out there and bat and ball. And they've certainly created some good memories over the course of this ECS, and also managed to develop quite a bit as a side. It's been a pleasure to cover this Afyon Karahisar side. And we'll, of course, now move on to the scorecard of this inning. So both the openers are struggling a little bit. Besser Karkin, he departed for a duck. Shakil Faruqi making just a 1 run, 7 balls. Shamuradi batting very nicely, 38 of 29. Run a ball 17 for Ugyur Dogan. And of course, Mesut Öztürk coming in at number 5. You just wonder if he was batting higher up the order. Could they have had a chance to win this game? Of course, we can see some other decent batters were yet to come. Ali Ozdemir, Ahmet Koskun. But this is just the way Afyon Karahisar play. They want to give a number of different players the opportunity to go out there, and often they put player development over results as well. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Belgrade. Good figures for Muhammad Ahmed, 1 for 9 in the 2 overs. He bowled Irestay Rafna with 1 for 12. Sami Ullah was a little bit expensive, as was Porkwan Eswar.
Yeah, of course, they had to have overs from Ullah because they had no one else. Wickets for him, wicket for Ahmed, wicket for Dayad Afna. But again, yeah, credit to Belgrade. They did get the job done. They take 3 points from this one. Match 53 done and dusted. It's in the books. And of course, the little mini-series between the two sides at the bottom of the table ends up 1-1 between these two. Match 54 then up in 25 minutes time. Looking forward to having your company, as we'll be back soon as you're watching the European Cricket Series here in Croatia on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Howdy folks, welcome back to Zagreb here in Croatia for the third match of the day. It is a lunchtime fixture. It is going to be match 54 then of this European Cricket Series. It will see Zagreb Sokol take on a very defeated Belgrade side in this one. Let's go over to the middle. Stefan Guc has got the two captains for the coin toss.
Belgrade to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It is tails. Bowling?
Yeah.
Good luck. All the best. Have a good game.
Thank you.
Belgrade have won the toss. They're having a bowl.
There you go then, news from the toss. Belgrade, interestingly, they're going to bowl first. I don't get it, really don't get it. Up against a Sokol side who realistically have been batting well pretty much the entire tournament. And Belgrade have not really done L3 elements of this sport well at all. The batting's been pretty poor. The bowling hasn't been up to scratch, and the fielding has been really, really tricky for them as well. Don't get me wrong, the fielding's tricky on this outfield, but it just hasn't worked for them at times. They just haven't done the basics right, and that's where the issues have started to leak in for them. It's going to be really tough up against the Sokol side. It is the last game for Zagreb Sokol before tomorrow. Of course, it's the last opportunity for them. It's a good opportunity for them to get some extra points on the board and maybe just sneak into that fourth position before the end of play today. As for Belgrade, of course, they're sat at the bottom of the table. They will finish in that bottom three. They won't get into tomorrow's action. Of course, previous winners of the European Cricket Series here in Croatia, but not meant to be this year. So they're playing for pride, and maybe they can get something on the board for themselves, maybe create some highlights for them to take home with them. Of course, let's go over to Nish, who's standing by in the comms box. Nish, news from the toss here is that Belgrade, they're going to bowl.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction there, Charlie. So match 54 is about to begin. We're just a minute away from the start, and Belgrade, surprisingly winning the toss, deciding to bowl first against the Zagreb Sokol side, who can inflict a lot of punishment on them. I think, in all honesty, we expect Sokol side with all the quality they have in their batting to go out here and make plenty of runs. Of course, the big news is that Rashid Hashmi is back, arguably the best wicketkeeper here in Croatia. He's going to be opening the batting alongside Sagar Manzoor, and just look at how stacked that lineup is. That top five is full of talented hitters, and you would expect them to go out here and put on a massive score, especially against a short-handed Belgrade team. So this could get very, very ugly for the Serbian side. We'll take a look at the win predictor over here, and well, Zagreb Sokol heading into this match is 92% favorites. I have to say that probably should be one of those where we see the win predictor up to 95 or 96%. You know, I think the most I've seen it is when it was 99 before the start of the match. Yeah, very hard to see Zagreb Sokol losing this one, or very hard to even see them not getting 4 points out of this matchup. Belgrade really have their backs against the wall. Here we go, first ball. This is one that's just run towards third. Bit of a mix-up, could be a run out on the first ball, but the throw just went to the wrong end. It really needed to go to the non-striker's end. Let's just have one more look at this. Yeah, the throw has to go to the bowler end there. It really does. Really does. That's going to be a wide, so the first run's on the board for Zagreb Sokol. Goes away towards third, just catches the top edge. A little bit streaky over there. They'll pick up a single. Shouts to catch it, just goes beyond the fielder. It's going to be a big chase over here, and puts the throw in. They'll very casually jog across and grab themselves a couple of runs. So yeah, you'd expect Sokol to be firm favorites in this game. Of course, Zagreb Sokol, they're a side who are right up there. And we will see them on finals day. They'll probably be playing in the elimination match. I think as things stand, it looks like that top three is going to comprise of Ljubljana, Sir Oliver Split, and of course the Assassins. Just played away towards the offside. That's going to be a single. Oh, just gets away. It should have been a single at least, but well, Samuel has had a very difficult last couple of days. Seen a number of misfields from him as well as some other errors. This one going right through him. Yeah, you'd imagine that Zagreb Sokol will probably play the Chiefs in the eliminator match tomorrow. This is just a shorter delivery, and he's going to pull this one away for 6 runs. It's an ordinary ball there by Ahmed. Just gives him far too much length to work with, and that's going to go away for a 6. "12 runs coming off the first over. A good start here for Zagreb Sokol. Mohamed Ahmed really spoiling that over on the last delivery. We'll take a look at the days to go until the ECC. So we're almost there. We are almost there. Just 4 days to go until we're over in Cardova for the start of the marquee event on ECN. So, of course, Zagreb Sokol, they won the first ever European cricket series here in Croatia back in 2021 when they beat Ljubljana in a dramatic final. Beat them a couple of times that day. Of course, they came out on top earlier in that tournament as well against the Ljubljana side. And well, Zagreb Sokol since then haven't quite been able to always replicate that same form. They've fallen short a number of times on finals day. And they'll be making another trip there this year. I mean, you got to credit this side. They keep getting to finals day. As things stand, it looks like it's going to be their 4th straight appearance in finals day. And although maybe a few people are overlooking them and not quite, don't quite have them up there with the likes of Sir Oliver Split, the Assassins, and of course Ljubljana as well, who you'd certainly imagine will be big contenders. You know, this Sokol side could maybe cause a few surprises. I think they had a few issues with their bowling. There's no question about that. You know, we've seen them go up against some of the bigger sides in this tournament and give up 142 runs or even 129. Their batting is superb, really is, averaging 116 runs over 10 overs so far in this ECS with a bat in hand. And the good thing about Sokol is they're just clicking at the right time as well. They started off the series with just 1 win over their first 6 days of play. Granted, they were a little bit unlucky with some of the rain as well, but they lost a lot of matches to start things off. And you know, since then, they managed to get on a nice little winning streak, Zagreb Sokol. They're on a 4-game winning streak at the moment. They've just begun to turn things around at the right time, and they'll certainly back themselves now to go on and maybe surprise a few people tomorrow. Got a ball to come in this over. Just the 5 runs off it so far. Aslan Basharat keeping things fairly tight. That's a full toss, struck away ferociously. Oh, it's going to get past the fielder, and well, they really have had a mare in the field, Belgrade. We know that there's a few extra gaps out there because of some of the issues they've had with their playing 11. And well, when you help out your opposition with misfields like that, this should have been a regulation stop. There's no Tortuga bounce or anything. Just didn't get the long barrier down. And it's just going to make stuff that much harder for your side. So a boundary right at the end of the over. See boundaries at the end of each of the first 2 overs. We'll take a look at the standings here. So yeah, Belgrade, well, they'll be looking to lift themselves up from rock bottom and move up a little bit, but of course they will not play in finals day. Zagreb Sokol, at the moment, it looks like they're probably going to play the Chiefs in the eliminator tomorrow, so hard for them to get into the top 3. But yeah, they'll just want to carry that form and momentum into finals day and hope they can make some magic happen tomorrow. The new bowler is Samiullah. It's been a little bit expensive over the course of this ECS. Width on offer. And it's going to be cut away and go away for 4 runs. A big chase there by Irej Dayaratna, but he's just not able to get to it in time. Can't afford to bowl wide to players of this sort of quality. You really can't. Rashid Hashmi coming back into the Sokol side after being unable to play first thing this morning. Beautiful use of the feet. Dances down the wicket and sends that flying away for a 6. Now that is an elegant shot, really is. It's absolutely beautiful. Just plays that perfectly. Gets to the pitch of the ball and sends it away for 6 runs. Oh, straight towards a point. And they will grab a single over here. That's a wide there by Ullah. Just needs to watch his line a little bit, doesn't he? Can't afford to give this Zagreb Sokol side any freebies. And there we go. It's another wide. And credit to Sagar Mansour as well for not chasing that. I think a number of bowlers, I should say batters, in this ECS have had a number of issues just looking to chase wides. That's pulled away. Now towards mid-wicket, and that's going to be a single. Well, it's good to see a few people in chat. A lovely comment here by Helix saying that I could be out there and commentating and fielding at the same time. You know, that's an experiment I'd love to see. I mean, I'm not sure anyone at Spring's going to agree with me on that, but how about umpire commentators or fielder commentators? That really would be something quite unique, wouldn't it? Very good afternoon to Chris Smith as well as Johnny Hisham, SF Shohak joining us in the chat. Got Paul Kempin in there as well. Hope you're all having a great day. Full toss. That's going to go all the way. Just asking to be hit, and it is hit. Manzoor is not going to get too many easier balls than that. It's just a poorly misplaced ball. And he ends up just serving it up on a silver platter to the batter. Was going to send it away for 6 runs. So Zagreb Sokol off to a great start. 42 for no loss. And the tourists having a pretty difficult time to start things off. So it's kind of going as expected at the moment. Sokol really looking to punish and pummel this Belgrade side. We'll just take a look at the power play over there. Difficult power play so far for Sokol. They are along 42 for no loss. Looks to go big. That is absolutely massive, and that's gone the distance for a 6. Irej Dayaratna just leaving one in the slot, and that's going to go all the way. So they move it on to 48 over here. Rashid Hashmi striking a brilliant shot. 1 4, 3 6s for him so far this innings. Not the way you want to start off an over. Just feeding half volleys to the batter at the moment, and oh, that's another half volley. There we go. I mean, this is just batting practice for Hashmi. It's like you're practicing just before the start of the game. You're feeding half volleys to the batter. Plays this one gorgeously through the line. A very pretty looking shot. Elegant stroke. Absolutely glorious. And he's just smashed that one straight over extra cover. Yeah, so we're only 3.2 overs in, and the win predictor's already up to 97% here for Zagreb Sokol. Yeah, you got a feel for this Belgrade side, of course. We've said this a few times. Belgrade are a side of historically been pretty successful in the European Cricket Series here in Croatia, but they just haven't brought the same team that has played in this country in the past. Historically, Belgrade would bring a very talented squad. Looks to go big here. It's a miscue, but it's going to land safely. It's going to land safely. Gets a bit lucky over there, Hashmi. Wasn't the best shot, but it's just dangerous bowling here by Dayaratna. It really is. Yeah, of course, Belgrade, they won this ECS in their last appearance in 2022. They were great in 21 as well. Finished top of the standings during the group stages. Were just kind of choked a little bit on finals day, in all honesty, but otherwise they had a brilliant campaign. And, well, none of the names that we're accustomed to seeing from Belgrade are here this time around. Just getting outside the line of the ball there. Manzoor helps that one away for 6 runs. And this is another ball that's just completely misplaced, isn't it? It's down the leg side. It's over pitched. And all he has to do is just whip that one away off his pads. There's no protection back there either. And it's another gift for the batter. Length has just been completely wrong for Dayaratna this over. Just feel like a defeated side right now, Belgrade. I mean, they're coming off a victory. You just expect them to be a little bit more enthusiastic. Top ball to end the over. Zagreb Sokol are 61 for no loss. So, of course, we'll just take a look at the run rate over here, and as things stand, Sokol going along at just about 15 and over. And they'll feel really good about the way they've started. This is just going to do so much good for these batters' confidence. I think, in all honesty, it's probably a chance for them to stat pad a little bit, really improve some of their figures. I think that's probably the honest way to put this match. Borkovan Eswat coming into bowl here, and bowled pretty decently against Afyon Karahisar in the last match, but of course, huge difference between the Sokol batting lineup and Afyon Karahisar. He's had an economy rate of 9.5 so far in this ECS. He's picked up 3 wickets. Oh, well. Oh, well. That's been given as a legal ball. I just wonder if it goes over the line there. I think that's what the umpire believes. Outside edge. Oh, the keeper got a glove to it. That was Mohammad Siddiqui just gets a glove to it, but he's unable to hold on to the ball. Let's just take a look at this outside edge. Leaping effort, and ooh. That one just gets past him. That's going to just be pushed away towards the offside, and are they going to come back here for a second run? Yep, and they'll be able to jog through very comfortably. Good running between the wickets. I mean, it all starts with the fundamentals, doesn't it? You know, you watch them running. They ran that first one very hard, and it meant that they could just stroll along comfortably for the second. Flicks this one away off his pads. That's going to go for 4 runs. Just straying with his line over there, Eswar. It's on the pads, asking to be hit, and is hit. Beautiful shot by Hashmi, who moves into the 40s. Nice looking shot there, and well, they're racing along, aren't they, at the moment? Just take a look at that run rate. Yeah, slight change of pace there for Eswar. So Zagreb Sokol are 69 for no loss halfway through this innings. And of course, it's a good chance to just welcome you into the commentary position. So as things stand, of course, Zagreb Sokol are looking really good. 69 runs in just 5 overs for them. This opening pair is looking really slick out in the middle at the moment. Belgrade, well, they just haven't been able to hit their lengths in these first 5 overs. They've either been serving up half volleys or they've been bowling too many full tosses. They just have to get it right in these next 5 overs. Otherwise, they'll be facing a really mighty task in the second innings. Hauled out towards long on, and that looks like it is going to be stopped. Yes, so it's Arsalan Basharat who's out that long on, and he just gets a hand to that and saves the side some runs. Oh, beautiful ball there. I mean, that's where it needs to be. I was just talking about the lengths during that little comms cam appearance, and that's where they need to be. That's really where they need to be. Big appeal over here. You could just see Manzoor shuffling across, looking to work that one away towards the leg side, and you could see he just exposed his middle and leg stump when he went that far across. And I think this is where, as a batter, just got to be, as a bowler I should say, just got to be a little bit brave and maybe look to go for leg stick. And that's what he tries to do there, but Manzoor is just able to reach at it and help it away for a boundary. He's shuffling across here, but he's got such quick hands that he's able to get to the ball on leg stick and help it away for a boundary. It was a full toss as well, which certainly didn't help the bowler. He's got to get it into that Yorker length. We saw him nail that Yorker earlier this over. Oh dear, now that is a poor ball. Ahmed just trying to overcompensate for one that he pushed down the leg side, and he ends up bowling it off the pitch over here. That's going to be a no ball. Free hit coming up. Hit out towards mid wicket, comes off the toe end of the bat. It wasn't quite middled, and they should be able to come back comfortably for a second run here. And yeah, nice running between the wickets. Shouts to catch it, and there's no one out there, or if he is, he's nowhere near that. It's, of course, Aman Chobi, who was out at deep square leg. He's the boundary rider. Beg your pardon, should say Akilan Subayan. So this over comes to an end. 9 runs coming off at Zagreb Sokol are 79 for no loss. So we got 4 overs left in this innings, and I think this Zagreb Sokol side will be eyeing something in that 140s kind of region. I mean, look at these two very talented batters in Sagar Manzoor and Rashid Hashmi. But the scary thing is, look how much batting is still to come. You got Aman Maheshwari, the skipper, Saqib Hussain, who's been in great form this series, and then Haidar Usama as well, who is certainly able to play some powerful stuff. Richard Probst, unfortunately, was out for a golden duck earlier today. Didn't really get to see the best of him. There we go. It's going to be Arslan Basharat bowling this over. It really has been dominant so far for this Zagreb Sokol side. I think we could see a few people saying boom, boom for all the 6s that have been hit so far over the course of this innings. Goes for the wide, but he doesn't quite get that one right. It's just aiming for that wide line, but the margin for error at this level is so small. In the moment you just kind of lose control, it ends up giving up an extra. Oh, just beyond Arslan Basharat. Manzoor kind of pushing at that one with hard hands, and it's beyond Basharat's grasp, and it's going to be a run. Let's just take a look at this, and just gets his fingertips to it, doesn't he? Just gets his fingertips. Goes for a booming cover drive there, and that's going to be a dot ball. So a lot of people, of course, will be wondering, the European Cricket Series in Croatia, I mean, the words cricket and Croatia go together, but cricket has quite an interesting history in this country. I mean, the first mention of the game in this beautiful country, of course, dates back to the start of the 19th century. At the time, British naval officer Captain William Host and his troops were stationed on the lovely island of Vis. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now that is a shot and a half. Just take a look at this one by Hashmi. That is a glorious cover drive. He meets this with the full face of the bat, gets to the pitch of the wall, a nice forward stride, and he gets that one away for 4 runs. It's gorgeous, and it's raced away for a 4 right the middle of that, and sweet, sweet timing as well. Now, this time it's short, it's wide, it's asking to be hit, and it's going to be cut away. What a cracking cut shot. He saw the width, threw his hands at it, and he's dissected that boundary and gone away. I can't afford to bowl there, though. Too much width there, just asking for trouble. And well, if you give batters that kind of room, especially with these short boundaries, you just know it's going to go away for 6. Oh, it's a full toss, but Hashmi is going to miss out on it. And he brought up his half century with a glorious cut shot, but he's going to depart here on a full toss, and you could just see that he's incredibly disappointed. That ball should probably have been sent right back towards his team dugout. It's a poor ball in all honesty, but it dips a fair bit, a little bit like a sinker in baseball, and it goes past his bat, and away it goes towards the stumps. You miss, I hit. Basharat grabs a wicket. A little bit of respite for him in what has been a fairly expensive spell for him. So we'll take a look at the groups here for the ECC. Of course, we're just 4 days away from the start of the marquee event on ECN, and the host nation Croatia will, of course, be participating in Group 1. They'll have Turkey, Slovenia, Bulgaria, Estonia, and the Isle of Man in that group. Of course, they've got a chance to see some of the Turkey players over the course of this ECS. They're playing for Afyon, Croatia, and Slovenia, of course, will take on Croatia this Saturday. So they've got a chance here to just get to know a few teams they're going to be going up against. Yeah, we're just going back to our story about cricket here in Croatia. So, as I mentioned, Captain William Hostin and his troops were stationed here in the island of Vis, and they often play cricket in their spare time just as means of relaxing, maintaining the troops' morale as well. Flicked away gorgeously. Just gets a bit too straight over there, Eswar, and he's going to get punished for that. Can't afford to bowl there, especially against bowlers with this kind of quality. I should say batters. A little flick of the wrist, and that was effortless. Goes away for 6 runs. It's flown behind square leg for a towering 6. Looks to go towards the offside this time around, and it's fielded well in the deep, and it'll just be a single. Yeah, of course, and Captain William Host and his men would eventually leave the island, and unfortunately, the game of cricket left along with them, and it wasn't until another 2 centuries that the spirit of cricket was rekindled in Croatia. Goes big, goes massive, and that's going to go the distance for 6 runs. What an incredible shot there by Haidar Usama, who starts off his innings with a 6, takes absolutely no time to settle whatsoever. It's slot bowling by Aswar, in all honesty. Can't bowl there to a man like Usama. Another half volley, and this is going to get the treatment as well. I think, this bowling by Belgrade, there's not too much to praise about it. They've just been feeding half volleys to the opposition, and they keep sending them away over the rope. Now, these are gifts, plain and simple. It's bowling full toss and half volleys, especially to a side like Zagreb so-called is asking for trouble, and the batters are going to have a field day picking up all these easy runs. So we'll take a look at the worm for this side, and well, I think we've just had a 5-ball over here. What's going on? Still a ball left in this over. Yeah, I think it just notified Porco Van Esor that he needs to come back for 1 more ball. I'm not sure he's going to be too happy with that, considering he was carded for a couple of 6s. So, well, maybe he'll get a wicket. Maybe he will. You never know. No, ends up giving a full toss, so he probably wishes that the umpire had forgotten that there was a 6th ball in that over. Easy pickings. Really doesn't get much easier than that, and it's almost like Porco Van Eswar just kind of going through the motions over here. It's a glorious bit of timing, you have to say, but I mean, he's not going to get too many easier balls to face than that. Away it goes for a Maximo. Sagar Manzoor will take those runs. It goes up in the air, and it's a chance to take a catch, and it's taken. It is taken by Iresh Dayaratna. That is going to be a wicket. I have to say, though, there's just a little bit of confusion about who should have been on strike in that ball. So I think just going back to that, it should have been Haidar Usama on strike for the last ball of the 8th over. And then, of course, should have had Sagar Manzoor facing. This was just a few issues over here. I think they're going to be resolved. Looks like it's all good. So, yeah, of course, that is Sagar Manzoor, who has been dismissed. Just taking a look at our little personal scorecard here. A few issues being ironed out after because of the little bit of confusion that occurred at the end of the last over. And this is massive. This is absolutely massive by Saqib Hossain. He sends that one away for 6 runs and takes him no time whatsoever to settle into his innings. He has launched that away for 6, and there's just more half volleys. It's more half volleys, and it's more slot bowling. No, I love this comment here by Helix asking if it was the ghost of Sir William Haas that came back to the island of Vish when the spirit was rekindled. No, I haven't had a chance to complete that story. There's still a little bit more to go. That's a little bit short over there, and it's going to be struck away into the gap for 4 runs. So nice placement over here. Of course, just a few extra gaps for Zagreb, so-called, to exploit, as it looks like everything is fine now with the score. It has been updated, so glad we can bring you some of the graphics on screen. Yes, of course, the spirit of the game was rekindled when nearly 4 million Croatians were living outside Croatia at that time, returned to their homeland and brought the game of cricket with them. In particular, a lot of course, Australian expats, a number of Croatian heritage Australians who, of course, returned to Croatia and brought the game of cricket with them. Struck very nicely there by Hossain. That is a firm shot. You could hear the crack of the bat from a long way away. And also, that's why we've got an Aussie rules field next to us as well. So a lot of Croatians who were living abroad at the time brought the sport with them to this country in the mid-90s. It looks to go down the ground. It's hung up in the air. Should be a catch. Is a catch. Arslan Basharat will make no mistake over there. He holds on to that. And Haidar Usama, you have to say it's job done from his point of view. I mean, he comes in right at the end of the innings, hits a couple of big 6s. That shot just came off the toe end of his bat. It was hauled out towards a man in Basharat who doesn't put down too many catches. He's got a very safe pair of hands, holds on to that. And it is a wicket to end the 9th over. Zagreb, so-called, are 127 for 3. Take a look at the bowling figures here, and I wonder if they go back to Samiullah for the final over. He, of course, went for 20 runs in the first over he bowled. Just been a little too expensive from his side's point of view. Iresh Dayaratna, of course, bowling that last over. He's bowled a couple of overs, mind you, so I think his figures will be updated very shortly, and you'll find that, yeah, he goes for 2 for 36 in the 2 overs he's bowled. High up in the air. That is high and handsome, and goes away for 6 runs. So a shorter delivery to start off here for Saqib Hossain. That goes away for a 6. And of course, when these foreign expats, I should say, or Croatians who were living abroad returned, they formed some cricket clubs, and well, all this 6 hitting means that I'm not going to get a chance to complete this tale. Goes away for a Maximo. What an incredible shot once again. Oh, this is just starting to turn into a 6 hitting contest. If we just get a good look at Ravi Panchal and Nilkesh Patel, members of our blue crew. Massive shot. And oh, Oh, that was put down there by Nilkesh. I'll just scrub that. We didn't see it. We didn't see him put down that chance. Down the leg side, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Knock in the production cabin. How are you doing, Dennis? That ball just goes straight into their cabin. I think Maggie seems to have felt the impact of that as well, according to what I'm hearing from Dennis. Yeah, that one was probably, I think it's up there as one of the shots that has struck the production cabin the most firmly so far today. 16 off this over. Oh, this is going to go away to the boundary as well, into the gap for 4 runs. I mean, what is Ulla thinking here? What is Ulla thinking? I mean, I can't decipher any kind of plan with this bowling. He's got no protection behind square leg, and he just keeps bowling it at his pads. I just don't get it. I really don't. Oh, massive, absolutely massive. It's going to be another 6. So we've seen a boundary of every ball of this over so far. It's been a 26-run over, and we still have a ball to come. My goodness, what an onslaught. What a display of powerful batting. This has been a real humiliation here for Ulla and Saqib Hussain. Oh, what a treat to watch if you're a neutral, but if you're a fan of this Belgrade side, you might just want to look away now because things are getting pretty ugly. Oh, it's a slower ball. Or actually, it wasn't a slower ball in the end. It was an on-pace delivery. It's just one that sneaks in and is quite low. And, well, what's going on here? What is going on here? They're going to give up 3 runs, Belgrade. This is shocking. This is absolutely shocking by them in the field. And it just epitomizes what we have seen from this Belgrade side. And I think some harsh words would be pretty fair to describe the way they have performed over these last couple of matches. You know, there's a few little things that you can control, your effort in the field, how hard you try, and they have given very little effort, you have to say, over these last couple of matches. They're kind of just going through the motions. It's disappointing for this Belgrade team, who are, of course, playing on their last day of this European Cricket Series. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings, and in all honesty, it's going to be a package dominated by highlights of big shots by Zagreb Sokol. Of course, Zagreb Sokol had a brilliant opening partnership worth 91 runs between Sagar Manzoor and Rashid Hashmi. The two of them batted superbly. 43 of 27 for Manzoor, 54 of 22 for Rashid Hashmi. The two of them really set up a good platform for the likes of Haidar Usama, Saqib Hussain to really tee off at the end and take this game away from this Belgrade side. They did manage to get 3 wickets, Belgrade. Manzoor fell, caught and bowled off the bowling of Inesh Dayaratna, and there was the first wicket. A very poor shot in the end by Rashid Hashmi. I think you'll want to take that one back. It was a full toss, and he probably would have thought that he'd have been able to get that one away, but just kind of dipped really late on it. It was one of those dipping Yorkers, you could almost call it, although it wasn't really a Yorker, a bit like a sinker in baseball. This was a good shot by Saqib Hussain, picking out the gap. Haidar Usama hit a couple of 6s in a row, and then on his 3rd ball, he hauled one out towards Arsalan Basharat. That was caught well. Why do we need to show that? We don't need to show Nilkesh dropping that catch. He doesn't drop too many opportunities. And, of course, I think that really just sums up what it was like for Belgrade. They were sort of going through the motions at the end. It just felt like they had really no interest in being out there. And a dismal bowling performance for them. They end up conceding 156 runs. It's up there as one of the highest scores we have seen over the course of this European Cricket Series. We'll have a look at the scorecard right here. And Rashid Hashmi top scoring with 54 runs of 22 deliveries. Sagar Manzoor with 43 of 27. Haidar Usama with 12 of 3. Saqib Hussain with a quick fire 37 of 9. The bowling figures look pretty ugly. But they're just as dismal as some of the fielding, I think. There's a lot of comments coming in here about the foot fielding at the end, and honestly, I think it's best to just keep your mouth shut on some of them. It was very dismal, and I think some of those fielders deserve quite a few harsh words for the effort they have shown over these last couple of games. It just wasn't there. The commitment wasn't there, and ultimately, they deserve to concede 156 runs. So Belgrade have a big task at hand in the second innings. could be a big struggle for them. But let's see how they fare. Zagreb Sokol will certainly feel like they've got a chance to pick up all 4 points in this match.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Howdy, howdy, folks. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network, of course. Pleasure to have your company with us on this fine Thursday afternoon. Currently just coming up to 1:15, and it is stunning. Really is. It's been a great first morning of cricket, of course. We've seen some interesting results, and we're looking at a tricky one here for Belgrade, as they have been set just the total of 157, of course, for the victory here in match. Well, what is a very interesting match, of course, 54. It's going to be a tough ask for Belgrade, of course, already struggling numbers-wise, and while their batting hasn't clicked throughout the entirety of this tournament, it looks as if it's going to be Mohamed Ahmed to open up the batting for them, as it looks as if they're sticking with, well, he looked like he was injured at times in that first innings, in Basharat, who's going to be at the non-strikers end. Opening the bowling for the Sokol side will be Chaubi to get underway. Pleasure to have you with us in, of course, this exciting last day of action before finals day, of course, here in Zagreb at the very wonderful Rados cricket ground. It's been a host to many fixtures over the last few years, and well, we're ready and raring to go here in the second innings of this fixture. And this is going to get hit away and will be stopped on the leg side boundary. Darted in. They'll get a single to start, but Belgrade, of course, they have to look to build on this. They've got to start early. You really have to start early. You've got to, really make the most of it and utilize that power play and really exploit the fielding restrictions. I mean, if you try and go over the top, you want to take the fielders out of the equation. That's the most important part. You can see Velko telling the fielders, a bit of some insects and flies all flying around the field at the moment. We did pick them up on the on the camera at points in that last innings. Basharat on strike. Expansive, no connection though. It'll be interesting to see how he runs between the wickets. Of course, was hobbling around at times in that last innings. So we'll see how he looks to go about things here. You've got to feel that it's a matter of time before surely someone clicks. Has to be. All the floodgates open and wickets tumble. One of the two. Well, this is slapped, and this one is going to get through the gap. Work to do. Oh, it's an excellent stop. It's a really, really good stop by the likes of Sagi Posen. Good to see, of course, Hashmi back with the gloves. Hashmi will be taking part in the weekend's action on Saturday, of course, which will be exciting to see him with Croatian blue on the back of his on his back. Great work though here by the likes of Sagi Posen to stop what would have been an almost certain boundary. Good afternoon to everyone as well on the YouTube live chat. To Deshraj, to Craig, to Dave B, to Wayne, to Peter, to Helix as well. Pleasure to have all of you with us here. Nish going to take this innings off, enjoy a bit of grub. Very good grub this lunchtime. Slight question, but it's a wild swipe. Yeah, it's good grub. Chicken tikka, very, very scrummy. With some nice naan bread as well. No complaints from me whatsoever. Expansive over the offside, nobody there. This one is going to be one bounce for as Ahmed goes over the top. That's going to be the first boundary of the chase, and it comes at the back end of the first over. Nicely played, goes square of the wicket. Maybe it got a bit more height than he would have been hoping for, but still got the length. That's going to be cuatro carreras, so a nice start. And now goes down the ground, but hasn't got out of the middle. Haider will play a game of hot potato. Eventually we'll do the fielding. And that's going to be the end of the first over. And it's going to be 7 without loss after 1. Getting up there now, 89 matches since a golden ball. course, that last one coming all the way back in Austria, and it just seems as if we're going to have to wait. I think we're going to have to wait through Friday, through Saturday, through Sunday. I think it's going to be the first week of the ECC that we'll get one. I really do. I've got a feeling. I've been saying it for a couple of weeks now. Just have that feeling. But yeah, it's been a while. Of course, the sun now out. The temperature's high of 20 at the moment. Oh, over the top. This is lovely. This is really, really nice. And it's going to go the distance. I think they maybe just want to check something here just to make sure. But let's see if in all reality it goes the distance. It's a lovely shot no matter what it is from Mohammed Ahmed, who has shown signs of promise, of course. And we have, unfortunately, no look at that one. Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be just going to go down as a boundary. Interesting is what it has been given in the end. Of course, unfortunately, we just didn't have the coverage to have another look, but it goes down as a boundary nonetheless. Oh, this one out of Shamagam. I think there's a noise, but I think it might actually be hitting his own helmet, to be honest. Yeah, it is. It just goes all the way around. But a rash shot from Ahmed. He's saying it gets up, but I still think he plays just a little bit too early on it. Now and again, now swinging and trying to hit every ball with the same sort of shot, which isn't ideal. On the board then. It was given as a 6. Did go all the way in the end. And it's going to go again. This time has gone higher, then it's gone longer. It will take some catch. Oh, and it is taken. And that's a great grab in the end by Sagar Manzoor. Don't know if we quite catch it. I think we may have just lost it again in the sun. It's pretty tough at the moment. The sun's right in everybody's eyes here at this far end. But that's a super catch. There's David Skinner, by the way, for those of you who want to know. It looks like that's Skinner there on your left. But this is a great grab. I really think this is a super catch from Manzoor. Don't think we get to see it. We'll see. He makes a last-ditch effort. There you go. Haider Usama was interested. But eventually, the catch does get taken. And that's going to be the end of Ahmed, who goes for 12 off the 8 deliveries. Belgrade are 13 for 1. Certainly tough. But look at that. Last-ditch effort. It was moving a long old way. Makes a great attempt. Those are the moments, and that's the difference between Belgrade and the rest. Those catches would have been put down by Belgrade in their 10 overs, whereas realistically, the likes of Sokol, they take those chances. Sokol, they've had a pretty fair split of games, you know. They've had their games split out, of course, over the course of this 2 weeks. Some have had lots of games in plots, Split, for example, they had 8 games, or 8 games? Yeah, 8 games in 2 days, which was very tough on them. New batter is Siddiqui. And Siddiqui's going to try and swing this away. That's going to be a dot. That'll be a warning for the 1 for the over. Yeah, the sun is out now, and it's there's no cloud, which is keeping us in shade, so it's quite warm. No complaints though, considering the weather we have had. Oh dear, well that's unintentional, I think, and going to take a shot at the stumps, and it's going to be at least a single plus the no. It's a definite no. There's nothing that Hashmi could have done about it. I have to say, some here in the crew, by the way, have been making very large calls about Hashmi, considering how young he is and the way he bats as well. They say he might just be one of the best keeper batters around the globe. What I would say, or around the continent, what I would say is I'd like to see him against some different bowling. I think that would be the key thing I'd like to see. I'd like to see what he can do against, you know, different sides. Top edge, up in the air, but it's going to fall safely. I think it's going to run away from Aman Chowbi, and it's going to just go for 4. It is, yeah. That's going to be 4 runs. Basharat gets a little bit of bat on it. Well, it's not the most convincing of shots, but it's what goes down in the book that counts, and it will go down as 4. Good chase by Chowbi, but yeah, just couldn't cut it off in time, and he lets us know that that's definitely going to be a 4 to finish. So 12 come off the over, but they pick up the all-important wicket. And it's 19 for 1 at the end of the second over. Yeah, of course, 2 overs down, and of course we might be able to get a brief look here. We can, as to where these two sides sit. Sokol, of course, a win here would put them again back into 5th. The Chiefs do play next. They take on Ljubljana in a good big matchup in that game, of course, in the context of who finishes where in the top 5. So looking forward to that next fixture. Probably going to be a little bit more eventful than this one. I think this one is looking as if the Sokol side are going to very much take a big win here. I think it's just a matter of when, not if, sorry. Aman Chowbi, 7 off his first. Going to come back for the 3rd. And he's going to get tonked down the ground to start. That's 6. That's a brilliant pickup from Siddiqui. And they will need a few more if they're going to make an effort of this chase, but that will certainly help. There's, of course, good mark there down at helping us retrieve the ball. He's the 12th at the moment. Not the oldest, by the way. I worked it out yesterday. Got some info. It was, there's been a fair few older. There was one in Rome this year. Where of course, Alfonso Jayaraja, who played in Rome, in August, was 77 years of age. And I said to Vinny, I said, we had, of course, March 68. He said, that's probably in the top 10. He said he's even seen a 70-year-old hit a 6, which is mightily impressive. If I'm still playing sport at 72, I'm happy. I'm a happy chappy. Yeah, 77 years and 62 days is what he played at in an ECS, and of course was the former Italian captain, national team. Good story on our Facebook as well and on our socials about him. That's a wide. Great take. Great grab from Hashmi, just sticks in the webbing. Just see that. Just going out of the top of your screens. Definitely too short. Well, he goes for a short ball again, and this might be a no ball. Let's have a little look, because this is not clever. There's Nish, by the way. Is it above the shoulder? Arguably, some would say yes, and some others would probably say no. So I'm going to split opinion. I'm going to sit on the fence on that one. Shot. That is expansive, and that's 6. Flat and hard. Thank you for coming. And Chowbi, you can't bowl there. Basharat finally gets something out of the screws. He's a good player. And let's just say it's just not worked for him this tournament. Nice shot. Gets everything out of the way and hits through the line. 6 glorious runs. All right, Jeffrey, hope you're well. Good to have you in the chat. This is a wide delivery. Chowbi now getting thrown off his line. This is a little bit frustrating. Of course, they've got the runs to play with, but you don't want to be too open to letting runs flow and giving away extras. You don't want to be too susceptible to them.
Goes short again, top edge. Work to do for Lucas Stubbs, who's going to give chase. He's going to have some backspin on it as it pitches down. They get back for the 2. He starts limping again, does Basharat. Limps and then turns it on and off a little bit. No worries, came down the track, which kind of took the question mark out of the equation realistically. 1-2-1 off 43. You need to go massively at 16s here. Oh, again, short wide on the offside. Not going to be an extra though. Well, it'll be a dot to finish the over. 36-1 after that was just this last ball here. He snuck it in, didn't he? Yeah, good call by Velko. Want to say, huge well done to all of our umpires that we've had over the course of this tournament. Of course, here today, and we've of course got Velko and DJ out there, and Jasmine, who of course joined us halfway through. And also want to say a big shout out to Paul Stubbs as well. Paul did a great job in the first couple of days, and then came back for a few. And I know he's back and forth with a lot of stuff, but yeah, huge thanks to them. Of course, to Stefan, who was out there as well. And Jared Newton did get out there at one point as well. So huge shout out to those boys and to all the umpiring crew. They've really been pretty astonishing and pretty good, and have dealt with some very tricky situations out there. 36-1 at the end of the power play. Then they're going to turn to Usama for this 4th over. This one slapped down the ground, bit of work to do for Thakur. He's going to give chase. Well, the 2 of them will combine, and well, the likes of Hosted gets a hand down, and then eventually Thakur does the cleaning up. It was in the slot. It was nice and full in the block hole. Had legs on it, didn't it, though, to be fair? And they kind of look at each other. The old slip and slide. Looks as if there's a pause in play here, but again, not too clued up as to why. Apologies, folks. Of course, all this cricket today is building up to what's happening tomorrow, which is a big day in the context of this tournament. Of course, got to understand that the top 5 will go through. Of course, there'll be eliminator, qualifier 1, qualifier 2. And again, hit down the ground to Thakur. Nobody really backing up. A little bit of a slow response from the leg side fielders. Dave's made a Cyril of a split joke, and then Sam's gone, "What's that about us?" Sam, I don't think too clued up on Dave's sense of humour, it seems. Change of angle as Usama, he's taken his time through this over. He's already gone through 14 minutes of their allotted time so far. Belgrade have hit a few runs though. Add these to it. That's glorious. That is so lovely. Through extra cover, and they've got a short cover in there. They've of course got the big man in Richard Probst, but well, nothing he could do about that one. That was past him before he could even blink. That's another shot and another boundary. 4 more. Halfway through the over, and it's gone for 7. There's been a flow of... The boundaries have been constant, though. They've been consistent as well. Need to work out a way of in all honesty, finding out how to get things going. Davey saying... Follows him, but this is hit away nicely. There's a fielder out there, though, who does the work. Very well done indeed at the end. Well, Bash seems to be moaning about something behind the arm. I don't know what he's whinging about. Might be the sun probably glaring off. You can see this was hit away leg side. There's nothing really you can do if the sun's glaring onto the sight screen, realistically. Just trying to have a look and peep out, but there's no one there. So, Dave, is that you saying that Lance will be there at Cartman? Of course, maybe following the Isle of Man in the first group, I believe? If he is, I'll see him there. Oh, swing and a miss. Swing and a miss from Siddiqui. Got to just look to stop being one-dimensional. This was the issue last time around, wasn't it? He was able to get some good shots out of the middle, but there was also times where he wouldn't, and there were times where he would just chew up deliveries, and that wasn't really ideal. Oh, this is another dot. Well bowled from Usama. Good comeback after conceding a boundary. Goes for just one off the second half of the over. That'll be the end of the fourth. It's a good one. It's 44 for 1 at the end of 4. 2%. Well, was it 2%? Now back down to 1 after that dot ball. Clearly shows you how much a dot ball matters. Of course, 4 overs gone. You can see there, they're at the rate for a point, but nothing else. Nothing more than that at the moment. You can see that they consistently would have to go just above, or almost just below 16s to have chased this down successfully, and that would have been mightily impressive from a side that hadn't really mustered up many runs in the entire 2 weeks. So then, Hossein is going to bowl this 5th over. Oh dear, that's a no ball, and that's going to be a minimo. It's a loosener from Hossein, and Basharat won't say no to that. He's cashed in there. That's going to be a welcome boundary yet again. It's going to be a minimo. Lucas Stubbs having to do the work there. 4 more, and a minimo. Another no ball, free hit to come. Free hit then. Bash, 22. Striking nicely at 220. Oh, upish. Uppercut into the offside. Work to do. Never mind. Never mind, Shelby's run past it. That's really frustrating. Really is frustrating. You don't want to take your foot off the gas here at the moment, because you don't want to let them get a sniff of getting this run rate down to a respectable 12s and over. But gets 4 for it though. If you're going to hit it, I guess you might want to make the most of it. See here, just stops on him really. Needs a response, and it's a good one as Basharat comes down the track and, well, plays a very, very rash shot. Comes again, and this one is up in the air. Don't think it's going to have the legs to go all the way. It's not going to get caught either. It will probably just be one. It's well fielded in the end. But yeah, of course, you go back to 2021. This Belgrade side only lost 1 game out of their 8. Of course, Oliver split. These two have basically swapped ends from 2021 to here. Belgrade were top of the table. Oliver split, they were bottom. And of course, things have completely changed in a matter of 3 years. This one just over the top of the off stump, not far away. Ljubljana, of course, were in that tournament as well. They finished 3rd. Sokol themselves, they finished 2nd. Same record as Belgrade in that tournament. Hit away. And there is a fielder out there. Work to do if he cuts this off. Oh, well, this is going to be close. This is going to be touch and go this time around. Let's have a look and let's see what's going to happen here. It was nicely played away from Siddiqui. They weren't thinking about it. Let's see. It's the last part of this sequence. We keep on going. You keep pulling through. There's no issue here. It's when it comes off this foot. And where's his hand here? I think he's okay, but let's see. Keep going through. Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, that's a close call. I think he's just okay. I think there might be just some grass in between the fingers and the rope. It's a very tough, close call, but I think he's just done enough, and yes, he has. Very, very good work indeed by crew at Spring. Hit away. Just one. Yeah, of course, the thing is that you've got to look at that. You know, the Belgrade side, you look at the top run scorers back in 2021. End of the over, 57th one at the halfway stage. They need 100 from the next 5 overs. But, you know, you look at, as I said, you can see there, by the way, there's all the bugs and flies flying around. It's a nightmare. CW, of course, coming up at the end of the year. We've spoken at length about that one. But, yeah, going back to this, Belgrade, you know, you look at their last, that 2021 sort of standings, you know. They had the highest run scorer, Alexander Tizja, who had 360. Then they had Whitley Burton was also in there as well. And then they had, of course, Michael Dorgat, who took wickets for fun in that series as well. Then you look to, you know, 2022, Belgrade again finished top of the table. Just looking at the history of them, I mean, you know, again, you look at who they had in their lineups, and it was, of course, one man who we know very well, hit the 100th century of this year. Mike Jones was playing for Belgrade back in 22. Mike Jones also picked up 14 wickets in that series, but picked up, more importantly, 332 runs. Houghton, of course, there was no split, or Sir Oliver split in 22. So Houghton, of course, was playing for William Hostvis, and he got a good amount of runs, 216 for him. Zanko was the leading wicket taker, though, in that series with 15. That's pretty good from him. Sathi Devi was there, though. He was still sticking around at the time. And, of course, last year, that was when things kind of changed and things looked slightly different. In all reality, the Assassins started topping tables. Ljubljana are up there as well. This one hit away. This will be 4. You can't bowl there, I'm afraid. It's going to be another boundary. Siddiqui just going along nicely. You can see they're well below the rate of what's expected. Need magical overs from here on in, which is pretty tough. Yeah, you look last year, of course, very much a rain-affected season or series. The Chiefs, they lost 4 games last year to weather. But again, Anil Kumar not here this year, really, which is a shame for the Assassins. Izaz Ali was one of the top leading wicket takers with 16 last year. Of course, I believe he'll be playing for Slovenia in the internationals on Saturday. Christy O'Brien had a good series last year as well, 209. But again, Danny Kuller once more one of the leading wicket run scorers and wicket takers. He was second in both regards. Shot. Nicely hit firmly. That's going to go all the way. Clears the rope, clears the distance. 6 runs. Good carry. That's 50 partnership now up between these two. Basharat has been joint alongside Siddiqui, and they've both gone nicely. That's another beautiful shot. 6 runs. Yeah, this is plenty of different information, of course, and you know, you go back to the history of cricket in Croatia. You know, it was first, in all honesty, that's going to be calling for a while, but not given. Yeah, it was first, of course, mentioned in the unlikely Central European country Croatia back in the start of the 19th century. British naval officer Captain William Host and his troops stationed on the Croatian island of Vis played cricket on the island during their spare time as a means of relaxing and maintaining morale. After Captain Host and his men left the island, the game of cricket went with them, and it was for almost another 2 centuries that the spirit of cricket spirit of the game was rekindled in Croatia during the early to mid-90s. The opportunity for many of the nearly 4 million Croats living outside of Croatia to return to their homeland presented itself, and the idea to form a club in Croatia was born. So we're going to miss. Good comeback from Usama after 4 and a 6. 11 come off the over, and the score is 68 for 1 after 6. The founders didn't have any proper cricketing equipment or training facilities, but the passion for the game was just so strong in a small group of enthusiasts that they just decided to start playing cricket in Croatia, even though most of them barely played any highly competitive cricket. Of course, was played on the Croatian side, played against a club from Slovenia. in '98. And soon afterwards, Zagreb was founded as the first cricket club in the country and started to play all their friendly matches with clubs from neighbouring countries. There's a look at the batting unit, by the way. Of course, 2004. There was a representative championship played in Ljubljana, Slovenia. First took place with 5. Croatia, of course, won that with 5 straight victories. And then, of course, had a very historic year in 2007. Spin comes into the attack. This is Takur, who's going to get carved away for 1. Croatia claimed the ICC European Division 3 championships that were held in Belgium at the time with a 5 out of 5 win ratio in that one. They then played the first international match against Israel in a playoff relegation match and successfully won the fixture to go into Division 2 in Europe. And then in 2008, that was the Division 2 champs, was then held in Guernsey, similar to this year. But they didn't win a game, unfortunately, Croatia, and faced another playoff match, again with Israel, to see which team would claim the final spot in the 2010 European Division 2 Championship. This one hit away. Should just be 1 and will be. Israel won that. They won that game. It was a rain-affected fixture. Uh-oh, buzzers! Well, this is going to be at least a few. Let's have a look as to how many, because this one was hit away, and unfortunately there were buzzers. Hashmi very rarely makes mistakes. Luka was behind him. He couldn't gather it either. That's going to go down as 5 runs. Minimo time. What else have we got here? Yeah. As a result, of course, played in that one. Israel run that game, and meaning Croatia's next international participation was in the 2011 European Division 3 Championship. Hit away, and not got the middle of the bat. That will just be 1. Did you know that the necktie or the cravat said to have had its roots in the 17th century when Croatian mercenaries wore a unique piece of cloth around their necks? The French term for necktie, cravat, usually actually comes from the Croatian words uvratska or something like that. I'm not very good at mentioning it. Hit away, hit firmly, 1 bounce, 4 runs, gets through the fielder. This is a good helping innings, but you also just ask the question, well, what happened over the course of the last 5 days when these fellas were involved? Because it's not worked for them. It really hasn't. It's going to be another boundary, unfortunately, for Sokol, but they won't be too disappointed. Yeah, let's talk about the qualifiers for Croatia, of course. Some different names. This is 6, by the way. This has gone all the way it has. This is glorious hitting. The over goes for 17. End of the 8th. Belgrade's set 85 for 1. Yeah, of course, Croatia, well, they had an interesting one, didn't they? They, of course, beat Belgium by DLS in the 5th game out in Krefeld. Great ground, by the way, beautiful ground. They won by 6 runs. They then beat Serbia, and they beat Serbia. That was a good start for them, but then, of course, well, they actually got away with one because they didn't play against Jersey. That was abandoned without a ball being bowled. And then, of course, Croatia lost to Switzerland, which meant they didn't get to the final, which meant that they, of course, ended up in the 3rd place playoff where they lost to Germany, where Croatia could only muster up 98 off their 10 overs. And it took just 8 overs for Germany to chase it down. Here's Hossen for the 8th over. This is up high in the air. Hashmi has put his name underneath. Oh, and he's not got there. It's a great attempt from him, and I think he's got a bit of a giggle on him, to be fair. That one had snow on it as he re-entered the atmosphere. Yeah, of course, Slovenia were playing in the opposite group in that tournament up in Krefeld. Slovenia didn't have it all their way. They did beat Gibraltar, though, in what was a very, very tight game. This one stays low, well watched. Yeah, Gibraltar got 136 for 9 off their 10. And with 3 balls remaining, Slovenia chased it down in that last over. It was very, very interesting. But yeah, very tricky. Slovenia, Norway skittled them for 49 in one of their games. So, very tough. Slovenia, though, recently, of course, also played against Serbia in Ljubljana. And that was, again, very, very comfortable for them against the Serbian side. Anyway, hope you enjoyed the little history lesson. Because at the moment, this one isn't really sort of evolving too much at this point. Shot. Nice pickup, 6 runs. This is really nice hitting, but it's so frustrating for probably all these Belgrade fans watching on, really. Where's this been all this last week, to be honest? That's the question. Good pickup. Not a great ball, though, from Hossen, to be fair. But still, got to hit it. That's exactly what he does. $80 off 37, this partnership. Oh, that's not far away. I struggle to see how that's not hit the stumps, to be honest. It's a great ball. Good comeback. And again, outside the off stump. It's going to be too far, though. That's going to be a wide. Oh, and again, he's clubbed this down the ground. It's going to be another 6. And the 6s are adding up here. That's now Sadiqi's 5th of his little innings here. And I say little innings, it's a great one, a great way to bring up a half century. It's a second in the tournament for him, 51 off 25. Very good hitting indeed, striking just above 200. Of course, it's not really going to matter, but they are probably going to get a point here, Belgrade. And oh, this has come off the rib cage, I think. Just see that. Just takes a cop at him on the way through. End of the over then. And yet again, looks as if it's going to be tricky. But 100 up though for Belgrade, which is good to see for them. 100 for 1, sorry. The end of the 8th over. And again, Basharat this time. And this has gone all the way, 6 runs again. The 6s just continue on here. It is good hitting at the moment. This is, of course, the first time that this Belgrade side have got into the hundreds. Their previous highest score was all the way back in match 48. It was against Ljubljana, but they got up to 98 in that game. Conceded 143, though. Wasn't ideal. Averaging 76 runs for in their 10. Oh, yes, no, maybe. There's some wild screams out there, to be fair. Of course, next game coming up is the Chiefs against Ljubljana. That's going to be a really interesting matchup. Some newbies for the Chiefs, though, so I do feel like that's going to make a difference. Of course, they're going to be looking for the likes of Atri and Kulkarni to be the better of them. Of course, Power, we haven't seen them for a few days, but there are 5 new entrances for them in that fixture. Ljubljana, of course, won the toss, and they're going to bat first in that fixture, of course, coming up in just under an hour's time, in 50 minutes' time. Oh, well, this one hit away. This one is going to go for another boundary, 4 more. Bash now gets up to 40 off just 19 deliveries. And again, the question is, where has this been for the last week? Of course, what's it now? It's 42 runs needed off 9. You always have to start thinking about it because they're hitting everything to the rope. That's a dot ball, though. That's a dot ball. This partnership now 97 off 44. Steaky's come out and hit everything to the rope. It's been pretty good hitting from him. well, he's done very well to not get hit by this. He's done very well to miss everything. Dot to finish with an over to go. There is going to be, of course, look at this. He does very well to not get anything on it. Yeah, over to go. It's 115 for 1 on the board. Not far away, of course. Get a delay. Look at it. There we go. This is the lineup. You can see there Kartik, Vadu, Manuel, Dawood and Prakash coming in for the first time in this game for the Chiefs. Of course, they're going to be very, very, very heavily reliant on Plitesh Power Ljubljana. Looking to bat first. They're going to rely on that top 5, aren't they, in all honesty? Good to see Jostovic here as well. We'll come back to live pictures then. Last over time, Shamagam. In fact, there was a ball to go. Apologies, folks. Well, and the extra ball goes for 6. All of a sudden, this could be chased here, by the way. That's going to be the end of the over. And it comes down to needing to go at 6 sixes off the last. It's going to be 36 required off the last over. The score, 121 for 1 at the end of 9. 6 sixes. We've seen crazy things happen, folks, haven't we? We really have seen crazy things, and it looks as if the skipper in Aman Maheshwari is going to come on here. 3 points are big for Stockholm in the context of the top 5 chase. You can see that, well, the economy rates aren't that pretty. Just a wicket for Shanmugam. Feels like a long time ago, that does. And they got the earlier wicket, of course, of Ahmed. Yeah, it's 4 games a day from here on in after today. So 5 today, and then 4 for Friday, 4 for Saturday, 4 for Sunday. Maheshwari then need to go at 6s. Outside edge, but that pretty much means that the game's over. There's credit to them. They got up to a decent position and were able to get something going, but they're not going to get there. But they get 4. I guess if there's a couple of extras, they're still in the game. But still, everything needs to go to the rope. And over the rope, in fact. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. This has got through everything. Luca will give chase. He is going to get there. But that's lifted out of nowhere. It's going to go down as buys. I mean, look at this. That's almost completely nudged him away. He does quite well to miss out on it, to be fair. Look at that. Oh, nothing really that Hashmi could do. He does well to get a hand on it. Belgrade, of course, they take a point. It's not the last time we see them, though, and they will be playing in the final game of today. But, of course, we've got a big matchup before we get there. The Chiefs taking on Ljubljana. Can't wait for that one. That's coming up in 45 minutes' time. Wow. Up high in the air. Someone's got to get underneath it. No, and he's lost it completely as Hisama. Doesn't matter, though. The game's gone. The game will be won. That would have been nice to take, but yeah, pretty outrageous hitting. Outrageously high that time. And that's going to be out. That will be the wicket. So the drop means that they take a single, and Siddiqui trying to swing from the hip, which is understandable. Unfortunately, it doesn't get anywhere near the middle of the bat. He finds the edge, and that's going to be a wicket to fall. Finally, this excellent partnership is broken. It was a partnership worth a very, very elegant 114, but it is going to fall as it's 127 for 2. Another stat for Hashmi behind the stumps, who's just adding to his collection. Well, a good innings from Siddiqui, his second half century in the tournament, but he just sort of, I mean, look at what he got in the last game. He was struggling to get anything going. Couldn't get a ball off the square, and all of a sudden comes out and whacks it. Unfortunately, that's very frustrating. Anyway, little edge, feathers through. Hashmi takes the catch. Rathna is the new batter, and he's going to turn this into the leg side, and this will be 4 as well. Nice shot to start for number 4 coming in. Yeah, of course, ODIs between England and Australia start today. Phil Salt, Ben Duckett, Will Jacks, Brooke, Jamie Smith, Liam Livingston, Jacob Bethel gets his first cap, Bryden Cast. Jofra Archer returns for England, by the way. Matthew Potts and Adil Rashid. That's going to be exciting, isn't it, for them? Looking forward to that fixture. We'll keep an eye on that one whilst we're here in Croatia. And this will be driven for the last ball of the game. And they will finish with a single. Dirathan will finish on 5 not out. Basharat falls just short of his half century. But that will not be the game. Sorry, there's still... I think that is the end of the game. Yeah, there we go. That's the end of the fixture. Game, set, and match. And by the way of 24 runs, Zagreb Sokol will win this one. And that will be the close of this game. Well done to Sokol. I mean, the thing is, though, they won't be happy at the fact that they gave away so many runs. 150 is what they scored, and they conceded a score of 130. Next game coming up is, of course, he's in this ECS Croatia match 55. The Chiefs take on Ljubljana. That's going to be exciting to see. Big game. Big game in the top 5 chase. Looking forward to seeing that one. That one's coming up in about 40 minutes' time. Let's have a look at these highlights then of, well, there was raining 6s. There was a fair few. Of course, 1 for Ahmed. Of course, he was eventually gone 12 off 8. 3 for Basharat. 5 for Siddiqui. So that's a good 9 right there. Then you look at what happened in the first innings as well. Of course, you had 9 just between the 2 openers themselves. There's 25 6s in that game. And I tell you what, that will do the maximum rate of welfare good, because it was sat very, very low at 5 a game. So good to see that we can finally up that rate slightly due to this game. But yeah, well done to those out in the field. This was a close moment, but Jai Thakur just got his fingers behind the ball and did well not to take anything there. And then, of course, that brought Siddiqui out, though. Siddiqui hit some nice shots. 55, sorry, for him. Of course, top scores in this fixture. Hashmi finished on 54 off 22. Siddiqui 55 off 29. And there were good hits all around, though, to be fair. There were good hits, but, of course, your player of the match is Rashid Hashmi, again behind the stumps, doing a wonderful job, only having the, well, in this second innings, only conceding the 1 bye on this wicket. That's pretty impressive. That was the wicket of Siddiqui, though. Meshwari, the skipper, got his man behind the stumps. Hashmi, there you go, involved in the dismissal that time around. Then Dirathan came out, hit 4 to start, and then his last delivery would have just been pushed down the ground. And that one will be the end of that one. That's all she wrote. The fat lady has sung. It's going to be 24 runs, the victory for Zagreb Sokol in this innings. Let's have a look at the scorecards, and it will tell you that Ahmed was the only one not really getting going. And then, of course, Siddiqui and Basharat, 114, that partnership between them. Very, very impressive between those two. Dirathan came in, hit 4, hit a single, and that was the end of that one. Bowlers-wise, though, not the best to write home about. A wicket for Maheshwari, a wicket for Shanmugam, no one else chipping in. None for 19 for Usama. As Thakur went for 17 off his 2 overs, which was pretty horrible to see. Yeah, the pick, probably, Shanmugam, 1 for 28. He's been very crucial for the Sokol side, and he'll be crucial going into tomorrow's action. We'll have a break then here, folks. Thanks for sticking around in that fixture. Bit of a one-sided affair, but at least they gave it a good go. We'll be back in 40 minutes' time as we'll see the next game. It'll be match 55 of this European Cricket Series. Pleasure to have your company with us. We'll be back soon. You're watching the European Cricket Series here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Howdy folks, welcome back for the fourth game of the day. It is going to be a very interesting matchup in this one. Of course, you look at this, it's going to be a tight affair in the fourth game of the day. It is going to be the Zagreb Chiefs taking on Ljubljana. This one, realistically, you look at this and it's going to be an interesting matchup. Of course, Chiefs, they're one of looking at the way that they play about their business, and in all honesty, it's going to be tough up against Ljubljana. You know, realistically, Ljubljana, of course, they have done very well in this tournament. They've looked to be one of the better sides on paper going into this tournament, and they've proved it going into, of course, the last couple of games here, and of course the last games going into finals day tomorrow. Let's go over to the middle. Stefan Gooch has got the two captains for the coin toss.
Ljubljana the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is heads.
We are going to bat first.
Good luck. Have a good game. All the best.
Thank
have a
you.
good game. Ljubljana have won the toss. They're having a hit.
There you go then, news from the toss. Ljubljana, they're going to have a bat first in this one. Again, no real surprise. We know that they like to get runs on the board. That's when they've often played at their best. That's where we've seen the likes of Ramanjot Singh really look to be comfortable. He doesn't seem to be a very happy chaser. He looks to set things nice and early, set the tone early, get runs on the board, and then, of course, look to skittle the likes of the Chiefs in the second half of this fixture. As for the Chiefs, of course, sat in that top 5 as well. We'll see them tomorrow, but in what capacity? That is the question that we're looking to answer. That's, of course, what the end of today will tell us as to who will finish where in that top 5. It's going to be an exciting one. Let's go over to Nishay Bhatt, who's standing by in the comms box. Next news from the toss is going to be that Ljubljana, they're going to bat first.
Well, thank you very much for that lovely introduction. So the Zagreb Chiefs and, of course, Ljubljana will be taking on each other in our fourth match of the day. Plenty on the line here. Ljubljana have won the toss, and they've decided to have a bat first. Of course, a couple of names missing in there for Ljubljana. No Ajay Sharma, not available for today's action. But you get to see Jost Hobic make his way back into the lineup. Had a good look at him for the first time yesterday. Omraj in there as well. Iqbal Yusuf added to this Ljubljana lineup as well. Meanwhile, for the Zagreb Chiefs, plenty of changes. 5 new faces we have not seen so far. This ECS are going to play for them. I think the Chiefs just feel fairly certain that they're probably going to be either 4th or 5th, and that doesn't make too much of a difference, as either way, they're going to take on Zagreb Sokol in that eliminator match. We'll take a look at the win predictor here on the Slovenian side, fancied as 86% favorites in this game. So should be absolutely massive. Looking forward to this game. Ljubljana will certainly look to get as many points as they can out of this game. Keep in mind, 2 bonus point victories, and they could still catch Sir Oliver Split at the top of the table. So expect Ljubljana to really attack in this innings and look to go for maximum points. Hit towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single, pick up a run. Yeah, that just does make it a little bit interesting, though. I mean, usually a side who are going for bonus points in a game would bowl first. They'd like to know their target, chase it down in 7 overs or less. But yeah, Ljubljana opting to bat first instead. If you remember, a number of sides over in Bulgaria, Academic Sofia in particular, would bowl first just so they could get a chance to pick up 4 points in a game. That gets past the, or looked like he was about to get past the keeper. It's going to be wide. That's been given a no ball here, so it's a free hit. Well, yeah, I think this is just a case of too many fielders outside the ring. I wonder if mid-wicket steps outside the circle. Oh, well, big mistake. Huge error, and I got a feel for Pawa. Big appeal over here, but of course it is a free hit, so, well, what's going on here? Why is the umpire raised the finger? I think he's forgotten it's a free hit. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, first of all, the bowlers and the fielding side forgot that this was a free hit. There he is. The umpire raised his finger. Well, it's a free hit. You can't get out on that. Oh, boy. A little bit of confusion everywhere. And Abdul Hassan is like, wait a second. That was a free hit. Why are you raising the finger? Out towards long on, and oh well, that's kicked back firmly. A firm side foot there by Pranav Prakash. Will still be able to come back here for a couple of runs. Yeah, let's just take a look at this. That is struck out towards cow corner, and he just looks to pass that one right back in. Struck hard towards long off, and that is going to be a single. We'll pick up a run. Big swing and a miss here. That one's just inside the tram line. Of course, keep in mind that wide line doesn't move if the batter shuffles across. The profile stays the same. Yeah, of course, we know how Ramanjot Singh likes to play. He always wants to target that mid-wicket boundary. Looks to advance here, and shot is not played all that cleanly, but he'll get it away for 4 runs. Just slashes hard at it. Goes away for a boundary just behind point. I think it's just one of those you have to accept during the power play as a bowler. You are always going to get away for a boundary, and, well, the fielder at backward point could have done better as well. So Ljubljana are 9 for no loss at the end of the first over. Not too bad there by Pawar. I thought he bowled fairly decently. We'll take a look here at the Challenger Division and the Premier Division of the ECC. So the host nation, Spain, is over in the Challenger Division. Had a chance to play Austria a couple of weekends ago over in Vienna. And, of course, Spain came out on top 4-1. Germany, Jersey, and Czechia are in there. I'll get a good look at Czechia in about 3 days' time when, of course, they will be taking on Croatia. And over in the Premier Division, got sides from England, Ireland, Scotland, and they'll be joined by the Netherlands and Italy. That is a wide. Looks to just dig that one inch short of it there, and that's also his one for the over, so ends up wasting his bouncer on this delivery. Of course, the standing umpire right now is Nilkesh Patel. Got Veliko Popovic over at square leg. Third umpire is Dhananjay Singh, all led by match referee Stefan Gooch. Just sits up nicely for him, doesn't it? It's a shorter delivery, not the best one. And Abdul Hassan will pull that away for 6 runs. Off it goes for a Maximo over that Stronger Together banner. A good chance to, of course, say hello to a few people joining us in the chat. Dave in there as well. Hope you're having a good day. Kroon, Paul Kempen, and Ashu as well. Thunder talking about some of the stuff going on in international cricket. Got Der Suraj and Helix in there as well. So hope you're all having a lovely afternoon, morning, or evening, depending on where you're based in. Width on offer. This should go away for 4 runs. A big chase there by the fielder, but it's going to go away for 4 runs. Yeah, it's just not the best delivery, is it there? Abdul Hassan has to reach out of that one and gets it away for a 4. Yeah, so the Zagreb Chiefs certainly have a very interesting story. This was struck firmly towards long off, and well, Pritesh Pawar manages to field that somehow. Yeah, the Chiefs, of course, during last year's European Cricket Series won just 6 out of their 15 matches. Of course, to be fair to them, 4 of those games were abandoned, 6 wins and 5 losses. They missed out on the playoffs by 4 points, and of course that was back when we had just 2 points for a victory. Oh, put down there by Roshan Vadu. Oh, what a drop, what an absolutely massive drop. And well, Ramanjot Singh is just wondering what's happened there, but he has played that straight to the fielder. It was a very wide delivery, and if he had got out in that manner, it really would have been a shocker. So Ramanjot granted another life, and he's on 5. This is nice bowling by the Chiefs. I think, you know, there have been so many people who have just come out here and given him deliveries in his arc, but you gotta credit the Chiefs side for just making a few adjustments here and trying to push these deliveries on the offside to Ramanjot Singh. Now goes shorter, pulled away. That's going to go for 4 runs. So once again, just setting up very nicely, and he's going to be able to get that away for a boundary. Not a great delivery. Not a great delivery, you have to say, by Pranav Prakash. Off it goes for 4 runs. Ljubljana are 25 for no loss at the end of the 2nd over, and yeah, just a little mistake there at the end. Roshan Vadu putting that catch down. How costly could that prove to be? It was a very poor stroke, in all honesty, by Ramanjot Singh, and you almost feel like he deserved to be caught for that. Out towards square leg, and that's going to be a run. Just flick of the wrist and over square leg. That goes away for 6 runs. Maximo. And wonderful shot there. Flick of the wrist, and away it goes for a 6. Plays this one nice and late away towards point. Plays it with soft hands. He's going to get a single over here. Hits a 6 and follows it up by getting a run. So, yeah, of course, the Chiefs had a record of 6 wins, 5 losses, and 4 no results yesterday. And I don't know if they can make it to finals day this year. It'll be their first time in finals. They struck hard, struck into the gap, and away it goes for 4 runs. Just clears the fielder at extra cover. And it's gone for a boundary. Beautifully struck. It's a really good-looking shot. We'll have another look at this. It timed very nicely. Beautiful timing, isn't it? And that's going to go away for 4 runs. Got a couple of balls left in this power play, and Ljubljana, their run rate looking very healthy at the moment. They're going at just under 14 and over. Looks to go big, and it's going to be caught. It's going to be taken. Ashraf Ansari holds on to the catch. Just had no timing whatsoever on that shot. Really didn't. Might have just been a touch late on it. Let's just have a look at that. Yeah, he just doesn't quite get a hold of it, does he? And Chetanatri is going to grab a wicket over here. That's going to be the end for him after getting one away towards the boundary. Abdul Hassan will depart. Struck 3 boundaries as he made 19 off just 10 deliveries. Atri gets a wicket on the 5th ball. The new batter here is Karan Chudasma, has made 3 50s over the course of this ECS. Also a great opportunity for me to welcome back Charlie Hunt into the commentary box. Yeah, Ljubljana, a fairly balanced start here. I think both sides can call this about a par for the moment. Swing and a miss. So 37 off that power play. Yeah, I'd probably call this power play a draw for now.
Yeah, it's pretty level playing field, isn't it? I think you know that this Chiefs side very reliant on the likes of Peter Power with the ball. But of course, interestingly enough, only of course getting that first over going for 9. Not a bad start, but yeah, he's going to be huge with the bat as well, isn't he? If they're going to chase anything that's put down, and I think that's why the way that the win predictor started was so heavily in the favour of Ljubljana, as he said. 37 for 1 at the end of the 3rd over. And, yeah, pretty level playing field going into the end of the power play. You can see Keshi out there alongside Velko, and yeah, I think you know, it's been a long 2 weeks for the umpires. You've got to remember that. So you know, they need to be sort of spread around and take breaks when possible. Keshi more than happy to step in. Of course, Keshi will be umpiring at the ECC, so he'll be more than happy to get a bit of match practice before he goes into arguably one of the biggest tournaments cricket has to offer. Here is Pritesh Pawar then for the 2nd over. Or sorry, it's his 2nd over. It's the 4th over of the fixture, in fact. That's a dot to start.
Starts off with a dot ball over here, so yeah, it's very important that they control these middle overs, the Zagreb Jeeps. You just feel that these next 3 or 4 overs will be so crucial in deciding where the score ends up. It's just the kind of phase of the game where a lot of sides can just let the match drift away from them.
Got to keep your noses in it. That's the important thing about a T10. Don't let the game get away from you.
Out towards the leg side. It's going to be a big chase in the deep, and oh, it's just going to get through. Roshan Vadu, who's really having a very difficult time in the field. We saw him put a catch down earlier, and now he lets one slip right underneath him. I don't think they can have him out as a boundary rider.
No, I think they are quite limited in terms of who they can have out there. Of course, Vadu coming in for the first time this week, and it's a difficult start for him, so he's going to have to pick himself up. Another 4, though. Ramandrop moves to 20 off just the 10 deliveries, going at 200s.
Plays this away towards point, and it's fielded well. Fielded really well in that position. Make sure it doesn't get past him, but they will scamper across for a quick single. Chudasma back on strike.
It's all about keeping your noses in it in a T10. There's ways that you can lose your game, and it is by having 2 bad overs. You don't want 2. You can have 1. One's fine. You've got to follow up with a tight one, but if you have 2, you're going to find yourself scraping back, and, well, it feels like you're going to try and climb what could be a mountain.
Beautiful shape over there by Power, just getting some nice movement away from Chudasma.
Yeah, of course, good to see the Chiefs again. Haven't seen them for a few days. And, yeah, they, of course, last were on our screens a few days ago now, all the way back at the start of the back end of last week, of course, on the 14th of September.
Struck towards cover, and oh, mix up. This is going to be a run out. What an absolute calamity. Total breakdown in communication between Singh and Chudasma. He just didn't know whether to go for the run or not, and in the end, Singh has sold out Chudasma here. He is absolutely disgusted as he makes his way back towards the dugout.
Furious, absolutely furious, and well done to Ashraf Ansari, who just had the presence of mind to basically redirect his throw there, and it's a simple bit of work for Kulkarni behind the stumps, and of course, well, that is going to be a wicket, and you can see there it is just a total breakdown in communication. Ramandrop goes back, and look at that, he just knows, he thinks, well, what are you doing? Come on, you've got to be better than that. Another wicket will fall though. That's 2 down now, 42 on the board.
Gifting their wicket very cheaply here, and they get rid of someone with Chudasma's quality for a duck. That really is a freebie for this Chiefs side.
Pawar involved in the run out, though his bowling has been tight.
Yeah, Pawar has been one of the most consistent bowlers over the course of this ECS. I still think, he's bowled one of the best spells of opening bowling we have seen back against the Zagreb Assassins when he picked up 4 wickets inside the power play, and 3 of them were clean bowled and just beautiful swinging deliveries.
Yeah, absolutely. I know exactly what you mean. And you've got to feel that he'll be happy with his efforts. I think, you've got to be happy with the way that he goes about his business. That'll be, of course, the end of the over, I think. And, 42 for 2 then at the end of 4 overs. Going at 10.5s, which are helpful. But the wickets column yet again proving to be a slight concern for Ljubljana. You lose a couple of quick ones and then you're into a middle order that hasn't really had to do too much work.
42 for 2 here at the end of the 4th over. The expected score is around 116, and I think one thing about this Chiefs side, though, you have to say their bowling is quite a bit better than their batting, especially with a number of key players missing for them. This match is Singh looking to go big over long on, and yeah, they're just starting to figure out how to bowl to him a little bit here, the Chiefs. I think getting the right lines and lengths to him, although he's on 21, he's not quite going at the same strike rate that we usually see from him. Swing and a miss across the line once again here by Singh. So wide. It's not a bad idea by Pranav Prakash. You can just see Ramanjot Singh looking to advance, and he pushes it wide, but this is an issue, though. This is an issue. Just giving a free run here. And also, it's a bit of relief for Ramanjot Singh, who's struggling a little bit facing Pranav Prakash at the moment. He just gets to go to the non-strikers end now, and Samirul is faced with the task of having to go up against Prakash. Big appeal over here, but I didn't really hear a noise, at least on the headset, so it's hard to say whether they've got a case over here. We'll take a look at the replay just to confirm, but I don't think we're going to see too much in the replay either. I think, the only people who will know, of course, those who are currently in the middle.
Yeah, no real sign of deviation, and you have to, I'm not too sure if I heard anything either. Velko didn't seem too bothered by it, but everyone else did. You can see all the fielders did, but no, Samirul maybe gets a life, but we won't know. We won't know. Only he will. Only he will know. Good over, though.
Get out towards cover. Just takes a little bobble as it goes towards the fielder, and it's going to pick up a single over here. So keeping things pretty quiet here. You've got to credit Pranav Prakash. His first over was a very expensive one. Went for 16 runs, but he's kept it tight this over. Only 3 runs coming off it so far.
Yeah, he really has, and they need a couple of overs like these, and that's what wickets bring you. Look at where he goes here, Ramanjot.
So far across, doesn't he? And I think when he's just exposing his stumps like that, you've got to be brave as a bowler. Make that reaction. Go for leg stick. And in the end, he's just going to serve him up a half volley that he's going to feast on. I mean, look at how far back that is. He's almost level with the stumps.
He's almost behind them, isn't he? It's pretty incredible. I mean, it takes a lot of you-know-what to get that. That's a tree topper. Yeah, and it goes all the way. 6 glorious runs. Last ball before the end of this 5th over. And you've got to feel that, well, that just ruins what was a really tidy over, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, again, modern limited overs bowling is just about being able to make those quick reactions to the initial movements of the batter. So far, not too many bowlers in Croatia have been able to against Ramanjot Singh. I think hopefully on finals day when he's going up against some of the better bowlers, it might be the case where he could get found out. But Ljubljana are currently 52 for 5 as we're halfway through the innings. A good chance to welcome you into our commentary. So this game is kind of hanging finally in the balance at the moment.
Yeah, it is, and I kind of guess that's what many were expecting. You know, you look at where these two sides are in the table, they're both very, very close, so no real surprise it's going to be close out there in the middle, of course. Maybe a bit of a one-man show in Plitesh Pawa for the Chiefs, especially with the availability issues that they've had, so we'll see how that plays out. Of course, big day for both these sides tomorrow. They will be there at finals day, of course, 4 games tomorrow. The Eliminator, Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, and the all-important final, which I believe is at 4 o'clock local time here, so plenty of cricket. And of course, yeah, we haven't spoken about it much, but there is, of course, cricket coming from Greece tomorrow.
Yeah, there certainly is, of course. So this will be the start of the series between Greece and Spain. So they'll play each other in one T10 match tomorrow, the only T10 match of this weekend of cricket over in Corfu, and then we'll round things out with a T20I full toss up in the air, and that's going to catch a thick outside edge.
Yeah, that's
it'll
where
just be a single.
Where the Chiefs realistically would have loved that to have fallen to hand. It was close, but yeah, gets away with it.
Yeah, of course, Danny Hudacek will be bringing you the cricket over the weekend in Greece. Look at this, just nice and deep in his crease here. Catches an outside edge and just goes looping over the fielder. Oh, shorter delivery. Is there some bat there? Was there some bat there? I mean,
I think we're just going to have to check this. I think we're just going to have to check here. Gonna have to see. It didn't sound very woody to me. Let's have a look. Is it off the splice or if it's off the lid? Oh, it's off the lid, I think. I think that's directly off the helmet.
Yeah, I was just wondering if maybe there was some bat along the way when it hit the helmet. Did he just get a little nick? But I think based on that, you can see there's a clear gap there. So, yeah, it's going to be not out.
Yeah, I think that's going to be that one done and dusted.
Just give the batter a little wake-up call there. Shamirullah taking one right where he'd usually have the badge on his helmet.
Yeah.
He's been given the one for the over as well. I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah, that's pretty
don't
obvious.
Don't need to check that.
I think the ruling officially is anything that hits the bat and then onto the helmet. It's pretty much a dead ball almost. It's definitely not out. Leg side, even if there was anything on it, that's what I'm saying. Just one.
Towards square leg, that's going to be a single. Two runs so far. Yep, there we go. Once again, have a look at Ramanjot Singh's stance, and well, big appeal here. He's going to be gone. He's certainly going to be gone. He's just not quite going to be able to catch up on that ball. It's the straighter one that's ultimately done him here, and that's the thing with that unconventional stance. I mean, anyways, he's got very fast hands, doesn't he, Ramanjot Singh? But if you miss one, you're definitely going to be LBW.
That's plumb. It's as plumb as it gets. He's blown his pad off, and Keshi with an easy dismissal to give, and yeah, that's going to be a disappointing way to go. He loves to do it, but yeah, you're right. Angle in, go for the stumps when he goes across, and you reap the reward, and that's exactly what happens. Ramanjot gone for the grand total of a pretty good 29, but again for him, gets in and gets out. He very rarely goes on to make big scores. That's got to be where he has to look to improve his game. He'll go. The score 54 for 3.
Yeah, looking at Ramanjot Singh, I mean, a player of his quality, especially some of the bowling we've seen in Croatia over the past couple of weeks. If anyone was going to bring up the first 100 of this ECS, you'd have thought that maybe it'd be him.
Do you think we'll get there? Do you think we'll get one? I don't think we will.
Got 1 day left, and of course got a couple of days of international cricket as well after that. Outside edge, and just over Amal Manuel, and it looks like it's going to go away for a boundary as well. So a streaky boundary to start things off. Throws the kitchen sink at this one. It catches the top edge, and away it goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a really frustrating way to pick up your runs. I guess it's runs, but as a fielder, he'd be agonising. That's twice that a really important wicket or a catching chance has gone over his head. It's just really frustrating, and there's not much you can do about it, though, to be honest. Last ball of what's been a very good over from Ansari.
Looks to go big over mid-wicket. And it's been taken. That's going to be the end there for Khalid. Well caught in the deep. Khalid will look to go for a big shot over there, but he's going to pick out the fielder in the deep. The catch is taken. Well caught by Roshan Vadu. I mean, he's had his issues. He's put down a catch earlier. He also let one slip past him when he was a boundary rider. He gets some respite here. He's able to hold on to that. Very well taken. And another important wicket for the Chiefs.
What an over, though, from Ashraf Ansari. 6 runs, 2 wickets coming off it, and 2 big fish back in the shed in Ramanjot Singh and then the likes of Hassan Khalid. So 58 for 4. Bit of a turning point in the fixture there, maybe. But I think you've got to remember, though, this Chiefs very much a bowling side more than a batting side. That's something crucial to keep an eye out. Of course, have a look at the score and the scorecard so far. It's not pretty. 29-19, 0-2 and 4. It's not the prettiest of sights, but of course, Thunderu is the man out there in the middle now. And, well, the skipper's got a lead from the front here because there's, well, not too much yet to come. You know, Jost Hobic hasn't really done too much, and it's going to be tricky. Really, really is going to be tricky. They're going to turn to Vagar Veremutu for this next 7th over, the all-important 7th. The little cousin to the 9th. And that's a wide ball to start. Well watched by Kulkarni behind the stumps.
Just gets the line all wrong over there, and yeah, all of a sudden that expected score now it's dipped down to 102. So, you know, if the Chiefs really put in a few good overs here, there's a very realistic chance that they could keep the Slovenian side to under 100. Oh, wonderfully played away by Samirul, and it's going to go over the fielder's head. He was just not tall enough to get to that. He'd have to grow, well, a few more feet, not even inches, to have a chance to get to that.
Yeah, that's, again, gets the old swivel on this one, Samirul, and I believe that might be one of his first sixes on the network. And, yeah, gets all of it. Not far off the stumps, though, from walking onto his own stumps. But, yeah, gets enough of it. And, yeah, that will, of course, certainly help proceedings. Nice. Up and away, 6 runs. Ljubljana still sat at 64%, 36 for the Chiefs. Good quiet over, could certainly level the playing field.
Inside edge, that was a full toss. Meanwhile, was very lucky, hasn't gone for a 6. And well, you can just see that Tushar Kulkarni slips over there.
Yeah, watch this here. He's up and about though, isn't he? He's quick to set off. He's off to the races, and then he just keeps on going. I think Maggie's up in the tower making some noise. Crash bang wallop.
Struck out towards mid-on, and that's going to be a single.
Singles won't hurt the Chiefs. No, don't mind that. It's the boundaries that they've got to keep down to a minimum. That really is what makes the difference in a lot of these tight, closely fought contests. It's your boundary count.
Goes big. That is an enormous shot. And it's, oh, well, what a grab. We've seen Pritesh Pawar take a few great catches over the course of this series, but unfortunately for him, his momentum is going to carry him over the rope, and it's going to be a 6. What a stellar effort.
I tell you what, that would have been one for the ages. I know they just put out a collection of some of the best ECC catches, but that would have been one of the best ECS catches you would have ever seen. And he just needed a bit of support there, didn't he? Need someone to come and help him, but nevertheless, 6 runs, good attempt, but not quite enough.
Goes huge, goes absolutely massive. No one's going to catch that. Not even Superman Pritesh Pawar will get close to it.
I love that. Pawar in front of us leapt up like a leaping frog, but he knew it was about 20 metres over his head at that point. Good finish to the over, and it goes with another 6. In fact, I think there still might be a delivery left here, you know. I think that might be one to come, maybe. Yep, still think there is one to come. 79 on the board. Samuel's gone large, 21 off 9. Loving life here. And you're right, Pawar, even he couldn't stop that. But how good would that catch have been if it was legal? Oh, I think the whole ground would have erupted if it was taken.
Yeah, it would have been a special one, really. It would have dominated our highlights reel. It certainly would have been another moment that would have gone viral.
Back up in the towers. Even Pritesh has realised that she's making a lot of noise and making some movements.
Wider delivery, and he just ends up spoiling a wide here, in all honesty. Samirul is going to get a single to end the over. He'll keep the strike as well. Viramuthu bowls a magical over. 22 runs coming off it.
80 for 4. This is what's, of course, coming up throughout the next couple of days and couple of months. Greece gets underway tomorrow, as we spoke about a little bit earlier. And then, of course, well, the ECC gets underway on Monday. Crazy to think that, you know, we started that count back all the way back in Bulgaria, I think it was, and just kept on going since. Malta will, of course, be taking place as well. Looking forward to returning there in October. And then, of course, the Italian finals as well at the back end of that month. And then Spain encore. And then we finish it with the ECCW on the 9th to the 20th of December. Looking forward to all of those events. Plenty of cricket still to come on the network.
Yes, bowls one down the leg side here on Ansari. Of course, it was his over that the Chiefs hoped would start a bit of a turnaround. for their side, of course. He bowled the 6th over, picked up a couple of wickets in that over, and gave up just 6 runs. But kind of Viramuthu just handed the momentum back to Ljubljana. Inside edge, and is this going to be a French cut that's going to go away for 4 runs? Oh, yes, it will. It's a boundary, a streaky boundary.
Yeah, there's Luca, by the way. He's got a beverage in hand. Not too sure what the beverage is, but nevertheless, it's a boundary. It's a sneaky, streaky boundary, but as I keep saying, if you're going to swing, swing very hard. And yeah, Luca and the likes of a couple of the other Sokol boys are still here, hanging around. Of course, Ljubljana take on Belgrade in that last game, but yeah, Sokol, of course, yeah, Richard Probst there as well.
Swing and a miss there again, and gets a dot ball in here. Ansari, of course, wide in the 4 to start off. You can hardly blame him for that 4. It was because of an inside edge. And let's see if he can just recover this over after a slightly shaky start.
Absolutely, that's what they want to do here. They want to try and change things up. Of course, shaky start, but he's just got to go back to what was working for him in the last over.
Wider delivery and out towards cover. That's going to be a single again. Just the 1 run picked up by so Ljubljana side brings Thunduru on strike, the skipper. Has to go back to the mark here.
Thunduru hasn't really had much success with the bat as the skipper.
Yes, this one could be hauled out and caught. Oh, well, Ansari covered a lot of ground, but it ends up landing safely. I just wondered if someone could get to that. And yeah, Omkar Nath hasn't quite had a great ECS, has he? Once again, he's a bit late on that shot, and it ends up spooning up in the air. He's lucky it lands safely. Flat batted straight down the ground, but it doesn't quite have enough for a 6. It's going to be dropped. It's going to be dropped. It's another catch that's been put down, this time by Pranav Prakash. Oh, they failed to hold on to a couple here, and when, of course, Pawar has been able to take brilliant catches, they've been just beyond the boundary row.
Yeah, it's really frustrating to see catches like this go astray. Chances, big chances, aren't they?
Omkar strikes this firmly towards long off, and well, there's a man who never makes a mistake in the field. That man, Pawar, is exceptional.
End of the over. It's 89 for 4 after 8. Do you like after 8s? Do you know what they are? Minty chocolates?
After eggs?
After 8s.
After 8s. I'm
No?
not sure I've heard of them, no.
Google after 8s chocolates, trust me. I reckon. Do you like minty things?
Yes, I do.
Ah,
No,
you're
I
lovely.
do.
Do you like chocolate? Yes.
I like chocolate in general.
Yes. After 8s, you should try one.
This packaging looks somewhat familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Packaging does look familiar, but I don't think I've ever had this.
Love an
no.
after 8. Absolutely love an after 8. Anyway, this is the story so far. 2 wickets, of course, falling in the 6th. 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th. And going at 11s, averaging, of course, getting up to their 110. They wouldn't mind a score of 110. I think they then have to back their bowlers, but of course, still, AJ Sharma in the lineup. So they're going to rely on Talal Ahmed, the like of maybe Krishna Kumar as well, potentially.
Looks to go big here, and that should have enough to go the distance for a 6. So just lands on top of the covers, and Thunduru is able to get one out of the middle of his bat.
It's enough, doesn't he? That's a nice slap over extra cover. And not the prettiest, but yet again effective, so that's all that matters. Gets a couple of runs for his troubles.
Inside edge, away towards square leg, and he's just going to pick up a single over there. Bat just coming down a little bit late there. Gets that away for a run. Hit firmly on the leg side. It's another run, just keeping the scoreboard ticking here. Ljubljana getting closer and closer to that 100.
Yeah, that's where they're trying to get up to, isn't it? Trying to hope that they can work out and get up to that 100 and then look to the next one, which is 110. Just got to take it in small increments here.
That's a wider delivery, just a rash shot here by Thunduru.
Swing and a miss from the skipper. 2 balls to go. That run rate still at 11s.
Another swing and a miss. So Thunduru just chewing up some valuable dot balls here in the penultimate over.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see he's trying to get through the overs as quick as possible. Is a three. He's been a good bowler, hasn't he, for his side? Comes in at tricky times. Last delivery then.
Hit high, and that's going to go all the way for a 6. Massive, massive strike. Goes beyond the line of the camera tower as well. Thunduru will round out this over with 6 runs, so that slightly spoils this over, and it means it ends up going for 14 runs.
Yeah, he was straight enough the last 2 balls that were dots. The last ball was just too wide and in the hitting arc and in the zone for the likes of Thunduru, so he doesn't miss out on that. So disappointing way. Brings up the 100 though. 103 for 4. An over to go here, Nish. Reckon they've got to be getting up to a minimum of 113, really.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take a look at the bowling card over here, and do they go back to Viramuthu? I'd be very surprised after he went for 22 runs in his first over. Again, because they made all these changes to their lineup, they don't quite have the same options they usually do. They do turn to Viramuthu. Well, are they going to regret this decision? Could this be another expensive over here? Starts off, though, by just giving up a run.
Singles don't hurt them, but it's if they can keep them down to ones here. You know, if you can keep them to less than 110 off, you know, off their 10, it's very, very achievable. But you're going to be looking at the likes of Atri. Pawar with the bat, going to be very crucial. Ansari as well.
Not too far from the off stump at all.
Do you know what's impressed me about this innings? 2 things. 1, no buys. 2, just 6 wides. 5 wides and a no ball, sorry. 6 extras. That's very, very good from a side that haven't played cricket for a few days.
Yeah, they're doing very well in that department. That's one of the reasons why they've been able to keep Ljubljana to where they are right now. I think all in all, despite all the changes to their team, they've still put in a fairly good shift with their bowling. Keep in mind, Ljubljana are a side to average 130. Oh my goodness, struck firmly right back towards the bowler. And
ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Well, I can't walk after the gym, but I don't think I'll be able to walk after that.
He's putting on a really brave face here, isn't he, Viramuthu? I'm sure it hurts a lot more than he's letting on.
Don't know if I want to watch this. Oh, no. Oh, it's off the knee. Oh, the shin. I can't do it.
Out towards cow corner into the gap. That's going to go away for 4. Ranjit Singh trying to field that, but it just gets past him. Yeah, blow to the shin. I'm surprised he can still walk after that. I mean, you'd expect he'd still be limping.
There's Rav having a little fun and games there. Getting to the latter stages, of course, of this group stage. And yeah, nice shot. 4 runs. Just, Rav was interested, wasn't he? Well, old Mr. Punch out. Last ball of the innings, and here we go.
Looks to go over the leg side. It's another chance that's been put down. It's by Sheikh Dawood this time, and it's just going to cost this side a few runs. So yeah, catching a little bit of a concern in that innings for the Zagreb Chiefs to put down 3 catches during that innings. Of course, I'm not going to include that incredible fielding display by Pritesh Pawar, but yeah, 3 fairly simple chances were put down over the course of the innings. But despite all of that, they still managed to restrict Ljubljana to a 110 run. Keep in mind, it's a side who average 130 over 10 overs over the course of this ECS. So we'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings, and well, you've just got to say that the Zagreb Chiefs did a good job of keeping Ljubljana in check. They never really let them get away from them. At the end of the power play, they were 37 for 1, about 12 and over. And during those middle overs, particularly overs 4 to 6, they did an excellent job of containing them. And I did mention this right at the end of the 3rd over. Whoever can control these next 3 or 4 overs will have a solid chance of determining how this ends up. And in the end, you look at overs 4, 5, and 6, we see 21 runs scored over those 3 overs, and that's why I think this Chiefs side have been able to keep this Ljubljana team down to just 110 runs.
Yeah, I think so. You know, this was a big moment. The run out, of course, that left the likes of Ramanjot Singh at the non-strikers, and he was just watching, really, and yeah, unfortunately going to be given out. But this was one of the best shots for me. Goes deep in his crease, and it executes it beautifully. But then, of course, a couple of deliveries later, the exact same idea would end up leading to his downfall, though the likes of Ikmal Samadou got some away, and it was nice to see him get his first 6 on the network. And this one was, well, what just could have been if it was just about an inch inside. It could have been incredible, but unfortunately ended up going for 6. But Power, he could still be happy about his efforts. This one was put down. Not going to be too happy about those efforts that time around from the likes of Prakash. And then, of course, Tundalu, he hit a nice couple of shots over the offside.
He certainly did, and there's, of course, Ramanjot Singh trying to do a bit of fielding beyond the boundary. That one got past him, but all in all, Ljubljana will probably just be a touch disappointed they don't end up with a few more runs, but they'll still fancy their chances in that second inning. So let's have a look at the scorecard. And of course, as we can see right here, Iqbal Samirul with 35 runs of 18 deliveries, Ramanjot Singh with 29 of 17, Abdul Hassan with 19 of 10, Omkar Nathunduru making a handy 17 of 11. We'll now turn our attention to the Zagreb Chiefs bowling figures over here, and as we can see, Pritesh Pawar will end up with 14 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. He really kept things very tight, as he so often does. Ashraf Ansari doing a terrific job as well. He ends up with figures of 2 for 15, and just a couple of bowlers who were a little bit expensive. I think Veera Muthu, I think he struggled in particular during that first over, managed to pull things back a bit in his second, where he gave up just 7 runs. So the Zagreb Chiefs have got a target of 111 set for them, and let's see how they fare in the second innings that's coming up in just 5 minutes' time.
Six runs to win for England. And they'll do it. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, we're about to see the Zagreb Chiefs come out to bat here against Ljubljana, and they have to chase down a target of 111. It's going to be an interesting chase. Of course, the Zagreb Chiefs, they're a side who certainly excel with their bowling more than their batting, and this should be an interesting matchup. Let's take a look at the bonus point equation here. So they're able to chase this target down in 7 overs or less, which will, of course, be a massive challenge. Then they will pick up the bonus point, whereas if they're able to restrict their opposition to 77 or less, then we'll see that Ljubljana pick up the bonus point in this match. So to get the bonus point here, the Zagreb Chiefs would have to go at just under 16 and over, which will, of course, be a major, major challenge. And let's see how they go about it. I just don't feel like bonus points are going to be much of a factor in this match at all. Two fairly evenly matched teams going at it here. Here we go. First ball of the second innings. And the skipper himself, Omkar Nath, is going to be bowling this over. Yeah, Pritesh Pawar opening the batting. And joining him at the other end is Ansari. You really feel that a lot of their hopes rest on Pawar's shoulders. Really is the leader of this side with both the bat and ball in hand. Looks to go up, and that's going to be a catching opportunity. Should be a catch, and it's taken. Ramanjot Singh holds on to that. That's the old Chak De Fat De celebration there by Omkar Nath Thunduru, as Pawar will depart for a duck. Well taken by Ramanjot Singh. They get an early wicket here, Ljubljana. Let's have a look at this once again. It's looking to go for the big shot. It comes off the splice of the bat, pops up in the air, and it's taken really well by the keeper. So an early one will fall here for the Zagreb Chiefs. They lose a batter without opening their account. Worst possible start here. Well, they're having a conversation near the boundary rope. Can't afford to have it. Keep in mind, the batter's got to be ready at the crease in 60 seconds. So, well, don't think they should have too many issues with the time, but I don't have a stopwatch with me right now, so not really timing this. That ball coming back in a long way. It's just that heavy length, isn't it, there by the batter. Yeah, it's not quite full enough to drive, not short and wide enough to cut. You can't really pull it either, just kind of trapped in your crease there as a batter, rooted to the spot. Oh, just plays that one very, very late, and he's gonna get a run from this. This could very easily have a ballooned into a catch for Ramanjot Singh, and well, Latri pretty sure is gonna be glad to be at the non-strikers end. It's great opening over so far for Thunduru, the captain, really setting the tone in this over. Very low, and also going on to miss the leg stump. Yeah, stays extremely low, and of course all 3 stumps are exposed over there, so you can clearly see that's going to go on to miss. Oh, not too far away there from the leg stump at all. So a sensational first over here for Ljubljana. Just 1 run coming off it, and a wicket falls as well. So we're into the nervy 90s now in terms of our golden ball counter. It's now 90 matches since we last had a golden ball on ECN. Here's a look at the fixtures, of course, coming up tomorrow in Greece. So it's, of course, the start of Spain's tour of the beautiful island of Corfu. There'll just be the one T10 match during the course of that series, and then we'll have a best of 5 T20I series featuring the Greece women against the Spain women. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Just needs to get his line right here. Samirul, let's see if he can get his bearings right on this next delivery. Looks to just play that one away behind point. It's going to be a big chase here for the fielders, but never going to be able to get to that. Just picks out the gap very nicely over there. Utri plays it very, very late, and he's able to get it behind point for 4 runs. An incredibly good-looking shot, and that's gone away for a boundary. Of course, a good chance to, of course, welcome back Charlie Hunt into the commentary box as well. So, yeah, looks like it's set up to be a very exciting innings.
Could be close, this one. You really do have that feeling.
That's pushed away towards mid-on. That's going to be a dot ball.
Yeah, that's going to be a valuable dot. Balls they are crucial in this game, of course. So crucial for everyone and every side in this format. They really are.
Oh, well, that could be an out. That's going to be a dismissal. Yep, so Utri's going to depart over here as well. Samirul grabs a wicket. And Zagreb Chiefs off to a very tame start here. They've lost some quick wickets.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Not ideal whatsoever, and I think that's going to be the issue, is that they got power early, and now you kind of think it's just going to keep going here. Yeah, this comes off a bit of glove, and gloves it through, and it's another one for Ramanjot. Another wicket falls, and, well, wickets are tumbling. It's 6 for 2 now.
It's coming off his glove there, and it pops up quite nicely for Ramanjot Singh, who's going to grab his second catch. Could very easily have even had 3 today. I mean, there was another one that wasn't too far from him either. So, yeah, the Chiefs, well, they're not really firing to start things off in this power play. Struggling. They're not really able to get away any runs, and now they've lost 2 wickets as well.
Can they get something going here?
Oh dear, that's a pretty poor delivery. Full toss, pushes that one down the leg side. Would have been a massive wide to a left-hander as well.
Yeah, that's extras are going to be very helpful for this Chiefs side. I think we know that they are going to be struggling to get their runs. It's just a matter of where they're going to get them from, really, is the question.
Another one down the leg side, and oh my goodness, that's the 3rd wide we've seen bowled this over by Samirul.
Yeah, it's not working this at the moment. Just having a bit of the yips here, maybe. You can see there Jostovic there at point. Good to see him in the side, isn't it, for Ljubljana today? Glad to see him involved. Put this over. Glad to see it so far.
Pushes another one down the leg side here. He needs to get it right, really does. I wonder if he's just going to change the angle here and maybe go round the wicket, as so many bowlers often do.
It's not working. He tries to step inside it, doesn't he? He really does, but yeah, not working for him at the moment. Got to try and work out a way of changing things up here, has it, Samirul? He's had a tricky time of it. It's not really been plain sailing. He's very much had his up and downs.
Oh dear, well, could there be a more unfortunate way to get out? Well, I can think of a few, but that's certainly up there as well. Just ricochets that one back onto his stumps. That's another one that Ansari could have just stepped inside and taken the wide, but decides to back away. No, it just comes off his belly, basically, somewhere around his tummy, and it's onto the stumps. Another wicket will fall this over, and yeah, just a very odd start here for the Zagreb Chiefs. They're losing wickets. They're not really able to play any shots either. Derek's going to come waddling out here as well. They find themselves 10 for 3.
Yeah, and the thing is now is, with the likes of the newbies in, of course, they've had a bit of a reshuffle since we last saw them a good few days ago. About 5 days ago now we saw them. Things are looking a little bit tricky as the new batter comes out. The score 10 for 3.
Wide, and this time Wonder if it's been given wide for a line. Yeah, it's been given wide for a line by the looks of it. No height, actually. It's been given the one for the over.
I'm going to say, yeah, it's definitely height. Definitely height. So still to come. That's another wide, by the way. They're certainly building up at the moment. 11 for 3 now. 150. It's exactly at 12s.
Plays that with soft hands, pushes it away for a single. Yeah, need to get boundaries, but they're also losing wickets here, the Zagreb Chiefs. It's such a terrible situation for them to be in. They've got to accelerate and take risks, but they've also lost wickets. Maybe just give themselves 4 or 5 deliveries here to just reconstruct, get settled, and then look to attack. And he's just not going to get anywhere near that one there, Viramutu. Just check the height on this ball. If it's above shoulder height, it will be a no ball. Oh, that is close. That is pretty close, but I think it's going to be okay in the end. Yeah, deemed a legal delivery. So they come to the end of the second over, and it's a disastrous start for the Zagreb Chiefs, who find themselves 12 for 3. They're in dire straits.
Yeah, absolutely. They really are. I think the official points-wise and looking at how this is all going to play out, of course, being the last couple of last games of this one, of course, I think realistically, Ljubljana, they have to look to try and keep down to a minimum here.
Back of a length delivery to start off here for the captain, Thundura, who will continue and bowl himself out during this power play. Yeah, I like this. I really do. No point holding yourself back. He's just looking to maybe get another wicket or two in this over and really kill off any chance the Zagreb Chiefs side have of pulling off a remarkable result. One just staying a little bit low, and it's going to be just the 1 run.
Yeah, that's of course looking pretty interesting now, isn't it? You've got to think that the Chiefs have got a lot of work to do in this fixture, of course. Can he find a way of picking up another here? He's bowled very well. Never mind, it's wide down the leg side. That's going to be a pretty tricky one. Good work from Ramanjot. Very good work from Ramanjot Singh indeed. This one into the leg side, swatted away. Yeah, that's going to get through the fielder. It really is elements of Ljubljana's game that they have got to improve upon, you do feel. Swatted down the ground, and there's nobody there. That's going to be a couple of bounces and 4 runs. That's a lovely shot from Mustafa, finally getting one out of the screws. That certainly helps proceedings. That'll do his confidence some good, you feel, coming in for this game. And yeah, that's a nice shot. Really just flat bats it down the ground. Pumps it away. 4 runs. 4 carreras. And down, of course. 92 needed off of 44. The extras column has skied up to 7 at the moment off of just the 2.4 overs so far. Oh, and goes again, but this time nowhere near the middle of the bat. Should be taken. One of them has to talk about it, and does. And it is going to be Hassan Khalid, who took an absolute screamer on the leg side just at the start of today's play. He takes a bit of an easier one this time on the leg side, but still got to be taken. It's going to be very, very impressive. And does it take another one? And Tindaru, the skipper, leading from the front. That's the 2nd wicket for him. While the Chiefs in all heaps of bother. It's 19 for 4. With a ball to go in the power play. Disappointing way to go for Mustafa.
It's another wicket tumbling here for the Zagreb Chiefs, who that's just a calamitous start for them, really is. And this is going to do a world of good for Ljubljana, of course. They'll want to get all 4 points out of this match, get that net run rate boost as well. And as things stand, it looks like they could skittle this Chiefs side for something very paltry. Oh, it's another one that just stays a little bit low. Is that going to hit the leg stump? I think You feel like that's going to go on and be out.
It's a tricky one. It's one of those, it jags in, to be fair, but it also stays low. It's a horrid one for a batter. Let's see here. Jags on in. Yeah, it's probably actually going down the leg side, but in fairness, it's a good effort. And of course, closes out of the over. A good one for Tunderu. Just a couple of wides and a couple of singles. 7 come off it with a wicket. It is 19 for 4 at the end of the power play.
They're going at barely above run a ball. They've already lost 4 wickets, so it's the worst of both worlds for the Chiefs at the moment. They've got issues with their run rate. They've got issues with how many wickets they have in hand here as well. Now, this is just not the kind of game you want to end the group stages and carry this negative energy into tomorrow's eliminator match against Sokol.
Yeah, tomorrow's a big day, of course. 4 games tomorrow.
A big appeal over here, and well, let's just see. You could just see Hassan making that review sign. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. This catches the inside edge of the bat, fielded quite well there by Krishna Kumar.
That was Omraj, I think, who's down there. Omraj, the old seasoned senior. He loves a bit of cricket, doesn't he? He probably will get a bowl at some point if required.
Just rising up a little bit on the batter there. So, yeah, Hassan, he's got a chance here to sneak in a few quiet overs. Hit towards the leg side, and that's going to go all the way for a Maximo. So a 6 at last, the first one of this innings. Amul Manuel is able to get that one away. Let's just take a look at the shot once again. Gets down on one knee, gets underneath it, and he's able to get it over the rope.
Nice shot. Yeah, it really is a good, elegant stroke from Manuel. Of course, not the first time that we've seen him on the network. Got to remember that one, this one.
It's a full toss, and you might want to check the height on this delivery. Manuel's only able to work it away towards the leg side. Let's just see. Is that dipping down below the waist? Yeah, it is. That's going to be fine.
Well, that one's going to be a wide, though. That one's not fine, unfortunately. That's not ideal. Yeah, last time we saw Manuel, by the way, played for Split India Proto Split back in 21. It's his first time back on the network. Since that time, of course, he's got a higher score of 16. That was against Belgrade, funny enough, and a completely different looking Belgrade side back in 2021. This is another wide. Just take nothing off it. Yeah, and, he wasn't really known for his batting, but he's, well, I'm going to hope that he was, because he needs to get some runs here, don't they? Trying to scrape a point, it's going to be tough. Last ball coming up in the 4th.
Looks to use his feet over here, Vidamuthu, and he's just going to strike that towards square leg. They will get a single over here. So 12 runs coming off this over. It's the most expensive over we have seen so far this innings. The Chiefs are 31 for 4. So, gotta say, despite the fact that they've bowled so well, Ljubljana, they have had some issues with extras over the course of this innings. Given up 10 runs of extra, so almost a third of the Chiefs' runs have come courtesy of a bit of charity.
You can see that going at 7 3/4. They're up at a point rate, but they wouldn't really be wanting that. They realistically going into this would have been hoping that they could have got something else out of this, but since the start of this innings, they've lost the 4 very early wickets, and that's not ideal. So now they need to look to change things up, and well, they're going to go to Krishna Kumar.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, Krishna Kumar, he's been such a great entertainer, hasn't he, over the course of these last couple of days. What a handy addition for Ljubljana as well. Oh, this could be a gone. He's going to be gone. That's going to be a stumping. So, well, he makes no effort to get back inside his crease either, in all honesty there, Vidamuthu. I think he's had enough. And Ramanjot Singh, well, that's some more fantasy points to his tally. Takes a couple of catches. Now he gets a stumping as well.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate for Vidamuthu, as he was trying to get going with things, which is understandable, but yeah, he's going to lose his wicket as unfortunately his reaction to it. So that's going to be another one that bites the dust. 5 down now, with just 31 on the board. Got to imagine that the Chiefs know that this game could be crucial in how they end up finishing.
Yeah, good point here by Mr. Kitty in the chat, predicting that extras might end up being the highest score for the
Could
Chiefs.
be.
It just has that kind of feel to it, doesn't it, this match? I think it's going to be one that you just feel like the Chiefs will even struggle to get to that 78 at this stage. It's just another game which we thought would be rather close that has turned out to be rather one-sided. Nice ball there by Sharma, kind of just climbing up on the batter, and all he can do is get behind that one and block it out.
Yeah, of course. Still got time to get up to that 78, but it's the wickets and the batters that are that are still to come that are the issue.
Well, looks to go big over here. Oh no! Well, we've already seen one batter get clocked down there yesterday, and are we going to get another incident? No, thankfully not. It's looks like it's more on the rib cage. I feared for the worst for a moment.
Yeah, lucky thing is that Kulkarni's not the tallest of men, but right into the rib cage. That's ugly. That's not nice. Definitely too high. That's a good way of telling the umpire that it's definitely too high and it's not out. By saying, it's hit me in the ribs, sir. What do you want me to do? Glad to see that he's okay. He's just taking a minute here. And I don't think there's anything that free spray can do with that one. That's just going to be a bit of wind that's being taken out of the sails there of Tusha Kulkarni there. Oh, he is calling for something to come on him. Not too sure what. I think he is calling for the free spray. Well, I was wrong. What do I know? Clear to see I don't have a degree in medicine.
You don't need a degree in medicine to just spray that magic spray onto whatever wounds. Yeah, just have a look at some of the people who have come over to watch this match. I think some students have come over as well just to watch this game. Yeah, of course, we are not too far from the University of Zagreb and their sports faculty, as well as the Faculty of Kinesiology right next door to us.
Good to see he's okay. Kulkarni continues on. Top ball, though. Last ball coming up then of the fifth.
Yeah, he's going to push this one away towards cover. And fire the throw back in here, so it's just going to be a single. And yeah, you can see they're required to even get a point out of this game is above 9. It's a good chance to welcome you into the Conjurers for a parry match in-game analysis. And we have to say, so far, it's been a pretty one-sided fixture. Full credit to the Ljubljana side. They've taken their catches, they fielded well, and the Chiefs are kind of just falling apart.
Yeah, they have. It doesn't really have to be. You don't have to be an expert to tell you here that the Chiefs are behind at the moment. It's just been really tricky, and I think it has just come down to a personnel issue. I think, they started so strong, of course, have had pretty much almost a week break between their fixtures, and now, in all honesty, they just look as if they're struggling. I think I'd love to know what that means for tomorrow for the Chiefs, because, of course, going into a finals day, you want your strongest person out there. We know Oliver Split, for example, they won't have Manav going in tomorrow. Also, I'm aware that they're struggling numbers-wise as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out tomorrow. 4 games, of course, coming up, and looking forward to how it all plays out tomorrow. Let's go back to live action. Here's Omraj.
Drag towards the leg side, and yeah, keep in mind the Chiefs are going to take on Zagreb Sokol, and it's a completely different story for them. I mean, they are in great cricket playing rhythm. They've had plenty of matches over the course of this week, and they're also heading into that game with great form. They started off this series struggling, had just 1 win over the first 5 or 6 days, but since then they've managed to get on a roll. They're on a 5-game winning streak right now, and yeah, they'll certainly be fancying their chances tomorrow. Up in the air, is this going to land safely? Looks like it's going to go right between 2 fielders.
Batter will argue that was perfectly timed, Manuel. That's what he'll say. Gets Kulkarni back on strike. Kulkarni, of course, has been around, but yeah, you've got to imagine here that this is probably now looking like a 4-point game for Ljubljana, isn't it? Which will certainly put them in good stead going into tomorrow.
I think with this Chiefs side, it all comes down to their bowling. Their bowling is, in all honesty, better than their batting, and going into games, they have to keep the opposition to under 105, under 100 to have a chance. Up in the air, and just going to go beyond the bowler, and once again land safely, not even able to clear the inner ring.
Yeah, frustrating that time around, realistically.
Nice ball there by Omrad, getting that one nice and wide and full, just Manuel's unable to reach out to that ball, and yeah, their chances to even get a point from this match getting slimmer and slimmer. You could just see the required for that is up to 10.3. High up in the air. Is this going to land safely? There's a fielder underneath. It's going to be a tough chance for him, and just beyond his grasp over there. That was, of course, Kurusinkel Reynolds who was trying to chase that down.
Yeah, tough chance, but again, it's one of those half chances that, you know, in big games tomorrow, for example, they're going to have to try and take 36 for 5 at the end of the 6th. 42 needed off 24. That point is, well, it's starting to creep further and further away for the Chiefs now.
Yeah, they're going at barely a run of ball here, and they've already lost half their side, so, yeah, looks like a pretty grim viewing right now from the Chiefs' point of view. We'll take a look at the scorecard. Just have a look at that. I mean, Extras really is the top scorer so far. And as we can see, everyone else has been in single digits. No real innings of note by anyone who was a part of this Chiefs side.
Apart from the Extras. The Extras are batting well at the moment.
Wider delivery just goes over that wide line, so it's going to be a legal ball to start off. Yeah, I mean, this is just not the kind of form you want to carry into finals day if you're the Zagreb Chiefs. It really isn't, I think. You want to go in with a lot of positivity, and you know, especially if they've been able to beat a side like Ljubljana, that would have filled them with confidence that they can go up against the very best teams and beat them. I just seen the decision reversed over here, so it was initially deemed a dot ball, but now it's been given a wide. Gets this one away towards the fielder at fine leg, and the keeper is still up appealing, and the umpire doesn't really have much interest in that appeal. Huge swing and a miss here for Kulkarni, just going over the stumps. Could very easily have been cleaned up there, but Reynolds going to get in another dot ball. I think one thing Ljubljana could do for these remaining overs is maybe just give a few other players a chance to roll their arm. Looks like the outcome of this match is settled. Lowish full toss struck out towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. I mean, they've definitely got the victory in the bag, but I'd say it's very hard to even see the Chiefs getting a point out of this game at the moment. Oh, this could be gone. He could be a goner over there, but, ooh, well, umpire says no. Let's just take another look at this. What's happened right here? Ooh, well. Just going to continue to watch this. Really is. Yep, given not out in the end by the umpire. I wonder if he just thinks that height might be an issue. Hard to tell.
Yeah, what we have got to remember. So just one thing that we're going to mention after this ball. We have got some news coming in that will answer a few questions that are coming in at the moment. Top ball to finish. So end of the 7th, it is 39 for 5. Yeah, just some news. Match then 56, which was supposed to, of course, be an interesting matchup between the likes of Ljubljana and Belgrade. What I can tell you is that Belgrade have forfeited that fixture, unfortunately, for various different reasons. That's a little brief overview of what's coming up tomorrow. But yeah, for various reasons, tomorrow, the last game of the day, which should have been match 56, will be abandoned, which therefore, or forfeited, sorry, which therefore means Ljubljana will take all 4 points out of that last fixture, which does make things a little bit tight at the top in that top 5. Of course, maybe things looking to turn around. So this will be, unfortunately, our last game today. But, of course, it means that tomorrow it's looking very, very crispy and interesting to see how that's going to play out. And, of course, this game now means that, you know, if they get a point, makes quite a lot of difference in the big frame of things.
Yeah, all of a sudden, we're on net run rate watch here because since that match has been forfeited, Ljubljana have been awarded 4 points for the final game. So if they get a bonus point victory here, they'll be tied on points with Sir Oliver Split. I know Sam Houghton's in the chat as well, so this is very interesting news for him. So based on how things work out in terms of net run rate, Ljubljana might end up on top of the table at the end of the day, just pushing out Sir Oliver Split.
Interesting. We'll see. We'll, of course, have to wait and see. The way I look at it, I think, you know, realistically, 4 points, of course, will make it very interesting no matter what. You know, that's the thing, is what that last game does.
Just going past the batter over there. That's going to be a wide, a couple of wides to start off this over for Talal Ahmed. Back of a length delivery there, just rising up above the stump. So Kulkarni struggling a little bit here, only 4 runs off 10 deliveries.
Yeah, so again, yeah, just to confirm, it does mean that Ljubljana do take 4 points from that last game due to the forfeited fixture. Again, it's not ideal, and we do apologise, but of course, it just is the way that the cookie crumbles.
Oh.
Dot ball, and sneaking it in. Yeah, I think the only way that Ljubljana realistically, so I've got it in. This is coming in, by the way. This is Vinny. Vinny's tuning in, by the way. Vinny's lurking, as he always is. Shout out to you, Vinny. Thank you very much for, of course, helping out in getting these. I'm not a numbers man. I never would take ownership. This one, oh, well, he went for the Statue of Liberty, but it didn't work. And that's going to be a single. So confirmation then. The only way realistically that Ljubljana, I think, were actually going to get up to the top spot was if they kept the likes of the Chiefs down to 14 or less in their innings. So I think that's just the difference to make there. So I think what that pretty much all but confirms, you know, depending if they get a point here, if they take all 4 points here, the Ljubljana side, it will mean that Split will finish top, Ljubljana second, Assassins third, Sokol fourth, and Chiefs fifth. But we will, of course, have to wait and see because, well, the game of cricket is a beautiful thing and many things can change in just a matter of a few deliveries.
Certainly can, but I think the realistic thing here looks like our first semi-final is probably going to be the Assassins against Ljubljana, and the Sir Oliver Split will play the winner of the Sokol against the Chiefs. I think that looks like the most likely outcome at the moment.
It does. Hit away, just gets one. You can see that, by the way, 0%, 100%. Pretty much tells you all you need to know in this game. But yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, just that last game changing the way it has just means that that it's going to be really interesting and changes things massively. You know, I love a little bit of late drama out of nowhere, isn't it? It's always good fun. Who says Thursdays are never interesting?
That's another wide there for Ahmed. Yeah, just looking at the net run rates right now, Ljubljana currently on 3.982, Sir Oliver Split on 4.555. So that's quite a gap there to make up. And you know, despite the fact that their margin for victory in this game is clearly going to be absolutely massive, I do feel like Sir Oliver Split should be okay here. And yeah, looks like Ljubljana are probably going to end up in second place and face the Assassins in our first semi-final. I mean, what a match is that going to be?
Yeah, big time. Going to be big matchups tomorrow. And you know, you got to feel for Split being sat on the edge that that realistically it was going to be tough. But yeah, I think that the news is that the Split will probably end up top here.
They deserve to be on top, Sir Oliver Split. They've lost just one game this entire ECS. That's really remarkable. And keep in mind,
they've lost a few to Weather, which I think is what you're just about to mention.
And they lost yet one more no result than Ljubljana. Ljubljana losing just 3 games to the Weather. And the other unlucky thing for Sir Oliver Split is there were a number of matches where they had chances to get bonus points, and then we had rain-shortened games, and they didn't get a chance to get that 4 points. So all in all, I'd have to say Sir Oliver Split do deserve to finish at the top of the table here. But of course, finishing top of the table doesn't mean you're going to go on to win the ECS. It just means that you have a favorable seeding heading into tomorrow's game. So ultimately, everything will be decided tomorrow. And we've got 2 overs left in this match. The Zagreb Chiefs are 45 for 5, and at the moment it looks like it's going to be very difficult for them to even get a point out of this match. We're just going to take a look at the worm over here. You can see that they're just under the blue line at the moment. The Chiefs don't look like they're going to get a point from this game.
2 overs to go, 12 deliveries left. Of course, it's going to be very tricky, but yeah, it all depends on the point really, but they're obviously very, very far away. 33 needed, sorry, off 12. Well, that's going to be 33 needed off 11.
Just missing the off stump over there, and very nearly had a wicket.
He's a character. He really is a character, is Chris Takuma. You got to respect it.
Oh, well, that's another one that's ricocheted onto the stumps. We saw one coming off the batter's belly earlier, but this time it's just flicked off the pads onto the stumps. Krishna Kumar grabs a wicket, and they're just strolling to a very comfortable victory here, Ljubljana.
They absolutely are, and yeah, credit to them. They've done very well. Good to see, by the way, Charles Hobbich, who I've just heard, by the way. Again, thanks, Vinny, for this one. Apparently, Hobbich got into cricket. Do you want to know how? ECN. Watching ECN got him into cricket, and the rest is history, and here he is playing. Really is a very lovely story. But that isn't, though, for the outgoing batter in Manuel. He goes, and, of course, that means that, realistically, pretty much tells us what we know, that they're more than likely not going to get a point here. The Chiefs. The score now 45-4-6.
There we go. So it's Vadu playing in his first match of this ECS, and he's facing up the third ball of this 9th over. Sharma just pushes one down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. He's got his hands and his head there. Hey, you love Sharma, don't you? He's quite a character, isn't he? He plays with his heart on his sleeve, and even though this game looks like it's a done deal, he still wants to get things right. Struck firmly down the ground. Is this heading into the ice cube? No, just a touch to the right. It misses our commentary position by a bit. Very nice shot there by Vadu. Gets to the pitch of the ball, and he hits it straight down the ground, right back over the bowler. That goes away for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's going to be a welcome boundary. Keeps them maybe just a toe in the door, not really a foot.
Better. Nice comeback ball there by Sharma. Just pulling his length back a fair bit. Shorter delivery, and might just be given the one for the over.
Yeah, probably is. Again, somehow gets up. It was not exactly a genuine short ball, but it's going to be the one for the over. Look at how it just takes off. It's so tricky as a batter. It's up by his ears. We'll come back to lives.
Doesn't quite have the timing on this. It's a miscue, but it will land safely, and they will pick up a single.
Yeah, a single to end the over. So 27 needed off 6. It would require something just short of a miracle to get a point here. The Chiefs at the moment, though, looking as if Ljubljana very well could be finishing second in the table. 6 deliveries time, we'll be able to tell you at the end of the 9th. It's 51-6.
Take a look at the bowling card over here, and of course we can see that Omkar Nath Hunduru with superb figures, of course, really set the tone during that power play, keeping things very tight, grabbing those 2 wickets. Krishna Kumar with another great performance, and yeah, a wonderful job by this entire Ljubljana bowling unit. They've kept the Chiefs down to just 51 runs, and we've got an over to go over here. Looks like they've got all 4 points wrapped up as well, unless we see something truly miraculous in these last 6 deliveries.
Could you imagine the scenes if it happened, though? Here we go, then. Never mind. I was being very optimistic.
Well, never hurts to have some optimism, as I could just see starts off here with a dot ball. Reynolds bowled a superb first over, gave up just 3 runs.
Just trying to take a leaf out of Mr. Positive Pete's book. That's a leg side wide, by the way.
Yes, wides have been a concern, though, I think, for Ljubljana. I think they just cut down these wides. Zagreb Chiefs might have ended up with something really, really embarrassing here.
Yeah, credit to them. I think, you know, news got to them, obviously, at some point in the last, as we say, last sort of 40 minutes that last game has been abandoned, and they could have easily taken the foot off the gas, but they've really applied the squeeze well.
Yeah, they want to get all 4 points here. It's really going to be a statement of intent for them and a message to the rest of this league if they can stamp their authority by hammering this Zagreb Chiefs side, and of course always do them a world of good in terms of their confidence to grab such a big victory against the side who are, of course, going to be making it to finals day.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, both these two will be there tomorrow, these two sides. So, listen, it does mean that we'll say goodbye to the likes of Belgrade, Afyon, Karahisar and the Warriors. And I want to say a huge shout out to those three sides. You know, without those three teams playing, we wouldn't have had a tournament. So, a huge thank you, and especially to the likes of Afyon, Karahisar. You know, they've travelled a long, long way from Turkey to be here, and they really did entertain us. You know, they were a splendid, splendid side to be around again. And, of course, it's the last time we see them on the network this year, but hopefully we'll see them again at some point. Or even some of those lads again will be, of course, making their way over to Khartoum at the end of this weekend.
Another dot ball. Yeah, I've got to say they play cricket the right way. I mean, results didn't quite always go their way, but you know, they look to develop their young players. I think they were sharing opportunities. Everyone got a chance to bat and bowl. I think plenty of them made some good memories over these last couple of weeks. And yeah, can't wait to see them again in future on the network. And would love to see just how much all those young players have grown in about a year or two's time.
Yeah, it will tell for a very interesting story.
And that is going to bring this innings to an end. So Ljubljana will fall short over here. They are, well, I should say Zagreb Chiefs will fall short over here, of course. So Ljubljana winning this one by 57 runs, an emphatic victory for them. They'll grab all 4 points in this match as well. And yeah, well done to the Slovenian side, who, of course, are heading into finals day with some good momentum. They'll fancy their chances tomorrow to lift a trophy that has eluded them for so long. And as for the Zagreb Chiefs, well, they've got a date with Zagreb Sokol tomorrow in the eliminator match, and they'll be hoping to put in a better performance tomorrow. Let's take a look at the highlights of this innings, of course. And there he is. Charlie's having a bit of fun with Maz.
Yeah, well, they're clearly looking at me, and then off they went. Look at this. Well, this just shows you what was the most exciting part of today. They were off under the Eva. Well, it depends on who takes it. And then I just sort of think, I remember just kind of looking at I just kind of said, I don't know what to do about these boys anymore. But you know, always coming good with the energy. And you have to say, this one was a very interesting game to finish on, of course. You really do think that, you know, in all honesty, you know, the Chiefs just didn't really have much about them. You know, they got power early. That was the key thing. That was the key thing for Ljubljana. They got power early, took 2 in the first over. And then realistically, it was pretty pretty one-sided after that. That was a good catch, though, by Kumar to take that one. It was a very good catch in all fairness. Of course, a couple of them came out and hit a few, but it was just a little bit, it was too little too late. And, of course, Ljubljana, they finish in good stead going into tomorrow.
They certainly do. We'll continue to look at some of the key moments from this game. This is one that was just hauled out, but he wasn't quite able to corral that. It just went beyond him. They would get plenty of wickets here. Another great performance with the ball by Krishna Kumar. He's turning into a very important player in this Ljubljana side.
Yeah, they certainly are. As this was hit firmly down the ground. Thought this was coming into the box at one point, but it didn't. But yeah, credit to Ljubljana. They do get over the line and do so very, very well. At the end of the day, they finish very happily with a good couple of wins today. And of course, you've got to remember they take the 4 points from that forfeited game at the for game 56. But yeah, we'll have a look at the scorecards, and it won't be a pretty sight for the Chiefs. And that's my concern for them. They go in at 5th tomorrow, and of course they go into that one where realistically, could they have a full-strength side? Maybe, maybe not. Are they going to be reliant on Pritesh Power? I most certainly think so.
Yeah, they certainly might. We'll take a look at the scorecard of this innings, and well, in all honesty, it's pretty grim reading for this Zagreb Chiefs side. No real scores of note. Just the one score in the double digits, that was Amal Manuel with 11 of 15. But outside of that, it was a huge struggle, and really the tone was set during that power play when both the openers departed for a duck. They were playing catch-up for the rest of the innings, and they never quite did manage to catch up with that Ljubljana side.
Yeah, no, absolutely. 18 extras as well. That, as you said, that is a concern for Ljubljana. That has to be fixed massively going into tomorrow. They can't give away 16 wides. They really can't. Look at the Chiefs, they only gave away 6 in their entire innings, I believe. So that was the difference there. But yeah, unfortunately, no one getting going. I mean, look at that. No runs from your openers. That never sets you up in good stead. As for the bowlers, of course, there's a couple to choose from. 2 for Tundaru Samadul and for Krishna Sharma, apologies. But yeah, probably is Sharma going at 2 for 7, in all fairness. But they all bowled very, very well. None for 5 for Reynolds as well. Good to see him back and doing well. And Reynolds, of course, well, Ryan Reynolds' namesake, you have to say. He's a pretty good cricketer at that as well. Okay, then we will, of course, bring you into the box here. And you've got to agree that it's a really disappointing way to end the group stage that we see the last game forfeited.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, we're looking forward to seeing Belgrade for the last time in this European cricket series. And Ljubljana, of course, would have fancied their chances against them. But in the end, it looks like they're going to get 4 points from that last match, and they might fall just short of Sir Oliver Split will end up top of the table.
Yeah, let's have a look at the confirmed fixtures for tomorrow then. This is, of course, coming up tomorrow. First thing to note, later start time. We're half an hour later, 7 o'clock GMT, 9 o'clock Central European time, 12:30 out in India. And there we go then. Chiefs take on Sokol in that first eliminator. It's the battle of the fittest in that one. Then, of course, Ljubljana take on the Zagreb Assassins in the first semi-final. And then, of course, in the second semi-final, Sir Oliver Split will be waiting for the winner of that eliminator in the morning.
Those are such mouth-watering matchups, aren't they? I mean, looking forward to seeing Zagreb Sokol against the Chiefs. That is going to be a great matchup. I mean, both those sides are so different. You've got the Chiefs who are very bowling dominant. You've got Sokol who are so great with the bat. And then Ljubljana and Zagreb Assassins. I mean, that is, of course, a rematch of last year's final, which we never quite managed to get. Sir Oliver Split in that second semi-final. I mean, Sir Oliver Split, just take your mind back here. This was a side who never made the finals in the past. We'll now turn our attention to the fixtures coming up tomorrow in Corfu.
Speaking of Sir Oliver Split, Manav Nayak will be keeping an eye on him, won't they? He's out there in Corfu. He'll be scoring those games tomorrow. We've got a T10 ECI coming up, of course. ECIW, I should say. That starts at 9:15 GMT, 11:15 Central European time, 2:45 out in India. And then followed by the first of 5 T20Is. That one is going to be a thriller. Looking forward to seeing so many very good cricketers out there in Corfu. And, of course, good luck to Danny Hudacek and the rest of the crew out there. Well, it's a premature end to our day here. And, again, what a day it's been. It's had a bit of everything. We've had some big sixes, some really big sixes, some of the biggest we've seen so far this tournament. We had some good catches, some not so good fielding, but some also very, very exciting matches.
Yeah, we certainly have. We saw it all today. Runs, wickets, sixes. It really had everything for cricket enthusiasts. And it's been an absolute pleasure to cover. But we still got finals day coming up. The climax of this ECS is yet to come.
I know most people are more just worried about what shirt you're going to wear tomorrow, and I certainly am as well. Do make sure you come in and tune in tomorrow, of course, a little bit later. You get a little bit of a lie-in. We'll make the most of it. But, of course, looking forward to that. 4 games coming your way. Of course, the extra 1 or 2, I should say, coming up from out in Greece. Thank you to everyone at the ground, to all the players that have participated in the group stage. We appreciate all of your efforts. To the umpires who we mentioned earlier, have done a great job over the last fortnight of cricket. Also to, of course, the Blue Crew, who have done a great job again of getting everything sorted. And, of course, to our partners at Spring Media. None of this is possible without any of you guys. So huge thanks to you. That's all we've got time for, folks. We do apologise for the premature ending, but we do hope that you will make the most of it. Get your respite from cricket, because it's all coming back again tomorrow. Do make sure you return. We'll be here waiting for you, ready and raring to go. That's all that we've got time for then. Have a good evening, everybody.